Hello everyone. Today we're back with this dark fantasy masterpiece. All the heroines want to kill me. Are you ready to see what the heir to the Starlight Hero legacy has done to this world? Even now, I still don't know if the choice I made based on the future I was shown that day was truly right. What the successor hero has done to this world. Even now, I still don't know if the choice I made based on the future I was told about that day was truly right. Frey bowed respectfully and offered his sword. Please, accept this. Demon Lord. His eyes held a hollow, blood-red hue. Behind Frey, city-states were reduced to ashes. Ruby praised him haughtily. You've fulfilled your duty, and even brought me your weapon. Because of you, the real demons didn't even get a chance to show their faces. Frey thought to himself, I worked alongside the Demon Lord to destroy this world. She laughed heartily, enjoying how he pretended to be a hero while slaughtering his own family and friends. You truly are the worst monster in history, she sneered. Frey replied emotionlessly, I am honored by your praise. Ruby lifted his chin slightly. Do you really think that's a compliment? Frey seemed to have a plan, but since the only result was total destruction, the arrogant demon declared, It's not surprising, considering you killed your entire family. Just as promised, I will accept you as my subordinate. He bowed humbly. Thank you, my lady. I had no other choice but to walk this path, Frey thought. Ruby said confidently, My legions must have cleared out the remnants by now. It's only a matter of time until this world is completely erased, right? He remembered the poisoned meal he had prepared with his own hands. He thought of Arya, who perished in the massacre, and all the others he held dear. Frey reminded himself, I killed them all with my own hands. On an afternoon thick with the scent of blood, Kania had confronted him. Do you feel better now that you've killed everyone in the mansion? She clutched a dagger, her voice trembling. It's such a pity that my lack of power prevented me from dragging you to hell with me. The dark mage Kania wept silently. But I will watch you writhe in the agony of your guilt until the very end of this dying world. She took her own life right before his eyes. On a battlefield where humanity was losing, Irina lamented in pain. The Demon Lord's army. No matter how many we defeat, they just keep coming. She turned around. If this means stopping the apocalypse, then sacrificing my life is a small price to pay. But the archmage Irina Foss, covered in wounds, questioned him. Damn you. Why are you leading them? You, the hero. The monsters lunged forward like madmen. Irina furrowed her brows and conjured a fireball. I was such a fool to place even the slightest bit of faith in someone like you. I would have been better off focusing on my own survival. She threw herself into the fray and lost her life. Frey stood silently in the ruins. At the palace, Clara was surrounded. For thousands of years, this empire had never fallen to an enemy. Princess Clara of the Srok Empire was utterly helpless. I never imagined it would be destroyed by the subordinate I trusted the most. She cried out in hatred. Frey! Clara spat the name with a curse. Even when my body decays, you will remain etched in my heart as the most despicable wretch I have ever known. He swung his sword coldly, blood splattering across his face. The holy temple didn't escape the devastation either. Phocus sat amidst a sea of flames, hands clasped in prayer. Oh God, I offer my thanks. The Saintess Phocus was strangely calm. Because of this evil hero, I have finally realized that you abandoned us long ago. The heavy doors behind her creaked open. Did she know who was coming? The hero? Frey. Phocus spoke coldly. I will never forget your atrocities, even in death, because I have a duty to report your brutal nature to the gods. In the only place the destruction hadn't reached yet, Serena muttered, This is the final fortress of humanity. That was why she had suppressed her emotions and acted with precise calculations. She didn't even turn around. I questioned everything, from the Demon Lord's military supply chains to their reinforcement routes, right down to my own conclusions. I left nothing to chance. Serena clenched her trembling hands. But there was one thing. Her face darkened, something she couldn't predict. The genius Chancellor Serena Luna Moonlight felt powerless. Even now, I still have feelings for you. A massive boulder hurtled toward her, striking true. Serena was buried. Frey executed it all with a cold heart, and that was how he became the villain. There wasn't a flicker of emotion in his eyes, because it was necessary. Ruby was incredibly smug. An alliance between a hero and a demon lord is unprecedented. Now, once the world is destroyed, everything will finally end. Suddenly, the flow of energy shifted. A blue-white light enveloped his sword. Yes, that pure sensation, it was completely different from demonic energy. She was so stunned, she broke into a cold sweat. This energy. Ruby screamed in agony. You bastard. What are you doing? Frey smiled in satisfaction. Don't be so surprised. I've been waiting for this moment. It's simply a plan to die together with you. Frey swung his sword decisively. This will open a path for me to save the world I destroyed. Or rather, to make up for what I've done. A way to save the loved ones I killed. He snapped his eyes open, his entire body drenched in sweat. He was sitting in a familiar room. Without a doubt, it was his home. Frey slowly stepped off the bed. He checked the desk calendar. Frey wasn't surprised it was just before he entered the academy. Just as I thought, he whispered calmly. A blue screen appeared, a system window. Path of the false villain. This is your destiny. You, who once destroyed this world, the path to save it as a true false villain, now lies before you. Pretend to be a villain and save the world. If you do so, happiness shall be yours. Frey knew well that this was a privilege, only earned by destroying the world and dying with the demon lord. Soft sunlight streamed through the window. He couldn't hold back his tears. He had finally achieved it. The calendar fell to the floor. With this hidden route, Frey was overjoyed. This time, he would finally be able to save everyone. 10 years ago, he had asked curiously, "What are these worm-like characters?" 10-year-old, Frey asked innocently. "Father?" Abraham replied as they walked. "Those characters are called Kania." He led his son down into the cellar. Only the descendants of the Starlight Hero family can read them. He nodded, finally understanding. "So that's what those things written densely in the old books are?" Suddenly, Abraham stopped. "From here on, you must go alone," he reaffirmed. "From here on, you must go alone." Frey asked, puzzled. "What about you, father?" Abraham patted his shoulder. "Frey?" He warned him sternly. "You must be very strong." Abraham suddenly mentioned, "You've heard of the prophecy spreading throughout the empire, haven't you?" Frey didn't quite understand. "Yes." He repeated the prophecy. "On the day that marks 1,000 years since the demon lord's disappearance, their successor will emerge and dominate the world. However, at that very moment, a hero will appear to save the world from total destruction. That's the testament our ancestors left behind after defeating the Demon King, isn't it?" He sat down, level with Matt Frey. "That's right. This is the prophecy from the Empire. But there's another part to the prophecy, one passed down only within our family." Abraham sternly recounted how the prophecy spoke of a successor to the Demon King and a new hero appearing 1,000 years after the Demon King's defeat. He stated firmly that the time is now. The heavy door creaked open. Frey entered, trembling with fear. He tried to look around, but he couldn't see a thing. Just then, the door slammed shut. Frey panicked, pounding on the door and shouting, "Father?" Suddenly, a flicker of light caught his eye. Frey curiously moved toward it. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was impossible. Frey was stunned to realize what it was, the hero's legendary sword. Without thinking, he reached out to touch it. Suddenly, someone appeared and spoke. "Stop. That's too much for you." Frey was startled and confused. He foolishly asked, "Who are you?" Hanbyun was at a loss for words. "You don't even recognize your own ancestor?" Frey was genuinely shocked. "That's strange. I'm certain you're my ancestor." He wondered to himself, "Aren't they supposed to be incredibly handsome?" The man was shaking with rage. "You brat! I should kick you out." Hanbyun decided not to dwell on it. "Regardless, you came here because you want to learn how to conquer this world, right?" Frey looked blank, not understanding. "Conquer? I only came here because my father told me to, saying that if I wanted to help my friends, this is what I should do." The man affirmed it firmly. "That includes conquest." He wasn't wrong. Hanbyun muttered a string of incomprehensible words. "Just listen for now. The world you're living in might be on hard mode, but that doesn't mean it has to end in a bad ending." Frey grimaced, thinking, "Hard mode? Bad ending?" The man saw that Frey didn't understand. Hanbyun touched his forehead. "It's better if you see it for yourself," Frey gasped. "Oh my God." A flood of images rushed into his mind. The man unexpectedly revealed, "This is the state of the world if you choose the wrong path. Countless people important to you will face total annihilation." Hanbyun's voice pulled him back to reality. "Do you see it now?" he said, his voice cold. "A world drowned in despair." Hanbyun thought to himself, "I don't blame him. After all, he has to face losing everything he holds dear." He waited, lost in thought. "Now, tell me your choice." Frey's eyes filled with righteous fury. "I'll show you." Tears streamed down his cheeks, just like his ancestors. "I will." Frey had made up his mind to protect this world for the sake of those he loved. Hanbyun looked down, thoughtful. "I forgot this kid is a hero too." Frey struggled to stand up. The man reached out his hand again. "Then I will show you the only path that leads to a happy ending." Hanbyun continued to transmit images. The only way to save himself, his loved ones, and the world. It's not an easy path, kid. You will have to destroy the world with your own hands and sacrifice yourself to kill the Demon King. And once you step onto this hidden route, you'll face other trials, but you cannot waver. Returning to the present, Frey had just been reincarnated. Now, finally, he was on the path to the happy ending. Nothing had changed, except for one thing. He looked at the blue screen updating. 66% system existence. This will be useful for navigating a future I know nothing about. Frey felt a bit reassured. It looks just like the prophecy I saw when I was young. It was at 66%. Penalties were currently inactive, with only emergency protection skills active. If it's like this, even if it's my first time, I can use it. He looked out into the garden. I already saw how to use it when my ancestor showed me the path. Frey was overflowing with hope for the future. If I utilize the system well and succeed in doing that, at the end, I'll be able to save everyone in this world. A familiar voice called out. Young master, it's Kania. May I come in? He quickly gave permission. Frey silently resolved. But I've suffered too much to get here. I should take it easy for a while. Just then, the system finished updating. 100%. Frey was still lost in memories of his childhood. Kania. It's been so long since I've seen her smile. Suddenly, the system blared a warning. Kania stepped inside. If you'll excuse me. She maintained her usual etiquette, but her cold gaze was completely different. This was one of the heroines, Kania. The system warned him intensely. 5 heroines have retained their memories from the previous timeline. Frey couldn't help but be shocked. What? What the hell is this? The path of the fake villain from the previous life. You were chosen to commit evil acts that would destroy the world. However, in this life, you will be forced by the system to commit those same evil acts. In the event your good deeds are discovered, you will suffer a penalty. Your life force will be significantly reduced. It is a necessary limitation to complete the hidden route. The update was complete. You can now use the full functionality of the stat allocation system. The item shop is not yet open. Skill shop. 100 fake villain points accumulated. It is a system where you can buy anything you need by using points accumulated every time you act under the guise of evil. System display. Emergency activation. 5 heroines have retained their memories from the previous timeline. Frey panicked, but I didn't hear anything about this. Kania's tone was cold enough to freeze bone, her purple eyes radiating terrifying killing intent. Her posture remained respectful as ever, but there wasn't a hint of sincerity in it. He trembled from the sheer intensity of her killing intent. Frey had known Kania for a long time. Kania was his butler, born with dark magic, a power that constantly drained her own life force. In the previous life, she had always been by his side, and she was one of the 5 heroines mentioned in the prophecy. Frey checked the system. Old memories flooded back, but if she still has memories of the previous timeline, then after all the torture I put her through, isn't this parents deserving of praise act a bit much? You look like you want to be thrown away too. Frey clutched his head in panic. It wouldn't be strange if she tried to kill me at any moment. Kania cautiously spoke up. Young master, would you like to dine? He stammered. The usual is fine. She glared at him and replied, Understood. Kania slammed the door shut. Frey shivered in his bed. That ice-cold gaze, there was no doubt. She remembers. He jumped when the system chimed again. I really don't know what's going on, but I should prepare for an emergency activation. Frey panicked and shouted, What now? What is it this time? A screen appeared. Fake villain's intuition. You feel a very strong sense of killing intent nearby. Frey frowned, lost in thought. I've felt it for a while now. What's the point? The system chimed in. Skill acquired. Villain's intuition. Level 1. It allows you to sense any threat that could lead to your death, once per day. Frey broke out in a cold sweat. Right now, the skill was pointing straight at Kania. But if she killed me, her own master, she'd never get away with it. So why? Is she really so desperate to kill me that she doesn't care about the consequences? A dark, sinister killing intent drifted in from the door. Kania walked in carrying a meal that looked incredibly dangerous. I've brought your soup, master. Frey finally understood. So that's how it is. She planned to feed him food laced with dark magic and let him die under mysterious circumstances. She bowed respectfully, inviting him to eat. Frey thought silently. Since she kept her memories, he was certain that to her, he was nothing but absolute trash. Frey was determined. There was no other way. I have to start here. He blocked her, putting on a sharp, irritable face. Wait, he barked, acting angry. Who told you to bring me soup? Get me a sandwich, now. He slammed the bowl against the wall. The system instantly confirmed, +1 villain point. Kania scrambled out of the room, trembling. I'll prepare it right away. Right away. After the door slammed shut, Frey let out a sigh of relief. A few minutes later, she pushed the door open again. Young master, I have brought the sandwich, as you requested. He nonchalantly critiqued the magic-laced food. I don't want to see any cheese in there. Do it over. Kania opened her mouth, terrified. But Frey wouldn't allow any excuses. Are you talking back to me now? She couldn't even look him in the eye. No, he kept rejecting it. The bread is too dry. Do it again. The system rewarded him repeatedly. +1 villain point. Frey repeated the process, just as he said, racking up the points. Kania's patience was reaching its limit. Do it again, he commanded, gaining another point. He didn't even bother looking at her. Do it again. By the 8th time, she could barely stand. Here's the sandwich, as you requested. Frey raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. He mused to himself, admiring her tenacity. She was truly resilient, even after he'd forced her to repeat the task until her magic was drained. Frey reached for the sandwich, raising the dark magic-infused bread to his lips. Kania's eyes were full of hope, and Frey froze. He immediately tossed it aside. This isn't good enough. Switch back to the soup like before. The familiar line came again. Do it over. She tried to stand up, flustered, but Kania stumbled and collapsed. She was completely exhausted. Frey caught her just in time, looking down with a gentle smile. Frey stroked Kania's hair softly. Honestly, how troublesome. I only wanted to spend some time teasing you. He carefully carried her to the bed to rest. He hadn't expected this test to be so life-threatening. Frey quickly decided that he needed to restore Kania's energy before something bad happened to her. He didn't hesitate. There was only one way to stabilize the vitality of someone overflowing with dark mana like Kania. It required forcefully transferring his own life force to her. I'm not going to live long anyway. I have to use what I have so she can survive. The process lasted until evening. Once it was over, Frey collapsed by the bedside. Now, he had to figure out what to do about this ridiculous situation. He sighed, calculating. It seemed like nothing was going according to plan. Frey checked the schedule. The main mission would begin in about 2 months. I intended to stay hidden until then, he sighed, frustrated. I plan to lie low because if I get too involved, my identity will be exposed. But he hadn't expected such an absurd thing to happen right from the start. Give me a break. Besides Kania, there were 4 other heroines. Frey felt reassured about Serena, his fiancée. There was no need to worry because she was currently traveling. He remembered the current situation with Princess Clara. Since she was under pressure from the royal family, she wouldn't have the power to control him. But there were other problems looming. In other words, the real trouble was whom he might encounter at the academy. Like Phocus and Irina, Frey imagined a not-so-pleasant scenario. The Saintess, she might be a fool being used by the church, but if he wasn't careful, his social life would be ruined. He tried changing his focus. Irina was even worse. She wasn't the type to think about consequences, so there was a chance she'd just kill him on sight. Frey looked at the person sleeping soundly next to him. Kania was the same, but because he was holding her sister hostage, she wouldn't strike out openly. He calculated carefully, even if he had to push himself. I need to accumulate more villain points. If I don't get stronger or find something to protect myself, I'll be killed very soon. Frey knew it well, but the points he could get from Kania were limited. He decided to take a gamble. It was risky, but the more people he connected with, the faster he'd accumulate points. Frey silently made up his mind. If he used information from the Book of Prophecy, he could protect himself to a certain extent. I'll finish setting everything up tomorrow, because the real challenge is at the academy. The sun rose, and birds began to sing. Frey sat by the bed, exhausted. I was so busy reading the Book of Prophecy that it's already dawn. He looked behind him. She would wake up soon. Frey used his strength to lift Kania and dropped her to the floor. Frey let out a weary sigh, then suddenly roared with feigned anger. Just how long are you planning to sleep? She scrambled up, startled, looking around. Kania felt something was off, but Frey just grumbled. Do you have any complaints? He pulled back the curtains. Today is my first day at the academy, right? Prepare the carriage. Quickly. She left in a hurry. As you wish. Kania exited the room skillfully. Frey checked that the door was shut and quietly opened his system menu. The system appeared instantly. Please select one of the following. Allocate stats. Item shop. Skill shop. Current accumulated villain points. 100. Frey thought dejectedly. Still just 100 points? It seems I need at least a few hundred to buy any decent skills or items. Please select one of the following. Allocate stats. Item shop. Skill shop. Current accumulated villain points. 100. He looked down at Kania and thought, I guess I'll have to earn them slowly to avoid dying. Frey looked like he had zero energy left. It seems I'm going to have a very exciting academy life. The scene shifted to the academy dining hall. Lord Frey, I am very impressed by your opening speech. You think so? It seems you know how to talk, too. He was surrounded by sycophantic young nobles. It was only natural that the freshman representative would come from the most powerful ducal family in the empire. Lord Frey, you are truly amazing. Frey sipped his drink, soaking in the sycophant's flattery. Well, he was famous for both his looks and his intellect, after all. Hyenas, he thought to himself. Their intentions are as clear as day. Leon got straight to the point. Lord Frey, the truth is, we'd like to have some of our family's goods displayed at the royal palace. We've even prepared some commoner girls for your amusement. Please, feel free to choose. Frey replied with a nonchalant tone. I'll judge your sincerity after I've had my fun. Did he really not care that all they could think about was money and women? Frey suddenly stabbed his stake hard. He didn't want to just stop at being a demon lord. He had to do something about these rotten nobles, too. He was reluctant, but if he wanted to earn points, he had to stick with them. The system immediately rewarded him with 10 points for his evil act, though they were all cut from the same cloth. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed through the room. Does this woman not know how to listen? The heavy doors burst open, leading to chaos. Please, let me go. Shut your mouth and get over here, the man shouted excitedly. Lord Frey, I've brought her here. She struggled, yelling, You bastards, let me go. Seeing her face, he was stunned. Irina? No way. How did Irina get captured? Frey couldn't believe his eyes. She might specialize in fire magic, but she was a genius who could use all the other elemental spells. There were very few people in the world who could deal with someone like her. A cold sweat broke out on his brow instantly. There was no way did she let herself get captured on purpose just to kill him right here. Frey frantically searched the shop interface. Information scan. Level 1. 30 minutes. Emergency shield. 70 minutes. Mind read level 1. 150 minutes. He needed something useful. Fast. He chose without hesitation. The emergency shield would protect the user from one fatal blow. He bought it limit 3, 70 minutes, and it was his. Frey approached her cautiously. It looked like the points he'd earned from Kania yesterday were paying off. He was startled when he realized the problem. The system display was clear. Irina Freylius, status, mana depletion. He couldn't help but be shocked. Mana depletion? A genius like Irina was she planning to store up all her mana and detonate it all at once? Irina screamed out, You filthy bastards, you won't get away with this. Irina, wait. Irina Filius pleaded painfully. Please, make it stop. Leon barked angrily. Shut up, you vulgar woman, Frey growled, his voice laced with annoyance. Get out of here. The man looked up, bewildered. Wait, you just… Frey threw his wine glass to the floor, where it shattered into pieces. I said I'd enjoy the company of these women, so get out now. They jumped up in a panic. Yes, sir. Both men scrambled away. Have a good time, my lord. Frey flashed a devious smile. He lifted Irina's chin. I should enjoy your company in a quieter place, shouldn't I? She glared at him, her eyes fierce. Just how far do you plan to go? Huh? You filthy bastard. If I'd known this would happen, I would have used my ultimate magic on you instead of the Demon Lord's army. Frey kept his scummy smirk. What are you babbling about? Maybe I should start by fixing that sharp tongue of yours first? He reached out to strike. Irina gritted her teeth, crying silently. Damn it, I didn't think I'd be captured before midnight. But then, nothing happened. Frey collapsed right onto the floor. Irina Filius was overjoyed and quickly tore off her bindings. He must have been so drunk he passed out. Let's get out of here. The two girls scrambled away. We're so lucky. I heard the people captured before us went through some terrible things. Irina kept bad-mouthing him. He's an out-and-out villain who treats commoners like nothing more than his slaves. Once he heard the door click shut, he finally opened his eyes. Frey breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he'd driven them away with his Oscar-worthy acting, it was only possible because he'd bought that emergency shield skill. The system confirmed 10 points added. The wine was total trash. The clock struck 12. It displayed details of the emergency shield being used successfully. Target: Irina Freylius. Details: 12-hour curse. The 12-hour curse command requires the target to die at 12 o'clock the day after it is cast. It can only be used once a year, and the caster falls into a state of total mana depletion for a year. In other words, he thought, that was a close call. Footsteps approached. Kania frowned, looking annoyed. Young Master Frey still kept up his drunken act. It was Kania. She nagged. You can't sleep in a place like this. She was forced to help him up. He teased her innocently. I can't walk, so you'll have to carry me. Frey hummed, praising her. If only you were this obedient all the time, it would be so much better. He made the most of every second. It felt like he was a jester trying to please the queen. Forget it. I'll just infuse some vital energy into her while I'm at it. Suddenly, Frey heard a whisper. Frey, you're still as clumsy as ever. Kania's eyes burned with murderous intent. If it wasn't for my little sister, I'd have killed you already. Memories of her as a child flooded back to him. Frey, I have a gift for you. They were always such good friends. That's dangerous. Stop it. It's okay. Just a little bit more. Kania had cried when he was bedridden after an injury. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? I'll heal soon. She'd been shy when he helped her tie her ribbon. Young master, I can do it myself. Frey had happily let her. It's fine, it's fine. Calling me young master sounds so distant. And right now, there was only one thought on his mind. Just you wait. Once I ensure my sister is safe, I'll make you stop breathing in an instant. Kania brought him back late that night. Young master, we've arrived at the student dormitory. Frey sprawled out on the bed and waved his hand. You can go now, she announced. From today on, I'll be staying here too. He sat bolt upright in shock. Are you kidding me? Kania reported coolly. The Duke has ordered me to keep an eye on you. Young master, he said, if you send me away, you'll be expelled. Frey was stunned. He checked the system. There were 3 ways for the system to consider a rout, a game over. First, if the system's host is expelled or fails to attend the academy without a valid reason. Second, if one of the heroines dies. Third, if the system's host dies under any circumstances other than the final battle. She quickly prepared the bed and laid down to rest. Kania slept right nearby. Good night, young master. Frey sighed in frustration. Could he really protect not only his classmates' lives but his own while studying? This garbage game really doesn't make any sense. He accepted reality quickly, but complaining wouldn't change anything anyway. Early the next morning, Kania stood by the bed and called out, Young master, if you don't wake up, you'll be late. Frey rolled over. I don't care. I'm sleeping a bit longer. She turned to leave immediately. Then, I'll head out first. He jumped up instantly. Wait, who gave you permission to decide that on your own? Frey suddenly coughed violently. He even spat up blood. Damn it, did I transfer too much life force yesterday? Kania, you must be really worried. Are you okay? Frey struggled to push himself up. It's nothing. Forget about it. He slowly approached her. Frey bluntly criticized. Did I give you permission to walk in front of me? He gently pulled a pen from her breast pocket. Are you the same as this fountain pen? Do you think this pen can move on its own? Frey arrogantly threw it far away. If you're not satisfied, get out of here. I'll make your sister my handmaiden. Kania's eyes immediately welled up with tears. I'm sorry. I beg of you. No matter what happens, please leave my sister alone. He wore a wicked, scoundrel smile. Are you crying? So, it turns out you only care about your precious, pampered little sister. Huh? Frey patted her shoulder lightly. If you understand that, then don't go thinking nonsense. You hear me? The system alerted him. Danger level 10 points. Threatening someone's family is crossing the line. Kania picked up the pen from the floor. Kania had happily given it to her. Dear sister, please treat this pen as if it were me, and cherish it. She gripped the pen tightly in her hand. Kania noticed the bloodstain on the bedsheets. She couldn't help but wonder if Frey had some chronic illness. A while later, in the lecture hall, Isolette stood sternly on the podium. My name is Isolette by Walker, and I will be in charge of the freshman class. Seeing Frey and Kania sneaking in, she shouted, You two, you're late. I'm deducting 10 points as a penalty. He immediately turned around and blamed her. Seriously, it's all because you were dragging your feet. But his companion was too intimidated to talk back. Irina started, looking panicked. Why are you here? Frey was also stunned for a moment, but he decisively brushed it off. What a nuisance. Isolette announced to everyone. Everyone is here. Let's begin the class. She scratched her head, wondering, how is he still alive? My magic was perfect. Could it be that he was a pawn of the Demon King from the very beginning? She tapped her chalk against the blackboard. Please, no private conversations. While Frey grumbled, Phocus glared at him like she wanted to burn him to a crisp. It's the first day. Why do we have to study already? The first lesson went on while he lounged across the desk. Irina was completely flustered while Isolette taught with enthusiasm. Her blue eyes never left Frey. Time passed quickly, and the first lesson ended there. We will proceed to the next lesson outside. Frey took the initiative to approach Master Frey. She acted shy and confessed, I want to offer you my blessing. Would you be kind enough to spare me a little time? Foe's intentions were obvious. She wanted to be somewhere private, just the two of them. He immediately raised his guard. The system turned red, warning him of a potential villainous scheme. You feel a very strong killing intent nearby. Frey was truly speechless. This girl, she's being way too obvious about her motives. Not wanting to play a dangerous game, he replied, I refuse. She tried to seduce him. My blessing is something money can't buy. You know that. Frey walked away without a second thought. I already said I don't need it. Fo burst into tears. That. She covered her face and sobbed in the middle of the class. He sighed in frustration. Being too pure is also a problem. She's definitely going to be exploited by the church again. Isolette led the whole class to the arena. Everyone, stay in order. Our second lesson will be practical combat training. She raised her sword high. Whoever's turn it is, step forward. The sound of heavy metal clashing echoed as Isolette sparred directly with each student, swinging sharp, powerful strikes. The first student was defeated, not even worth mentioning. Next, Isolette completely overwhelmed them. Are you planning to use a fireball? From here, it just looks like a tiny spark. The students rotated constantly, a bunch of brats, still wet behind the ears. Frey couldn't help but marvel that he could actually sense her killing intent. Kania stood up, stone-faced, and he watched curiously. Is it Kania's turn? She got into a defensive stance. Are you ready? She replied. Yes, I am. Isolette swung her sword and charged. Kania created a small flow of magic. She defended perfectly, dodging every attack. Frey was genuinely surprised. Kania, you're struggling to smile. Usually, I only share just enough so I don't run out of magical power. But what am I supposed to do today? At this distance, my ability to transfer life force to her is limited. The battle was still raging intensely. Frey prayed silently. Enough, just stop there. Isolette was very intrigued by this new student. She's reached her limit. How long do you intend to keep fighting, Kania? Isolette praised her sincerely. You lasted longer than I thought. I want to see how far you can really go. Kania voluntarily surrendered. I'd like to stop here. Isolette was surprised by the gesture. She explained, I was born with unstable magical power. If I fight for too long, it might go haywire. Isolette sheathed her sword and kept her distance. So that's why you were moving so cautiously. It's a pity. You have all the makings of a powerful mage. Frey breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I was going to die from lack of life force. She turned her gaze to the other students. Next, step up. Frey was sweating coldly. At least I protected Kania. He put an item on his collar he needed to prepare well, too. Frey stepped onto the arena with excitement. This was a great opportunity to rack up a mountain of points. Irina's performance was full of effort, but she fainted before she could do anything. Isolette didn't even have to lift a finger. That girl wasn't even worth considering. Someone take her to the nurse's office. Arya ran over in a panic. Irina, are you okay? Phocus took the initiative to speak. Next is me, but may I ask to skip my turn? She was surprised. Why? She stuttered to explain. It's just, I feel it's wrong to use my powers against a teacher. Isolette had no choice but to allow it. Keep in mind that this will not be viewed in a favorable light. Frey confirmed immediately. Yes, I understand. She looked toward Frey. Then, it's the turn of the last person. The stands erupted in whispers when he stood up. It was Master Frey. He walked slowly down to the arena. Frey stood arrogantly across from Isolette. He sneered. Hey lady, is playing the role of the enthusiastic teacher fun? She replied calmly. What about you? Is playing the role of an aristocrat fun? Come at me. I'll take this opportunity to straighten out your rotten attitude. The battle broke out, and the force of the strike was so strong it caught Isolette off guard. Frey marveled silently. It seems the price of this jade face is worth it after all. He provoked her. That's all it takes? Don't be so surprised. Frey launched an attack that pushed her back. That was only the beginning. A flow of blue light engulfed his blade, and he swung twice in succession. They flew toward her with unexpected power. Isolette barely managed to block both. The students were stunned, unable to believe he was actually overwhelming the teacher. Frey closed the distance with speed she couldn't keep up with. She couldn't react in time, and the sword was knocked right out of Isolette's hand. The battle ended in the blink of an eye. The watching students stood with their jaws on the floor. Fo suddenly shouted, That jade mask! Look, it's leaking dark energy! Isolette looked suspicious, then reached down to pick up the sword. What did you say? Are you sure? I felt a bit rattled, but I kept my cool. Who knows? Go ahead. Check it yourself. Fo stepped closer to investigate. A sharp sound echoed from it. The result was undeniable. Frey stood there in silence, not bothering to defend himself. Some students grumbled, the Duke's son is using black magic again? But others seemed to agree with him. An item worth as much as a mansion, definitely worth it. The system immediately rewarded me with 2,000 points. As a villain who fears nothing, I was extremely satisfied with my grand entrance. I earned a decent amount this time. Turns out, letting these kids run wild at school is a safe and profitable strategy. Isolette gritted her teeth in anger. Frey, come with me. We need a private talk. A moment later, in her office, she demanded, how dare you bring an illegal dark magic artifact into the academy? Frey showed no remorse. You're overreacting, sis. It's just one item. Who cares? She couldn't understand it. What happened to you? You weren't like this when you were a kid. The system screen clearly displayed Isolette Arham's status: angry, disappointed, worried, regretful, and sympathetic. I silently made up my mind. I know she's worried about me, but I can't stop here. I played the part of the reckless rebel. I'm just adapting to how the world works, that's all. You can't sway me with emotions. Only a fool tries to live life that honestly. Isolette stood up, looking defeated. Fine. Since this is your first offense, I'll let it slide. That's more like it, sis. That thing was expensive. You know I already took a hit on that one. She immediately glared at me as a warning. Isolette made a swift decision. However, I have one condition. You have to take me to that shop, she declared with burning determination. I'm going to destroy every last bit of it. Frey looked intrigued. Sounds fun. You promise? Let's go tomorrow then. I have a few other things I want to buy too. Isolette clutched her head in frustration. Frey, we are not going shopping. I walked away, feeling pretty good. You're making such a big deal out of nothing. I got it. See you tomorrow. I calculated in my head. Perfect. Trading 2,000 points for a magic tool shop is a bargain. The door slammed shut, leaving Isolette alone in the room. She was consumed by worry. Frey, why have you changed so much? I headed straight to my dorm room. Kania was already there. Welcome back, young master. Frey let out a weary sigh. I forgot you were staying here too. I collapsed onto the bed. What is that? She introduced it. It's a stuffed cat that Lady Kania gave me. Isn't it adorable? Frey replied with cold indifference. So lame, I thought to myself, though I kept a straight face. It's too stiff. How is that cute? Frey ordered, annoyed. Enough. Go to sleep. Kania obediently listened. Yes. Good night. Time passed until the dead of night. I quietly sat up. Is she asleep? I acted cautiously. I needed to transfer enough vitality to her for tomorrow before I went to bed. Something was off about the stuffed cat. It looked like it was soaking in every single detail. Kania's eyes widened as she stared fixedly at Frey, her expression becoming unnaturally calm. I waved a hand in front of her and asked, Kania, are you asleep? Kania wondered to herself. The fact that Frey suddenly vomited blood is very suspicious. I've been tracking him all day, and he hasn't done anything suspicious yet. But a cat created by the lady in an instant. Kania was using the cat to observe me. He's definitely going to do something while I'm asleep. Give it up, I'm going to find the evidence. I rolled up my sleeves, ready to get to work. She's sound asleep. Time to start. I reached out to pull up her shirt. Kania screamed in her mind in a panic. What is this pervert trying to do? Is he so drained from staying up late that he's lost his mind? She was absolutely furious. You trash! I'm going to kill you! Kania bared her claws and screamed inwardly. Once I'm back in my own body, I'll make you suffer as much as possible before I torture you to death. Damn you, Frey. Suddenly, Frey shuddered, and she froze. Kania watched his hands. He'd been holding his hand over her stomach for a while now. What is he doing? And he looks like he's in pain? A villain like him would never just stop here. If I wait a little longer, his true colors will definitely show. I let go and let out a sigh of relief. That should be enough for now. Kania was left bewildered, wondering, he's done? Frey stood up and turned around. I walked over to where she was sitting and paused. Frey reached out, and she panicked. Did he find me out? Even the Saintess has trouble detecting his dark magic. I picked her up with a look of amusement. She's so cute. Frey rubbed his cheek against Kania. She felt so soft in his hands. Frey went back to the bed and flopped down. Curious, I poked her stomach. A squeak echoed through the quiet room. Kania felt something was wrong, and flinched. Frey leaned in close and whispered, So, that's it. If you press the belly, it makes a sound. As I kept pressing Kania's stomach, I thought, maybe I should get one for myself. The next morning, Frey opened his eyes. I sat up and scratched my head. What's wrong with you? Is it morning already? Kania sat in the corner, clutching her stomach, trembling. It's nothing, young master. It's just my stomach. Frey pointed to the door in a rush. Get to the bathroom, now. She ran off immediately, pleading, Please, just ignore me. I scoffed. How disgusting. The system panel suddenly popped up, leaving me confused. Plus 200 points? A misunderstanding? Why did I get points? 2 more notifications appeared. By accumulating enough danger points, you have leveled up. New rookie villain shop category unlocked. I looked at it and rubbed my chin in thought. The range of things I could buy had increased all at once. I should buy that. Suddenly, a mechanical sound rang out, and my eyes widened. Main scenario quest. Commoner dormitory attack. Stop the attack and catch the culprit. Reward. Upgrade the hero's weapon awakening level. Failure penalty. A small loss of your vitality and lifespan. A main quest. I pondered it. That means I have to get that equipment from the auction first. I also promised her, so this works out perfectly. There was a knock at the door. Someone called out, "Frey, are you in there?" I pointed to the door and commanded, "Kania, get the door." She obeyed instantly. Yes. Kania went out and opened the door. "Good morning," she said to her. Isolette was shocked to see her. "Kania, why are you here?" Kania replied quickly. "I've been given permission to share the room with the young master in my capacity as a butler." She was startled and shouted, "What did you say?" "Frey, sharing a room with someone of the opposite sex. Are you insane?" I rubbed my chin and looked at Isolette. "You're still a prude, aren't you? You should get your first experience over with, sis. Otherwise." The next thing I said made her turn to stone. "You'll be past the age of marriage, you know that, right?" Kania waved her hands, trying to explain, I assure you, we haven't done anything improper." The system panel appeared again, plus 100 points. A biting remark. Frey walked forward to lead Isolette away. "I swear we didn't do anything wrong, miss." The system panel appeared again, awarding 100 points along with a harsh comment. Frey stepped forward to lead Isolette away. "Seriously, how long do you plan on standing there? Let's go. You're the one who wanted to head into the dark alleys, right?" Kania bowed her head and stammered, Please take care of yourself." Outside, the sun was blindingly bright. As they walked, Isolette spoke up. "Are you sure this is the right place?" Frey looked around and replied, "Just keep quiet and follow me." The two turned into a deserted area. On this street, there was no one but the girl and Frey. The sound of their footsteps echoed clearly. Suddenly, Isolette stopped, gritting her teeth. She asked him, "Why here?" Frey glanced at her and thought to himself, I can't blame her, even if she knows about the corruption and injustice within the Empire. She probably never expected to see it like this. Isolette's face darkened as she commanded, "Take me to that shop immediately. Once I wipe that shop off the map, I'm going to clean up this entire district too." Frey calmly pointed ahead. "Well, the shop is right in front of us." She followed him, muttering, "So, this is the place." Isolette drew her sword and stepped inside. "Stay there. I'll handle this quickly." Frey watched her and sighed, helplessly rubbing his forehead. "She's always like this. My goal is to prepare for the main mission, so please, don't make things harder for me." Suddenly, a cry for help rang out. "Help me!" A brute covered his victim's mouth and shouted, "Stop struggling!" He leered at the little girl. "With a gem like this, the boss will definitely be pleased, right?" Frey's hand clenched tightly, trembling. Frey glared at the scene in fury. "I can't just ignore this." Frey darted forward in a blur. The thugs dragged the girl into a secluded corner. "We're here, little one." The sound of coarse fabric dragging against the ground filled the air. He stared at the group with an emotionless gaze. Frey stopped and scanned everyone present. "Is this the place?" The two men made lecherous faces and spoke to him. "Too bad, we aren't taking walk-ins today." Frey didn't answer. He just smirked. He pulled out a large bag of gold and dropped it. The whole group immediately knelt in reverence. "Take your time, sir." Inside a dimly lit room, a woman laughed when she saw Frey enter. "What a charming-looking guest." She pulled out a ledger. "What is your preference?" He bluntly refused her offer. "I'd rather see the real goods than pictures." Abatia raised a hand to cover her mouth and laughed. "You must be young if you don't know how this works. Unfortunately, that request is impossible." Frey's lips curled into a smile. He placed another large bag of gold on the table. Her attitude shifted instantly. "Please, follow me." Abatia led Frey down a narrow staircase. He looked around the passageway and thought, I knew it. They really do have a secret underground space. Suddenly, Frey's eyes caught something. He stared at the system window in shock. Why is one of the Demon King's subordinates here? Succubus Queen. Ability Strength, 7.5. Magic Power, 7.5. Intelligence, 7.5. Mental Strength, 8.5. Special Traits. Enchantment Spell, Succubus Scent. Character Trait, Flower Serpent. This is getting suspicious. It looks like I need to take a closer look. Abatia smiled slyly, gesturing with her hand. We're here. Please, feel free to choose your model. Frey took a step forward to get a better look. That was when she went deeper and gave an order. Everyone, smile. We have a guest. The girls locked in the cells, forced awkward, vacant smiles when they heard the command. They tried to force a smile, even though their eyes were wet with tears. Welcome. Hello. Abadia turned around, covering her mouth as she giggled. Perhaps this is a bit too stimulating for someone like you. Young master. She suddenly froze upon seeing something. Frey glanced inside and rested his chin on his hand, saying, It's just that I prefer a younger model. He produced another bag of gold. I'll give you another bag for her. What do you think? Abatia was taken aback but answered slowly. As she took the money bag and laughed incessantly, there was really no other way. The two went deeper into the room. Abatia tapped on the wall like a password. The wall split into two to reveal a path. She turned around to introduce it. This is the secret passage. Suddenly, Frey attacked, causing Abatia to scream. She was kicked away, her head slamming hard against the surface. He left Batia behind and rushed into the wall. Frey ran fast, shouting, You just stay there. I'm going in to see for myself. He sprinted with all his might. The scene before him made Frey stop in his tracks. He stared into the room and cursed. Those damn bastards. So this is the Succubus Queen's goal. They're planning to awaken the Demon King with this. A magic circle. And this is also where they collect the sacrifices. The children saw, Someone's here, please save us, Mom. Abadia quickly chased after them. You saw that, didn't you? She ordered her lackeys. I don't know where he came from, so take him alive. He slowly put on his mask. It would be troublesome if those kids saw his face. Frey drew his sword from its sheath, the blade flashing with a sharp, lethal light. A cold aura radiated all around him. Just hold on for a second. Frey attacked the entire group with shocking speed. Abatia's jaw dropped in pure disbelief. She stepped back, trembling, and asked, What on earth are you? He stopped, tilting his head to look at her. Seeing Frey advancing, she scrambled backward in terror. Don't come any closer. What do you want? If you want information about the Demon King, I'll tell you everything. I'll even serve you every night. Succubi are good at that. You know. Not letting her say another word, Frey slashed her down with his sword. As she confusingly asked why, since that wasn't the trade they agreed on. He calmly replied, I don't make deals with scum who lay hands on children. As the blade was withdrawn, her body thudded to the ground. Outside, the children cheered in unison. Thank you so much for saving us. Frey scratched his head. It's no big deal. Remember, go straight home, don't wander off anywhere, and make sure to eat something delicious with the money I gave you. The children obediently chorused along, Yes. A mechanical sound echoed from the system. Unexpected quest completed. Please select your reward. He rested his chin on his hand while looking at it. The reward felt a bit cheap for an unexpected quest. A little girl approached and asked, How did you know we were there? Information about the girl appeared. Intelligence. 5. Mental strength. 6. Physical strength. 1. Magic power. 1. Special trait. Untapped potential. Characteristic. Pure. He immediately recognized the girl from earlier. She had been kidnapped on the street. Perhaps he should give her the reward from this quest. If she could unlock her potential, she might become a figure who leaves a mark on history. Frey didn't answer the question, but gave Gree a gift instead. Here, take this, kid. It's a good luck charm. The girl took it, looking bewildered. Why are you giving me something like this? He replied with a confused, mumbled excuse. Just, Kudli. Think of it as an investment in this country. All right? The girl hesitated for a moment before asking, Could you tell me your name? I want to repay you one day. Frey ruffled Gree's hair. Don't worry about it. I'm just playing the hero. You just need to stay healthy. Besides, you should start learning magic. You've got a knack for this. The little girl asked, confused. Magic? Me? Gree looked down and slipped the ring onto her finger. The girl clasped her hands together and whispered, Thank you so much, hero. I'll do my absolute best to master magic so that one day I can repay this kindness. Suddenly, a light began to radiate from around Grey. Please, just wait for that day. At the time, Frey didn't realize it, but this simple event would spark a massive change in the future. The wall collapsed with a crash, and Isolette panicked. Frey, where on earth did you disappear to? He thought for a second, then stammered his reply. I was just wandering around earlier, so I need to head to the auction house quickly now. The Information Guild learned that a dark magic artifact would be auctioned off today. Hearing that, she became urgent. What did you say? I can't let that happen. Tell me exactly where it is, right now. Frey reached up to scratch his cheek and looked away. But there's a barrier around it. You won't be able to get in without an entry ticket. Seeing Isolette grit her teeth, he added nervously. But Frey found a way to cover it up. There was still one option. The two of them linked arms and walked inside. Isolette blushed deeply and asked, "Is this really the only way to get in?" He walked ahead, completely unfazed. "I told you, the only way for you to get in, without a ticket, is to pretend to be my lover." She was about to say something else, but Frey cut her off immediately. "Come on, just play the part convincingly." He thought to himself that there was a risk she might go berserk, but there was no better bodyguard than her. Besides, it looked normal enough to others, so it should be easy to pull off. Suddenly, Frey's eyes widened in shock. He turned around to say to Isolette, "Wait." But she had already spoken up first. "What is it?" "It's the artifact, isn't it?" "Where is it?" On the other side sat Kania. Kania's stats: Strength 3, Intelligence 7, Magic Power and Mental Strength 4. Special traits: Illness, Unstable Mana, Self-Destruction Curse. Why is Kania here too? The person next to Frey suddenly stood up, looking troubled. The system window popped up immediately, startling him. Clara. Strength 7, Intelligence 7, Magic Power 7, Mental Strength 8.1. Another Clara. In front of Frey, another board appeared. Frey. Strength 1, Intelligence 2, Magic Power 8, Mental Strength 8, Special Trait, Blessing of the Sun God. He held his head in worry. This was the worst-case scenario. Who would have guessed that all three of them would be after that item? Were they planning to control him with it since it could dominate anything? The auctioneer picked up the microphone and announced, "And now, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Unknown Stone. It contains a mysterious power that even our appraisers cannot fathom." Frey looked up and thought to himself, "Staring at it won't help. I just need to get my hands on it before anyone else. The Dominator's Stone. It can be used to subdue targets, manipulate their minds, and grant complete control. To complete the first scenario quest, I must obtain it at any cost." The man gestured with his hand and continued, "Then, let us start the bidding at 1 gold. Frey raised his paddle high. "I'm sorry, but I can't let it fall into anyone else's hands. Do not underestimate the financial power of the greatest ducal family in the Empire." The auctioneer pointed at Frey and shouted, 15 gold. We have a bid for 15 gold. Anyone else?" Clara, right beside him, raised her paddle without a moment's hesitation. 20 gold. Clara, fumbling, also raised his paddle. "I can't believe someone bid 10,000 gold. She lowered herself, confused. 10,000 gold? Is this the winning price? Frey quickly pushed the price higher. 11,000 gold. Are you serious, you clumsy idiot? The auctioneer continued to shout. 12,000 gold. He glanced over at that person. That guy has weird taste. Frey observed it and pondered. At first glance, it just looked like an ordinary stone. He immediately raised his bid to 13,000 gold. The other person instantly went higher, and there it was. 20,000 gold. Frey, infuriated, pushed the price up. Unbelievable. 22,000 gold. The man glanced over, looking a bit annoyed and unwilling to lose. 30,000 gold. The two kept battling back and forth. 40,000, 40,000, 55,000. The auctioneer panted. Is there anyone else who wants to buy it for a higher price? The gavel struck the table. Sold for 55,000 gold. That is the winning bid. Frey smirked, thinking, it cost me way too much, but I finally got it. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from somewhere. He felt it and looked over immediately. What is this aura? Frey panicked when he saw it. He reached out to stop her. Hey, wait, you can't. Kania. He knew she had been too quiet, but it turned out she had been planning to snatch it the moment she got the chance. Darkness instantly engulfed the room. Everyone, please stay calm. We will investigate the cause immediately. Frey lunged toward the item. Damn it, this is the worst. What the hell is going on? No, there's no time to think about that. I have to grab the item first. A foot suddenly appeared right beside him. Clara kicked Frey hard, sending him flying. She glared at him and said, You shouldn't even be near this. Who on earth are you? You'd better reveal your true identity right now. Frey didn't answer, but muttered something. Down. He pointed his hand toward the floor. Look down. As soon as Clara looked down, she saw that her dress had been burned away. She crouched down and screamed, You cultist! You're so shameless! Clara, nearby, also shouted, What a horrific act! You are definitely a minion of the Demon King. She closed her eyes and began to channel her power. Oh, Sun God, please grant me the power to strike down this perverted demon. Frey panicked and thought, No, I'm not a demon, and I didn't burn her clothes. A portal appeared right before his eyes. Clara stared at it blankly. She was confused that Frey hadn't been phased. That should have been a direct hit. He looked at Clara, speechless. This girl, she's so worked up she's lost her composure. The two quickly stood back to back. This must be one of the sun god's trials. I will face this with all my heart. If you dare look down, I will kill you. A figure drifted past both of them. He looked up at the person. It was the monk from earlier. The two girls fell flat on the cold floor as their masks were slowly removed. Eucharius smiled and said, I didn't expect us to meet in a place like this. Frey's information window popped up. Eucharius, Strength 2, Magic Power 8.5, Intelligence 7, Mental Strength 8.6, Special Traits, Transformation, Mind Control, Identity, Imposter. The man continued. It was too noisy, so I had to make them shut their mouths. Frey looked at the person in front of him in shock. The great demon Eucharius. Why is he here? He hurried to sit up and knelt. Are you Eucharius? The man replied. That's right. I came here to take the Dominator's stone. Frey acted surprised, pretending not to know about the Dominator's stone, not expecting it to be such a precious object. Eucharius proceeded to explain his questions. It's a tool that can amplify my power. Frey glanced aside, thinking, so, in my past life, it was this guy who got his hands on it. They're still fighting over it over there. If I had that thing, even the Demon King wouldn't be able to look down on me. But those two, that guy saw it and told him everything. As for those two, I brainwashed the swordswoman when she attacked me. Eucharius stroked his beard with a sinister grin. I'm really looking forward to this. I'm strong enough already, but just imagine how much stronger I could become. Frey suddenly drew his sword. That's good then. You're implying that you're still weak right now? With a single stroke, he slashed through the guy's body. For a split second, I thought you were a great demon lord. Just as Kania was in danger, Frey quickly rushed toward her. Kania! The sound of the wind whistled past her ears. Dark red droplets of blood splattered onto Kania. She opened her eyes, shocked to see him taking the hit for her. Frey was slashed across his back and spat out a mouthful of blood. He collapsed, clutching Kania. She stared at his wound in horror. Kania frantically asked, Are you okay? His sword slipped from his hand and hit the ground. Frey reached down to pick it up, his breathing growing heavier. He stood up and placed a hand on her shoulder. Kania, confused, stammered, Why on earth did you save me? He glanced toward Eucharius. It's no use. I killed Eucharius, but she's still brainwashed. Can I even withstand her full power in this state? The two unleashed their strength and lunged at each other. Frey used all his might to knock the sword away. Isolette inhaled a cloud of purple smoke. Her eyes dimmed, and she collapsed. He gasped for air, completely exhausted. This should be enough to break the brainwashing. Now, I need to get out of here quickly. A voice suddenly rang out. Wait, who exactly are you? Frey didn't answer. He just ran off, leaving the person bewildered. Hold on, I can't lose consciousness here. If I collapse now, everything will be for nothing. I have to hold on until I reach the dormitory. Clara rubbed her eyes, clutching her aching head. What happened? It feels like I just had a long dream. The wet, sticky sensation under her feet made Clara look down. She jumped back in terror. What is this? Kania was still staring toward the door, confused. Who on earth was that? Clara saw her and called out, Kania? Hearing her name, she turned around. Princess, why are you? Clara asked, straight to the point. You being here can only mean one thing. You also have memories of your past life, don't you? Just answer my question. Are you an enemy of Frey, or are you his ally? Kania answered without hesitation. His enemy. Clara smirked with interest. That was a quick answer. I like it. Do you want to join the alliance to kill Frey? She asked in astonishment. What? Clara turned around and explained. We are an alliance that meets regularly to discuss how to kill that bastard. Is that little church of yours even worth studying properly? If the church's influence spreads, it'll be exactly what Frey wants. Kania is a dark mage. She's a valuable asset to us, so you must get along with her. She accidentally caught a glimpse of something. It was dark at the dormitory. What a terrible day. Frey's mask was slowly burning away, and he trembled with pain as he bandaged himself. If they had been just a little bit stronger, I would have died. The Demon King's subordinates have appeared, and the heroines even gathered unexpectedly. I covered my face and changed my voice, so I shouldn't have been exposed. The room door suddenly opened. Excuse me. I'm back. Frey froze instantly. She's back already? Kania walked in and asked, Young master? Where were you today? Frey's lip twitched as he dodged the question. Didn't I tell you earlier? I went shopping with that woman. Frey suddenly jerked his arm away. I'm tired. Stop pestering me. Put out the candle. Kania looked confused. Strange. A moment ago, I saw someone who looked exactly like you in that dark alley. He was wearing a mask to hide his face, but his sword looked very familiar. Frey gritted his teeth, thinking, it's come to this. But she doesn't have proof to conclude anything, so for now, I'll just play dumb. He pulled the blanket up and shouted, stop being so dense. Don't you know how many swords look exactly the same? Kania's eyes suddenly darkened. Is that so? By the way, while you were running away, you accidentally dropped your star pin. Frey sat up abruptly and shouted, don't you dare touch that. Her next words left him stunned. Strange, actually, I found this at the auction house stage. It seems you were trying so hard to escape that you didn't notice it. Frey's hand jerked instinctively. He threw the object away and shouted, what the hell are you talking about? Frey quickly pulled the blanket back over his head, worrying deeply. Damn it, she knows. What do I do now? Frey's eyes were filled with panic. Kania ripped the blanket away and grabbed his shirt. Hey, what are you trying to do to me? She pinned Frey to the bed. Pretending to be clueless was useless now. Kania began to list the evidence. First, the brooch. Then, these wounds. All of this evidence shows that you are the one wearing the mask. Frey thought to himself. Stop it, Kania asked in a stern voice. Please, tell me, why did you save me? The question left him not knowing what to do. Stop it. A system notification echoed. Executing penalty. Effect reduced. The villain's fate. The user's lifespan and vitality have decreased significantly. Stack 1. Frey suddenly twitched, causing her to be bewildered. Young master, what's happening to you all of a sudden? He suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. Young master, young master. Frey trembled, gripping the bedsheets. Stop messing with me. Everything that happened today was beyond my calculations. His hand slowly went limp. Kania, worried, frantically called out to him. She shouted in shock. Looking at the pool of blood on the floor, Kania hesitated, wondering, will he be okay if I just leave him like this? She gripped her handkerchief tightly. If she left him alone, he would surely die. Kania quickly denied it to herself. No, after all, I can't let him die like this. Not before finding out why he saved me. She silently made a decision. It wouldn't be too late to kill him after hearing his answer. Saying that, Kania gathered a magic orb. She gritted her teeth and tried to channel mana into Frey. At that moment, only one thought remained in Kania's mind. She would enter Frey's subconscious. Now that he's lost consciousness, it's even better. That way, I'll know exactly what's going on inside his head. A while later, she slowly opened her eyes. Kania stared at the surrounding scene in disbelief. What? Why is his subconscious so pristine? She couldn't believe her eyes, but the subconscious of sinners and evildoers should be submerged in deep darkness. Right then, Frey suddenly stepped forward and greeted her softly. Hello. As soon as Kania heard his voice, her anger erupted. So you were the one who appeared as the ruler of this subconscious space? Shadows morphed into tendrils, instantly binding him tight. She remained vigilant, refusing to let her guard down just because he was still a child. She held absolute authority in this space. Kania tightened the bindings and commanded sternly. This is a vow of magic. Swear that you will answer my questions honestly. Frey had no choice but to concede. I swear. Just please, let me go. Satisfied with his promise, she released him immediately. First question, why did you help me, Frey? A moment of silence hung in the air. Finally, a choked, hesitant voice broke the quiet. Because you are precious to me, Frey. Kania bit her lip, her gaze darkening. Precious? Do you even know what he did to me? Frey stammered, trying to justify himself, but he insisted there was a valid reason for it. Besides, he is sacrificing his own life force just to save you. Her eyes widened in utter disbelief. He cleared his throat, muttering with a hint of embarrassment. Apparently, words alone weren't enough. With that, a soft light enveloped Kania. I'll show you. Each word felt like it was being carved into her very soul, the true essence of Frey. Old memories began to unspool like a film running in reverse. And that is how I became a villain. To put it simply, it was all part of a suicide pact with my own people. I just wanted to protect everyone I love. This time, I'll finally be able to save everyone. It's not like I have long to live anyway. I'll make sure you stop breathing right now. How ironic. I just wanted to share a few laughs with you. He thought to himself. I have to use her well so she can survive. Kania, please, tell me why you saved me. Kania clutched her head in agony, spiraling. So, was it all just a misunderstanding? All the despicable things Frey had done were to save the world, and she was the reason he ended up this way. Tears of regret began to stream down uncontrollably. Even though she hated him, he was still sacrificing his life force for her sake. A sudden question welled up in her mind. What is the truth? Overwhelmed by a crushing wave of pain, she couldn't even find the words to speak. Young Master Frey, Kania knelt on the ground, staring blankly at her own reflection. Frey sat down, worried, and tried to comfort her. Come now, don't blame yourself, he murmured softly, helpless. It's enough that I bear all the hatred alone. As soon as he said that, the scenery inside Frey's mind began to shatter. Her tears fell silently, almost subconsciously. Kania kept her head bowed, letting the tears of regret fall endlessly. Under the high moon, the ancient castle appeared in a cold, eerie light. Frey suddenly began to pant, his breathing heavy and labored. He spoke up, a bit suspicious. This place is... She had heard him and called out in a rush. Young master! Frey's eyes met Kania's, which were red and puffy from crying. He quickly guessed what had happened earlier and hesitated before asking, I suppose you've figured out my identity, haven't you? Frey's voice dropped involuntarily. I know this won't be enough to satisfy you, but I intend to tell you everything. There's no point in hiding it anymore. She replied softly. Yes, please, tell me. He slowly recounted the secrets he had buried for so long. I was entrusted with the mission to save the world, and because of that, I am bound by a strict oath. Frey casually mentioned the price he had to pay. Essentially, I grow stronger whenever I do something evil, and whenever my good deeds are revealed, I lose a portion of my lifespan. Kania choked out a question. And that is why you treated me the way you did. He clenched his fists, confirming in a low voice, Yes, I exploited you for the sake of my mission. Suddenly, Frey looked up and demanded, Kania, never forgive me. His grim voice echoed. No matter the reason, his actions were inexcusable. She asked dejectedly, But weren't you in a situation where that was unavoidable? Kania couldn't help but add, And every night, you even transferred your life force to me. Frey was startled and shouted, How did you know? She murmured softly. I wondered what you were up to, but now I know, he replied sheepishly. I suppose it was bound to come out sooner or later. Frey hesitated, casting a glance her way. So, what will you do now? Kania made her promise with full sincerity. I will continue to serve you as I always have. I won't be satisfied until I have repaid my debt. He let out a soft laugh, his voice tinged with a faint, amused smile. I guessed you'd say that. Then, I'm counting on you to take care of me, just as you always have. The scene shifted to a cute cat curling around a leg, licking its paws. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. Princess, Kania asked, a bit bored. Why are we meeting at a cat cafe? Clara explained excitedly while petting a cat. Because no one can spy on us here, she sighed helplessly. Is that so? Only then did Clara speak the truth seriously. Since I couldn't get the dominant stone, I need to find another one of Frey's weaknesses to stop him from acting. At this, Clara suddenly shouted in anger. I want to tear him apart right now. Clara, sitting nearby, shouted along. Then let's tear him apart right away. She frowned and warned her. Clara, even if he dies, we still have to keep living. We have to leave as few traces as possible. Kania sat far away, staring at everything in a daze. As long as I can spy on them like this, I'm at least being somewhat useful to the young master. She furrowed her brows in deep thought. But is this really enough? Kania thought that far and sank into melancholy. I really can't do much for him. In the end, I can't carry those burdens for him. All I can do are the smallest things. I should start with the little things. First, she decided to prepare a proper meal for him so the young master could smile, even if only for a brief moment. The golden sunlight cast a soft glow over everything. Watching Frey happily eating the cake, Kania asked carefully, Is the food to your liking? He replied happily, chewing away. Of course, it's delicious. It was so hard not being able to say simple things like that. As soon as he finished, Frey exclaimed excitedly, Right, breakfast is over. Let's start with today's life force transfer. She looked at the remaining half of the cake and reminded him softly. But young master, if you do that before she could finish, he cut her off. It's fine. I can't let you die because of me. Hearing that, Kania could only stand there in silence. After a long while, she finally spoke up. I understand. Please, try to avoid pushing yourself as much as possible. A moment later, Kania slumped into the chair, drained of all strength. Frey rolled up his sleeves and spoke up. All right, let's begin. Kania pulled up her shirt with a hint of embarrassment. Yes. He placed his hand on Kania's stomach, and waves of mana began to radiate silently. As he maintained the mana flow, Frey's breathing grew heavy, and sweat began to pour down his face. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. That sound made Kania open her eyes. She had guessed it, but the penalty was truly putting a heavy burden on his body. But just at that moment, brilliant mana suddenly collided with the dark energy, and a sharp pain flared up, causing Kania to let out a soft groan. Frey stopped everything immediately and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" She clutched her stomach in pain and cried out, "My stomach! It just stopped." Seeing Kania tormented by pain to the point she couldn't speak in full sentences, he was completely stunned. Frey remained silent for a long time before speaking softly. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." She couldn't help but look up in surprise. "Young master." He spoke of the pain from earlier in a low, heavy voice. "It seems like the star mana and the dark magic have become intertwined." Kania frantically tried to stop him. "No, you can't. If you try to pull it out, your body will." But Frey didn't listen, his hand on her stomach continuing to channel mana. "It's fine, just hang on for a moment." Veins popped out on his face, and his breathing became labored. The black magic grew denser, as if trying to swallow the glowing starlight whole. Kania grew increasingly urgent, trying to stop him. "Young master, please stop right now. I'm fine. Please don't." A moment later, Frey finally stopped. "That passed faster than I thought." A flash of worry appeared in her eyes. "But, young master." Following her gaze, he finally noticed his hand, his left hand. Still, Frey smiled calmly to reassure her. "It hurts a little, but it's nothing. I'm right-handed anyway, so it's not a big deal." But the more she heard, the more guilty she felt. "But removing it is nearly impossible." He remained indifferent, as if this was nothing worth worrying about. "It's not the end of the world, is it? When everything is over, I'm sure it'll go back to normal." Those words couldn't put Kania at ease. Seeing the heavy atmosphere, Frey decided to ask, "Isn't it time for class? Let's go." She reluctantly replied, "Yes, young master." On the podium, Isolette spoke sternly. The midterm exam will be held in a one-on-one sparring format. At the same time, he was lost in thought. His body was in shambles, but he had achieved all his goals so far. Frey kept calculating how hard he had worked for the academy, while his eyes were on the villainy point status screen. Total villainy points accumulated: 30,560. Remaining villainy points: 630. Skill shop. Information gathering. Level 2. Emergency protection. Thought reading level 2. I've harvested all the valuable skills and items. Now I can focus on the main quest. Just then, the screen changed. New main quest 11. Fight Irina Frey in the midterm exam and win. The reward? Lifespan. This was a quest that didn't affect the main storyline, so no penalties would be applied if it were skipped. He asked himself, skeptical. So, the first quest is Irina. A thought crossed his mind. If he remembered correctly, the noble who lost to her in the midterms would hold a grudge against her. Because of that, they attacked the commoner dormitory. However, the villain in this scenario would change depending on his choices. It depended on whether he won, lost, or even ran away from the fight with Irina, becoming the mastermind, avoiding direct confrontation, and setting up other villains to defeat Irina and claim the reward. The difficulty was high because the parties involved in the attack after losing to Irina hadn't been determined, and since there was no penalty for failure, he could play it by ear. But as always, he followed the procedure and chose to turn himself into the villain. The more he thought about it, the heavier Frey's mood became. Regardless, being in the driver's seat was better than charging into an uncertain future. Meanwhile, she was still warning them coldly from the podium. Those who are lazy will fail immediately. Therefore, ensure you are prepared to the best of your ability. After saying that, Isolette left the room. Students, please pair up and report back in 1 hour. Begin. While that was happening, he was still lost in his own thoughts. Fighting Irina would be easy, but the problem was that there were already complications. The annoying part was that in his current state, she had no way of beating him. At the same moment, in a corner, begging sounds broke out. "Please stop. This has nothing to do with you guys." The guy just sneered and shouted back, "It has nothing to do with us? It's because of you lot that Lord Frey lost his mood." Arya cried out hysterically, but the people in the banquet hall were still talking to Irina normally. That remark only incited the bullies more. "That's because those idiots are stupid." Just then, his gloomy voice suddenly rang out. "Pretty smart, aren't you? You do everything without me even giving the order." As soon as Isolette saw who arrived, she laughed with amusement. "Isn't this Lord Frey? What brings you to this filthy place?" Frey looked down at the two kneeling on the ground with contempt. "I was just thinking about that brat who ran away." She clung to his arm and chimed in. "Is that so? Punishing them will be over soon, so please wait a moment." Frey didn't answer, but walked forward coldly to question her. "Why did you run away?" She couldn't hold it in anymore and screamed, "How could we follow that 'let's hang out together tonight' nonsense?" He feigned understanding and nodded. I see. So, as long as it's reasonable, it's fine, right? Isolette said, sarcastically with full disdain. What a pathetic woman. The minion laughed along. She really is a joke. After a moment of thought, Frey spoke slowly. How about this? Whoever loses the test has to do whatever the winner says. That's fair, right? Arya was shaking but still shouted back. We can't just take your word for it. He completely ignored that and cleared his throat. I'm asking Irina, or are you going to fight in her place? Irina couldn't hold back her rage and roared, I just need to fight you, right? Just wait and see. Frey chuckled, confirming it before their desperate gazes. So you're going to do it, right? If you win, I'll give you 1,000 gold coins. In return, if you lose, you'll be my slave. All right, make a death oath. Because you commoners break promises as easily as cracking an egg to fry. Hearing that harsh insult, she shouted angrily, What did you just say? Arya was dazed for a long time before shakingly saying, Please, don't do this, Irina, you, now. Irina didn't respond, just calmly reassuring her. It's okay. The aura around her suddenly turned violent. I just need to crush him into dust. Seeing the scene, his lips curled into a smirk of pure amusement. The two of them silently brought their tags together, and in the blink of an eye, they locked tightly, snapping two chains into existence. The chain lunged forward, as if to pierce the chest and seize Frey's heart. Irina, standing opposite him, faced the same fate. From this moment on, both were bound by a death pact. He casually retracted his card, a cruel smile playing on his lips. You know what happens if you break this vow, right? You'd better go pick out a nice, cozy coffin while you still can. Isolette's gaze behind him was practically glued to Frey. Even though he'd just gambled with his life, he remained unfazed. She was trembling with excitement. He truly was. A special person. Only then did he haughtily turn his head. Right. Almost forgot. From now on, don't you dare touch them. Isolette agreed without a second thought. We will leave everything for you to handle. Before walking away, Frey didn't forget to add, Keep your word. I don't like dealing with someone else's leftovers. Under the admiring gazes of the others, he felt a bit of disgust, thinking, Good. I've managed to get rid of those annoying pests and paired up with Irina at the same time. The only issue was having to lose to her while she was weakened from mana exhaustion. The status screen hovered before him. Irina Freylius. Status. Mana, exhaustion. Frey sighed internally, feeling annoyed. Losing on purpose wasn't as easy as it looked. Just then, a series of notifications popped up. Malice points, plus 500. Eliminated pests with a death pact. Total accumulated malice points have reached the threshold. Skill shop expanded. He cheered inwardly at the sight. Nice. The new shop items will be useful. Immediately after, the screen changed again. Level 2 skill shop. Mana transfer. 800 points. Allows mana to be transferred to others through physical contact. Prolonged use may cause mana exhaustion. Frey observed the info while calculating silently. If she didn't have enough mana, he could just give her some of his. Frey tapped the screen and exclaimed excitedly, Purchase complete. A line of text appeared on the screen. Skill shop. Mana transfer. 800 points. Allows mana to be transferred through physical contact. Prolonged use may cause mana exhaustion. Purchased. He clicked his tongue in satisfaction. With this, he wouldn't have any issues with the main quest. Should I buy anything else with the remaining points? Another item appeared on the screen. Vile Villain's Deception. 250 points. Makes your words more persuasive. I'll take it. Frey thought for a moment and made his decision. I'll probably have to lie a lot from now on, so might as well buy it. He tried it out as soon as he bought it. I am a woman. Frey's voice echoed throughout the academy. I am a woman. 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 He got bored after it didn't seem to work. No, that's a bit too much. But as soon as he finished, a voice rang out behind him. What did you just say? Phoebe's eyes widened in shock as she shouted, Is what you just said true? Frey was met with her deathly pale, panicked face. Before he could explain, Phoebe ran off. I can use this to threaten Frey. Left behind, Frey fell into despair. Should I go after her? He twitched his mouth, muttering to himself. Forget it. Better to just leave her be. He couldn't help but comfort himself. It's all nonsense anyway. It probably won't do me any harm. 3 days later, strange noises erupted from the school training grounds. Frey crouched in the bushes, eyes scanning warily. Irina gritted her teeth, panting in frustration. Damn it, I don't have enough magic power, so it's not very effective. Arya stood nearby, trying to persuade her. Irina, if you push yourself this hard, your body will. Before she could finish, she cut her off. It's fine. I have a feeling it'll work if I just try a little harder. If I can just land one hit, I'll have a chance to win. Hearing those words, he was moved to tears. The effort she was putting into beating him, it was truly touching. Meanwhile, Irina had successfully summoned a fireball. The sphere grew larger and larger. Frey stared, stunned by that power. He didn't expect her to summon a fireball with so little mana left. A grand mage indeed, but she doesn't need to push herself that far. I'll definitely transfer some mana to her using my skill. But she quickly collapsed from exhaustion. She hurriedly asked Han, Irina, are you okay? I knew it. This won't work. I'll help out too. I'm sure he's just going to use another artifact. You can't beat him by fighting fair, so I'll find a way to help you secretly. Hearing that, he clapped continuously in excitement. That's it. Well done, Arya. Unfortunately, Irina refused the offer. Sorry, but I don't want to lower myself to his level. I'll do my best on my own. Seeing that, Arya could only helplessly concede. Fine, you really are stubborn. Frey pouted in frustration, thinking, please, just ask her for help. Only then did he notice the pigeon on his head. Seeing the letter loosely tied to its leg, Frey grew suspicious. A letter. He opened it and read it out loud. Frey, I know your secret. What kind of terrible spelling is this? If you don't follow my orders, I will reveal your secret. Come to the chapel for me right now. Phoebe is confused. Frey couldn't help but click his tongue in disdain. This girl is such a pain. A while later, at the chapel, even though he complained, he obediently went to the meeting spot. Panting, Frey barked angrily. This door is so heavy. Before him, Phoebe stood in the center of the sanctuary. She was praying, then turned to ask, You came? You did a good job fooling me until now. Frey was speechless. What is she talking about? If she knew my secret, I'd already be coughing up blood and unconscious. Just as he was thinking that, Phoebe's cold voice rang out. But it ends here. I'm sure the rumor that you're a woman will shake the whole world. Seeing the maid uniform, he completely froze. Huh? What's with the maid outfit? She continued talking enthusiastically, not letting anyone interrupt. But I'm not a devil. If you wear this maid outfit and follow my orders for the rest of your life, I'll keep it a secret. I'm only doing this for you. Frey finally reacted, his face twisting in disbelief. He rubbed his head helplessly, clicked his tongue, and scolded. Do you really believe that nonsense? Phoebe, scolded, shouted stupidly. Isn't that your big secret? Frey, disgusted, didn't want to say another word. Do whatever you want. I am a man. She rushed over, grabbed his hand, and yelled, Liar! I won't let you run away. Frey yanked his arm away in annoyance when she grabbed him, letting out a sharp grunt. Clara, rattled by his reaction, tightened her grip in frustration. Then, she suddenly lunged forward, pressing her face against his chest and screaming, No way! Clara froze, realizing she hadn't touched what she expected. Her face stiffened, expressionless. She fumbled around a few times, muttering in disbelief. For a woman, it's just too flat. Frey, having regained his composure, flew into a rage. I'm a man, you idiot! But Claret's next words shattered everyone's common sense. Then, can I check? Down there? Frey roared in disbelief, shouting at her. Are you insane? That's a crime, she muttered, looking a bit dazed. But it's not a big deal for a woman to touch another woman, right? Finishing her sentence, Clara suddenly shrieked and covered her face, burning with embarrassment. Even so, she still tried to defend her actions, stammering. Some women have small chests too, don't they? Frey, driven to his wit's end, snapped, That's enough. This reality check sent Clara into a spiral of despair. It should be different, right? At this point, he had completely lost his patience. Whatever, I'm leaving, you pervert. But then, she suddenly spoke up. If everything were true, how great that would be. If it were, I wouldn't have to kill anyone. Frey stopped, suspicious. What did you just say? Before he could finish, Clara had him by the throat. She sobbed as she pinned Frey down onto the stone floor. Even through her tears, she wouldn't let go. Her grip tightened, making him tremble as he tried to pry her hands off. Clara was planning to find your weakness and execute you. But I wanted to find a way to save you. She kept muttering endlessly while Frey's face turned gray. If you had just quietly followed my orders, things would have been better. Now, there's no choice but to kill you. Before losing consciousness, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. What the hell? She's the one who misunderstood everything and now she's taking her anger out on me. Immediately after, Frey's head slumped and he fell unconscious. Claret sobbed incoherently. Now that I've done this, I'm a sinner too. I'll follow you right away. While he lay unconscious, the gemstone on his lapel suddenly glowed. Just as she was forcing her hand to finish herself off, I failed to convince you and ended up killing you. Let's repent and be together in the afterlife." In a flash, the system's warning sounded, activating immediately. Emergency protection skill. Protects the user from a fatal blow once. A second later, Frey sat bolt upright shouting, "Stop!" Clara screamed in a panic. "Frey, aren't you dead?" I don't know what's happening, but this time for sure, he didn't bother to answer, just coldly pressed the stone on his shirt. The audio recording played back. Clara was planning to find your weakness and execute you. This sudden turn of events caught her off guard. Frey was furious. He gritted his teeth and snarled, "Don't tell me you thought I'd show up unprepared after you threw that threat at me?" He marched toward her, burning with rage. He never expected the Saintess and the third princess to conspire to kill the Duke's son. Frey's lips curled into a cruel smile, his mouth twisted, and his voice dripped with menace. "If this rumor gets out, it'll be a disaster, won't it, Saintess?" A while later, a voice rang out in the cathedral. Clara, trembling in a maid's outfit, stuttered, Is this enough?" Frey sat on the chair with an arrogant look, chin tilted up. "Do it over," she protested indignantly. "But this is the 5th time already." Without a word, he replayed the recording. "Clara was planning to find your weakness and execute you. Claret was defeated instantly. I should have had your weakness by now, but because she rushed forward too quickly, she tripped." Claret stumbled and fell hard to the ground, looking miserable. She whispered softly, "I can't take this anymore," but was met only with Frey's cold indifference. "Oh, really? Then do you want to do something else? Like overnight service?" Claret refused without a second thought. "I'd rather the rumors get out than do that." As soon as she finished, she was slapped across the face. The system screen flashed. Trashmaster points, plus 500. He sighed after hitting her. Facing Claret's terrified gaze, Frey sat down calmly. "You're the one who wanted me to listen to you and not spread the rumors. If you don't want a taste of hell, shut your mouth and take my orders." She couldn't believe it and screamed, "Frey, you used to be so kind. Why have you become like this?" But she was cut off by his disgusted click of the tongue. "Seriously? Are you trying to manipulate me with tears now?" Claret choked back sobs, clenching her fists, and whispered, "Right before I got hurt. You even gave me a bottle of medicine, didn't you? What are you saying? You're the one who—" Just then, a voice echoed in Frey's head. "You're lying. You're just trying to use me, aren't you?" A sudden pain made him doubtful. What was that just now? She glared at him with resentment, questioning him repeatedly. "Is that so? Looks like I made an unnecessary observation. Either way, you're nothing but trash now. I'll keep cleaning up as you ordered." At that moment, the system screen popped up. Claret. Anger, disgust, annoyance, disappointment, sorrow, apprehension. He contemplated the situation, realizing any remaining affection she had for him was gone. This is for the best, considering what's going to happen in the next few months. The warning will punish anyone who still cares about me. This way, she would be safe for a while. The cold night descended upon the old castle. Kania noticed Frey's return and remarked, "You're late. Young master, have you been drinking?" He stumbled, laughing drunkenly. "I couldn't help it today." She couldn't help but scold him. "Lately you've been having nightmares, and now you're drinking?" Frey laughed, his voice softening to reassure her. "Don't worry, it was the same in my previous life. I'm used to it. Now, lie down. Let me channel some vitality into you." Kania hesitated but agreed. "Yes." Right then, he added, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, but I don't necessarily have to channel it through your stomach." Her face turned bright red, and she stuttered, "But, is there any reason to change it now?" Frey looked awkward, his eyes darting everywhere. "Well, that's true, but I've been struggling because I don't know where to look." Hearing this, Kania's face flushed even deeper. She answered with a trembling voice, "Now that I think about it, it is a good time to change it. I'll leave it to you." Finally, Kania lay face down, exposing her bare back, which made Frey blush and look away. Regardless, he reached out to channel his magic. "All right, I'm starting." Meanwhile, she could only bite her lip, too embarrassed to speak. Frey suddenly spoke up, interrupting the silence. Kania, who was lost in thought, jumped in surprise and quickly replied, "Yes?" He then spoke slowly, probing for answers. "You went into my subconscious, didn't you?" On top of the cabinet, the cat stood silently as if observing everything. Frey looked a bit stunned upon hearing her answer. "Yes, young master. At the moment you lost consciousness." But very quickly, he let out a soft laugh and muttered, "I see. No wonder you've been trying so hard to help me. More than necessary. You don't need to worry about that. Even in my past life, I did some terrible things." Hearing this, Kania felt a heavy weight in her chest. Even though he said that, it wasn't just this life, even in his previous life. He must have always been the one channeling his life force to me. Suddenly, a hand pulled a string, and the light flickered on. The sudden brightness instantly woke Frey up. Wait, where are you going? She turned her head back when she heard his voice. Even though she couldn't save him, his only response was a vague, incoherent murmur. You can't forgive me. Go on, just kill me. Kania, as if she didn't hear him, whispered softly, if only I could make your nightmares even a little less painful. Just then, her gaze rested on the cat. Kania picked it up and observed it closely. That's it. I just need to use the magic power I infused into this vessel. With that, she channeled her mana into the cat. Even if it's only this much, as long as it's not a human form, I might be able to enter. Meanwhile, Frey was falling into a dark void. Where exactly is this? Why am I in a place like this? Just then, Kania in her cat form approached. The sight immediately made his eyes widen in shock. The cat Frey sat down and stroked the little cat, muttering suspiciously. I feel like I've met you somewhere before me. Come with me. Let's go find your owner together. What is this fog? Now that there were people around, the atmosphere felt different than before. Right in front of him, Phocus asked anxiously, Are you hurt? Here, take this medicine. Frey couldn't believe it, wondering to himself, That's Phocus. Am I dreaming? At that moment, Phocus glared and questioned him. Who are you? Why are you giving me something like this? Frey didn't pay it much mind, sitting down and introducing himself in a friendly tone. I'm Frey on Starlight. If you see someone in trouble, it's only natural to help them, isn't it? She remained guarded, raising her voice to warn him. Are you lying? You're just planning to use me, right? Seeing this, he couldn't help but reflect. That's strange. We first met at the church, not in a place like this. Just then, little Frey tightened his grip on the medicine bottle. I can't blame you for doubting me. I'll leave them here. Whether you drink it or throw it away is entirely up to you. Phocus, though still wary, stammered out a question. Where are you going? He cheerfully pointed toward the church and said, You can go to the church over there, too. Even if you don't trust me, you can trust the people inside, right? Seeing Frey run off, she called out, Wait, I feel like he's really not a bad person. What on earth is he thinking? Acting so kindly, looking at Frey's fading silhouette, he couldn't help but whisper, Once the fog clears, she'll turn to stone. This doesn't feel like a normal dream. He began to remember that day. Phocus might say the weirdest things, but she wasn't the type to lie. The scene he saw before was too clear to be called a dream. Perhaps it had actually happened in reality, which meant someone had manipulated his memories. A thought flashed through his mind, leaving Frey stunned. Hearing her speak had triggered a part of his memory. Dark bones suddenly spread out, wrapping around his entire body. Frey stepped back, on guard, unable to stop himself from cursing. Damn it, what is it this time? It looked different from the white fog from earlier. He had a bad feeling about this. It felt as if it was about to show him something even more horrifying. In a flash, Frey fell into the void. This isn't good. He slowly drifted into a state of semi-consciousness. If I go in this direction, Frey. A moment later, Frey's eyes snapped open. How long do you intend to sleep? A gloomy voice echoed in his ears. Wake up already. You're finally awake, aren't you? Phocus, in a demonic form, laughed cruelly. You're the criminal who pushed me into this situation. Amidst the blood splattered on his face, he thought in a panic. Of all things, why are you showing me this memory? While Frey was lost in his thoughts, a blood-soaked hand suddenly appeared. Without him noticing, Clara, in a ghoulish form, was standing right behind him. Is it fun? I mean, the act of killing people. Amidst the terrifying screams, Frey's hand unexpectedly touched a pool of cold blood. He turned pale and muttered to himself, Where did all this blood come from? Just then, her grim voice rang out again. Young master, Kania and Serena have appeared too. Please, they muttered crazily. We killed them, just as you wanted. Are you satisfied now? Before being dragged away, Frey could only let out a desperate scream. Is anyone there? Get me out of here, please. In the silent void, only his voice remained, slowly fading away. Is anyone there? Outside, Kania was still trying to wake Frey up. No, his subconscious is spiraling out of control. At this rate, the young master will become a living corpse. I came here to help him. I have to do something. But in the body of a cat, there isn't much I can do. At that moment, he had fallen into the abyss. Dark mana from unknown origins covered Frey's body. And then, he felt as if he were being swept into an endless, boundless sea. Under the harsh sunlight, Frey squinted, and the next second, he opened his eyes wide. Where is this? Frey mumbled dully. It's different from before. It's so soft. Just then, another voice echoed. Thankfully, I'm just in time. A sense of curiosity welled up in his heart. That voice Floria manifested amidst the brilliant light and spoke slowly. It's fortunate that I left a little of my power in your subconscious as a precaution. Frey exclaimed in total shock. Mother? She gently lowered herself and whispered to him. You won't be tormented by nightmares for a while. This is the last gift I have for you. Frey, the path you've chosen is a thorny one. Things might not go the way you hope. In times like those, remember what is truly important. From the corner of Frey's eye, a tear fell silently. Remember the thing you truly want to protect. Kania had just woken up and cried out in panic. Young master, are you okay? In the dream. Hearing that, he guessed it immediately. So that cat was you. Thank you. It helped me feel a little better. She shyly refused. It was nothing. I'm sorry I'm so useless. But Frey suddenly shivered and whispered, I met my mother in the dream. Kania asked back, full of doubt. The late Duchess? He replied in a hoarse voice. Yes. She said that whenever I'm stuck, I just need to remember what it is that I want to protect. But honestly, I'm worried. If my memories are being manipulated, what can I even trust? Even the prophecy book I've been relying on might be fake. She quietly embraced Frey, her voice soft and comforting. If that's the case, just trust me. You've worked harder than anyone else. Young master, even if your memories were tampered with and all your efforts were in vain, at the very least, I will never forget how magnificently you've lived. Those words instantly snapped him out of it. That's right. I knew from the beginning this would be a difficult path. Even so, I kept walking, determined to protect the people I love. A firm resolve gradually formed in his mind. This isn't the time to crumble. Even if I fail, my efforts won't disappear. A few days later, Isolette's booming voice echoed across the training ground. We will now begin the midterm exams. Please step forward in order. Frey felt his passion flare up intensely. I'm glad nothing happened afterward. Thanks to that, I'm ready to fight Irina. Before him, a stream of information about Tier 3 mana transmission appeared, which allows mana to be transferred to another person through physical contact. Using it continuously can lead to mana exhaustion. Frey couldn't help but calculate silently. I've transferred as much mana as I could and leveled it up. I've practiced this with Kania so many times, so it's bound to work. Very quickly, Clara and Phocus were called up. Clara, Phocus, are you ready? Let me tell you, there's no backing out this time. She calmly assured her, her voice steady. Don't worry, I have no intention of backing out. At that moment, she suddenly raised her hand to summon a light orb. Mana poured into the orb like a waterfall. Seeing that, he couldn't help but feel uneasy and speculate. What's that? It looks like she's planning something. But there's no way that can hit me from there. Clara focused intensely, gathering light mana. Foe, on the other side, was also in a battle stance. In the blink of an eye, the two mana currents collided violently. Seeing the mana blast heading straight for him, he immediately dodged, cursing under his breath. Damn it, is the plan to deflect the attack this way? But unfortunately, the light orb seemed to have eyes and flew straight toward Frey. Just before the orb could strike, Isolette quickly blocked it in front of him. She spoke softly, but every word was as cold as a blade. I trust this was just an accident. If it was intentional, both of you will be disqualified. Hearing that, she hurried to urge him on. With no other choice, he said, let's finish this quickly. She agreed without a second thought. As soon as Frey spoke, he swung his fist, grazing Clara. She let out a cry of surprise. Immediately after, Clara unleashed a series of punches toward her. Frey was quickly defeated. Seeing that, Isolette announced in a low, slow voice, Stop. All right. Clara wins. Next, Irina and Frey. Step forward. Kania voiced her encouragement cautiously. Young master, don't push yourself too hard. Frey replied with perfect composure. It's fine. We've already studied how to lose appropriately, haven't we? With that, he calmly stepped onto the stage. She stood between the two and asked, Are you both ready? Irina smugly provoked him. Prepare to crawl on the ground, you scum. Far from being angered, Frey just laughed. Pretty confident, aren't you? He gripped his sword tightly, threatening, You won't be acting big for long. Inside, he began to hype himself up. All right, now let's act. The two stood facing each other, their mana swirling and exploding as if to tear the space apart. Isolette spoke coldly. All right, are you ready? Then, on my signal, begin. Frey lunged forward with his sword. Suddenly, a scorching fire erupted from Irina's palms. Looking at the raging sea of fire before him, he wondered in astonishment. No way! 7 fireballs at once? She struggled to stand in the midst of the roaring flames. As time passed, Irina reached her limit. In the moment Frey closed the distance, she suddenly doubled over, coughing violently. He summoned his mana while calculating the situation. This is what happens when she pushes herself too far. I have to stick to the plan. Without hesitation, Frey swung his fist. Irina couldn't react in time and was knocked to the floor. Watching her pained, crumpled expression, he silently estimated, "One hit is enough." Yet, Frey couldn't stop making provoking remarks. As expected, "You're well suited to crawling around like a bug." Internally, he added, "I'll share some mana with you." Despite saying that, he kept a firm grip on Irina. In a fit of rage, she let out a roar. "Damn it." Suddenly, a fireball appeared right behind Frey. Ignoring the heat rising behind him, he felt a surge of excitement. "All right, well done." While Frey was distracted, the fireball slammed into his back. Frey writhed on the ground, screaming in pain. "It hurts, you damn woman." Irina immediately jumped up, her voice trembling as she called out his name, "Frey." She suddenly raised her voice, while continuing to gather a larger orb of mana. "Die!" Seeing the destructive orb in front of him, he thought, speechless. "I thought one hit would be enough." At this moment, Irina was still in a frenzy, condensing mana. Her face was flushed red, and the flames were erupting violently. Just a second later, Irina suddenly lost all her strength and wobbled, unable to stand. Then, she collapsed onto the ground. Isolet's icy reminder rang out. If you cannot sit up within 10 seconds, Frey wins. 10, 9, 8. Watching Irina, who was so exhausted she couldn't even open her eyes, Frey cursed internally. "Damn it. Just one small hit was enough. Why did you drain all your mana?" The countdown continued steadily. 7. His heart began to race. What do I do? Even if her mana recovers, she won't be able to sit up immediately. Just as she counted to 6, a thought flashed through his mind. "Frey, wait. That's it. I can talk nonsense to stall for time." In that brief moment, he made a decision. "Let's do it." Right then, a glowing magic circle appeared beneath both of their feet. Frey was so shocked he jumped to his feet. "This is teleportation magic. Damn it. What is it this time?" Everyone on the stage was stunned by the sight. Isolet quickly ordered the students. "Everyone, move back. I couldn't detect the magic until it was activated. There might be other traps. Don't leave your positions." Arya, standing in the back, was also incredibly confused. "Why is she flustered?" she muttered. "Isn't this a recovery scroll?" At the same time, in the dark forest, a magic portal suddenly appeared. Frey and Irina were immediately teleported there. He clicked his tongue in frustration. "I thought it would work." Frey looked at Irina and silently weighed the situation. Irina went crazy, my plan failed, and above all, there was an incident. Misfortunes never come singly. Even so, he stepped forward to check on her. Luckily, there were no injuries. She had just fainted. More importantly, isn't this the Grey Forest, the home of most monsters on the continent? Struggling with frustration, Frey let out a faint laugh and wondered to himself, with a hero who can't use magic and another one who's severely injured, are we actually going to make it out alive? Deep down, he couldn't help but add that he could probably guess whose fault this was. It was most likely Arya. He had seen her holding a magic scroll, but the idea of her using a teleportation scroll for support was hard to believe. There must have been some kind of mix-up or something. In the end, he gave up. He'd figure out the situation later. First, they needed to find a way out of here. How was he supposed to get her out of this monster-infested den? Calmly, Frey summoned the system inventory. Immediately, a system screen appeared, displaying the deceptive mask, an item capable of concealing the user's true identity. It hid his identity from everyone within a certain range until he took it off, offering perfect voice and appearance mimicry. Reading the description, he muttered in admiration. "This actually seems pretty useful. Thanks to the system's adjustment, no one would recognize him even if they were standing right next to him." A moment later, Irina slowly began to stir at his call. "Hey, please wake up. Can you hear me?" Frey urged, feeling anxious. "Hurry. We need to get out of here. This place is dangerous. We have to escape as fast as possible." As soon as she looked around, she cried out in panic. "Where am I?" He pretended to explain. "You were kidnapped by Frey through a teleportation scroll. It's okay now, hurry up." But Irina felt more and more confused. "Wait a second, I don't understand anything. And who are you, anyway?" Frey sighed and muttered, "I guess I should introduce myself. I used to be an intelligence officer for the Starlight family, but I fell ill and was discarded in this forest." She repeated, "Discarded?" with a hint of suspicion. He feigned resentment and recounted, "When I asked Frey for retirement, I was secretly brought here. They told me if I ever left, I'd be killed." Irina let out a cold, mocking laugh. Doing that is no different than telling you to go die, is it? Seeing this, Frey quickly started boasting. That's why he thought I was a ghost earlier and ran away. He thought I'd abandoned my strength a long time ago. He even dropped this sword. There's a relatively safe spot over there. Let's move. Before Frey could pull her along, she looked over and stopped him. Wait. Irina looked down, deep in thought. The story made sense, but something felt off. It was strange how insistent he was. It was unusual for an acquaintance of Frey to be helping her. To be safe, she decided to refuse. Thinking this, she spoke up. Thank you, but I'll go on my own. I might look like this, but I'm quite capable. However, as soon as he heard that, he panicked. No, don't take that risk. Irina didn't pay any mind, and instead tried to gauge her remaining magic. I have about 10% of my mana left, but that should be enough, as long as a mid-tier monster or higher doesn't show up. Just then, a giant bear suddenly lunged out. A giant bear? A series of questions raced through her mind. Why is a creature like that here? That's a high-tier monster that only appears at the border. The giant bear roared ferociously, its massive claws swinging down right in front of Irina. At that exact moment, Frey stepped in and swung his sword. He quickly took down the giant bear. She stood there, frozen in shock at the sight. After finishing the beast off, Frey turned back to explain, "That's why I didn't want you going alone." Just then, Irina shouted, "Look, behind you." As he turned his head, he saw a group of golems charging toward them. Frey felt a bit annoyed and clicked his tongue. Then, before her astonished eyes, he shouted, "Run!" With that, both of them immediately bolted. Through the dark forest, the two of them sprinted forward. Not long after, they stopped to catch their breath, panting heavily. Gasping for air, she struggled to ask, "Why is a high-tier monster here?" Frey coughed a few times before answering, "Because this is where all sorts of monsters live." Seeing the blood, Irina panicked and cried out, "Are you okay?" He answered calmly, as if he didn't care. "It's my chronic illness. I pushed myself a bit too hard." She hesitated before offering, "Your mask is soaked in blood, and you seem to be having trouble breathing. Why don't you take it off?" Frey immediately brushed Irina's hand away. Breathing heavily and weakly, he explained, "Sorry, I don't want others to see my mangled face." She replied shyly, "I see." Then Irina suggested, "Then wait a moment, I'll go find some fruit or something. I don't know if you'll believe me, but I'm really good at finding things in places like this." Frey immediately cautioned, "Then don't go too far." She suddenly called out, "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Irina." He waved his hand dismissively and replied, "I'm Irina." Irina asked happily, "Irina? Thank you for saving me twice." Frey hurriedly brushed it off. No. How could I just leave someone in that situation?" As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to leave. "I'll bring back the fruit quickly. You stay right there, okay?" He watched Irina's determined back as she walked away and sighed softly. A second later, Frey slumped down and muttered, "I never imagined I'd feel grateful to a monster." He had been worried because his rushed cover story wasn't very good, but thanks to saving her, her suspicions had lessened. He was only halfway through his thought when he remembered something important. Now that I think about it, what about Irina's mission? The system screen immediately popped up. Defeat Irina Frelius in the midterm exam. This is a quest that doesn't affect the main route, so there will be no penalties even if the event is skipped. As it was currently awaiting a judgment of victory or defeat, Frey asked, feeling a bit suspicious. The Academy is currently reserving its decision. He pondered for a long time before letting out a long sigh. With a student disappearing in the middle of the exam, it wasn't surprising. Frey finished speaking and stared blankly at the moonlight. "There's no penalty, so I should just focus on getting out of here. This forest is crawling with danger." Feeling a hungry gaze, he slowly took a heavy breath. One wrong step could lead to death. After 3 days in the gray forest, Irina said he would lead her to the edge of the woods. She felt terrible, but since she couldn't use magic, she had to rely on him. She had to forage for food, avoid monsters, and keep moving. There were no major issues, and they safely reached the exit area. As Irina dropped the food, she lamented, "Arya must be worried sick by now. When I see her, I have to apologize." At that moment, Frey returned, carrying a wild boar on his shoulders. "I'm back, Irina." Her eyes widened in surprise. "In that condition? You caught a wild boar?" He showed a look of understanding and reassured her. "Don't worry. I don't know why, but there are fewer monsters in this area." Irina hesitated for a long time before cautiously speaking up. "But Irina, do you really have to stay here?" As Frey processed the boar, he replied, "Are we talking about this again?" She kept trying to persuade him, "You can't stay here forever," but was met only with Frey's cold, indifferent voice. My response remained unchanged. As he spoke, he didn't forget to remind me that I wouldn't live long anyway, and I didn't have the confidence to escape Frey after leaving this place. Hearing this, Irina grew agitated and promised, "I'll find a way." Frey slumped down and slowly continued, "I don't want to be a burden to you. Frey will surely find a way to take revenge on you. In this situation, you can't look after me. Besides, once you're used to it, living here isn't all that bad." She shrugged, lamenting, "You really are a stubborn one, aren't you? It's been 3 days and you haven't budged at all. I give up." He hurriedly changed the subject. "All right then, just eat some fruit while you wait for the main course to be prepared. I'll agree to that much." Irina pondered, watching Frey intently. Leaving behind the person who saved her life felt wrong, but there must have been a reason for him to act that way. Just then, his voice sounded with surprise. "Is that a cold liang fruit?" She raised an eyebrow in suspicion upon hearing him. "Cold liang?" Frey explained nonchalantly. "Yeah, I used to eat them all the time when I was a kid. They're delicious." The doubt in Irina's heart deepened. When he was a kid? She began to deepen thought. That fruit has another name, but I didn't know it back then, and named it myself. It was only much later that I learned its real name, but only he and I knew that name, right? Right at that moment, the ground beneath them suddenly shook. Irina, though startled, stammered, "What's that? An earthquake?" In contrast, he just calmly observed, "It seems the worst-case scenario has happened. This place is where the Demon King's army disposes of the corpses of all sorts of powerful monsters. It serves as both a habitat and a dumping ground. Modified monsters and failed chimera experiments, all kinds of creatures live here. Speaking of which," Frey declared confidently, "naturally, I can take down most of them." But as he looked at the giant golem, his voice dropped. "The only thing I can't beat, even with a group of high-level monsters, is the dark golem." Frey gripped his sword tight and offered a warning. "I can't fight it while protecting someone else." With every word he uttered, the magic power around him surged intensely. "I'll stall for time. You need to find a way to escape." A powerful, murderous aura radiated from deep within the forest. Frey gripped his sword tightly, on high alert. "Am I being a bit too reckless? Can I actually pull this off?" At that moment, a ding sound rang out, and a system window popped up with a special note. "Not yet awakened. Energy absorption level, 21%. He couldn't help but assess the situation. It appears as the final boss in the second half of the plot. The system screen displayed more information. Dark Golem. Special note. Not yet awakened. Frey began to estimate. It absorbs the power of defeated enemies, and is later recruited by the Demon King's army. It hasn't absorbed much power yet, but its combat strength is already on par with an entire army. I can't use star magic because it will reveal my identity." Just then, the golem's eyes flashed with light. Target identification complete. It immediately locked onto the target. Target elimination initiated. Seeing the beam of light shooting toward them, he pulled Irina into his arms and dodged just in time. "Watch out!" The spot where they had been standing was instantly pulverized by the energy blast. Frey's urgent voice rang out. "There's no time, you have to run." She frowned and firmly refused. "But I can't leave you behind," the golem coldly announced. Attack failed. Retrying. He gently urged her, "I don't have much time left anyway, so I want to use it well for your sake. Only you can avenge me against Frey." Finally, Irina relented and spoke her mind. He seems to have misunderstood something. Compared to that scumbag, her silence made Frey momentarily suspicious. In the end, she didn't reveal it. "It's nothing. I was just talking to myself. Thank you, Lion. Even if I die, I will never forget what you've done for me." Before leaving, Irina shouted, "Don't worry, I will definitely kill that bastard." He pursed his lips, silently lamenting that his acting skills were improving more and more. "All right, Irina has escaped. Time to get serious." The golem had realized her absence. "Emergency! Emergency! Target B has disappeared." Resuming pursuit, Frey lowered his center of gravity, his feet silently gathering power. He shouted a challenge, "I am your opponent." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Frey leaped into the air, swinging his sword, slicing through the wind as he rushed at the golem. That slash directly severed its leg, causing its massive body to crash down. A piercing, grating sound echoed repeatedly. Balance system error. Searching for countermeasures. His eyes shifted slightly, silently assessing. "For now, I've immobilized it. I just need to destroy the core." A system warning continued to ring in his ears. Countermeasure B1. Deploying magic missiles. Watching dozens of missiles hurtling toward him, Frey was dumbfounded. "Are you kidding me? Do you have any idea what moderation is?" The sword in his hand suddenly erupted with magic power. Frey flicked his wrist, and dozens of sword auras swept across the air. Behind a cloud of thick smoke, the silhouette of the golem emerged. His breathing became ragged, a flash of doubt in his eyes. It keeps firing without stopping. If this drags on, it'll be dangerous. I have to destroy its core quickly. Just then, its system chimed again. Data update. Identifying target as level 1 threat. Switching to F-14Z. Executing self-destruct command. Frey saw it and cursed in terror. Oh, for heaven's sake. He rushed forward. If it self-destructs, not only I, but Irina will be in danger. I have to find a way to stop it. Frey didn't hesitate and jumped up immediately. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt and drove it decisively into the core in its chest. The sword plunged into the core, and the light inside immediately vibrated violently. Frey gritted his teeth and roared, forcefully driving the sword deeper. A massive pillar of magic surged straight into the sky, causing violent tremors. Then, a powerful shockwave and an explosion erupted. The light in the energy core all but extinguished, leaving only a flicker of magic. Seeing that everything was over, he exhaled a breath, but immediately after, Frey collapsed and coughed violently. His mask shattered as a result. He frowned, enduring the pain, his lips trembling. Damn Golem, because of you, it's completely broken now. Just then, Frey noticed the sound of crows overhead, scout crows. He assessed the situation with suspicion. Come to think of it, with all that noise at the forest entrance, it's no wonder the villagers came to check it out. Frey weakly propped himself up, gasping for air and thinking anxiously. If they find me here, Irina will discover my identity. I must avoid that at all costs. What's this? My body. At that very moment, his entire body went limp, and he collapsed to the side. Amid the cold moonlight, a trail of black magic appeared eerily. Kania hurriedly caught Frey's failing body. He weakly opened his eyes and called out to her softly. She gave a gentle, reassuring smile. It's all right now, young master. Leave the rest to me. Frey immediately felt at ease and collapsed against Kania. She spoke up in a hurry. There's a carriage waiting nearby. I'll take you back to the dorms without anyone noticing. Before completely losing consciousness, he muttered a request for her support. Surrounded by the silent darkness of the academy, only Frey's pained groans could be heard. Kania rushed forward the moment she heard them. Young master, you're awake. I was so worried. You've been unconscious for 2 whole days. He weakly rubbed his head to soothe himself. I'm fine, just a little tired. First, give me an update on the current situation. She reported everything immediately. Yes, the investigation bureau looked into why you were transported to the forest. It turns out it was because of a spell scroll that Arya used to support Irina. Frey immediately exclaimed, full of doubt. She used a spell scroll to help Irina? Kania confirmed it with hesitation. Yes, but it was supposed to be a recovery scroll, yet the 2 of them were transported instead. The more he heard, the more confused he became, so it was just an accident? She recounted what happened with complete seriousness. The investigators also believe it is highly likely that it was just an accident. If Arya's testimony is verified, it will be treated as such. Frey's eyes flickered, his brow furrowing tightly. Can such a coincidence really happen? We can't rule out the possibility that the shop sold a counterfeit scroll. Thinking this, he immediately gave his orders. For now, investigate the origin of that scroll. Kania agreed, without a second thought. Yes, someone is already looking into it. Frey suddenly remembered something and immediately asked about Irina. And what about Irina? She quickly replied. She was discovered in a nearby village and has already returned to the academy. He finally let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Everything was done just to get her out safely. Right. What about the results of the duel with her? Kania calmly reported. The result came in yesterday. You won. Frey clenched his fist slightly and muttered. So that's how it turned out. If I had lost, things would have been easier. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly paused and silently negated his own thought. No, I should be glad there was no penalty. Just then, a screen appeared. The main quest system screen appeared. Quest 1. Duel Irina Freilius in the midterm exams and win. Reward. 100 years of lifespan. This is a side quest that does not affect the main route, so there will be no penalty even if the event is skipped. It is a difficult mission, but not impossible. Frey's mood dampened. There was still time. Once he recovered, he could find a solution. Even though his heart was in turmoil, he softly thanked her. I've got the situation covered. I'll rest for a bit. In response came a soft, stammering sound. Actually, young master, there is one more thing I need to tell you. Her hands were clenched tightly out of nervousness. A quiet voice escaped her lips. The reason I was able to find your location so quickly was thanks to the Duke. Frey was stunned upon hearing this and blurted out, My father? Isn't he traveling with Arya? Kania shrank back slightly to explain. When he heard about the incident, he immediately went to the magic tower to find out where the spell scroll led. He got the answer without any issues, but he suddenly collapsed on the way back due to stress. He is still in a coma. His expression immediately darkened. Kania, please, can you let me lean on you for a while? A faint look of sorrow crossed her face. Kania slowly closed her eyes, as if she had made up her mind. Then, she gently embraced Frey. Of course. A few days later, over the weekend, Kania frowned and whispered a piece of advice. You should wait until you've fully recovered before heading back. He dismissed it bluntly without hesitation. No. I can't just lie still while my father is still in a coma. I won't be out for long either. I still have to prepare for the main quest. She replied with a touch of helplessness. As you wish. Also, Irina is waiting for you outside the room. Despite his surprise, Frey told her to let her in. Kania bowed her head in response. Yes. As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped forward to open the door. He tilted his chin up and asked arrogantly, You were saved by Lion, weren't you? The sarcasm that followed immediately made Irina tremble. You loser! The next second, she suddenly knelt down. I lost the duel, so I will obey you absolutely, as promised. So, please, set Arya free. This action immediately made Frey hesitate. I thought she came for revenge because of the incident in the forest, but she came to negotiate directly with me, the person involved. Thinking this, he immediately turned to give an order. Kania, prepare the carriage. A decisive bow from Kania was the response. Yes. A contemptuous smile suddenly appeared at the corners of Frey's lips. Why should I do that? Are you my slave? Irina repeated, looking somewhat pitiful. I will do whatever you say, he replied with great interest. All right, then should we finish what we started in the forest? She spoke softly, letting the tears stream down her face. Yes, as you wish. Once she said that, the atmosphere in the room became stiflingly quiet. A sharp, irritated click of the tongue escaped Frey's lips. He left with a cold face, muttering unpleasantly, I'm not interested in someone so obedient. A notification rang in his ears. 300 points for a meaningless threat. Suddenly, Frey spun around and shouted, Clean yourself up first. I will decide what to do with your friend based on your actions. Irina started, quickly replying, I understand. The door slammed shut, leaving her standing in the middle of the room. Irina's slender shadow stretched out, lonely on the floor. As soon as they stepped outside, Kania immediately asked, What did she come here for? He didn't answer right away, only saying, Let's go first, we'll talk on the way. She was a little confused but agreed. Yes. Confirming that they were both seated securely, the coachman set the carriage in motion. Only then did Frey slowly explain, She asked me to set Arya free. It's very annoying, but I will let her go after we return. There are so many ways to ask, plead, or bribe. He then turned to ask her, By the way, Kania, how is your condition? You used dark magic in the forest, didn't you? Kania quickly gave a firm confirmation. I'm fine. It wasn't a powerful spell, so it didn't affect my vitality. Frey hesitated for a moment before speaking. Kania, you are my only source of support now. I can only smile in this rotten world because of you. But I realized something from this incident. From now on, I want to truly rely on your strength. She blushed slightly, glanced over, and asked cautiously, That's a matter of course. My life belongs to you. Young master, he hurried to explain. Not like that. If you risk your life to help me, it's meaningless. If I lose consciousness again or get transported far away, I need you to take action. So, please, take care of yourself. Kania analyzed it with a hint of sadness. In other words, there's no way for me to directly support you at all. But Frey immediately dismissed it. No, it's there. He summoned a potion and told her that this item, along with her younger sister, would certainly be a great help. At the Starlight estate, Abraham von Starlight was lying on the bed. As soon as Frey saw him, he choked up and called out, Father, when everything is over, I will definitely return. Saying that, he left without looking back. Behind Frey, the door closed, with a heavy thud. Kania asked in a low voice, her eyes hesitant, Young master, will it really be okay to leave it like this? His voice sounded dry and cold. There was no point in lingering any longer. Right now, people see me as a foolish, ungrateful son. Staying here too long will only draw unnecessary attention, but it's fine. His life isn't in any real danger. As long as I do my job well, everything will return to normal. As soon as Frey finished speaking, he gave an order. Now, let's go to your sister's room, she immediately replied. Understood, he asked as they walked. What is she doing right now? Kania stopped in front of the door and whispered, I used magic to put her to sleep. After all, we can't have her making a scene when she sees you. Young Master Frey placed his hand on the doorknob and continued flatly. Got it. Can you wait in my room? I'll finish this quickly. He quietly turned the knob and opened the door. Frey looked at Kania sleeping peacefully and let out a soft exclamation. She is exactly like Kania, but their innate abilities are complete opposites. The hidden potential elixir, worth 1,500 points, could awaken the hidden potential of whoever consumed it. In his mind, he unconsciously weighed them against each other. Unlike Kania, who consumed her own life force to use black magic, Kania possessed a power specialized in stabilizing and controlling black magic. Furthermore, she could even manipulate the black magic of others. Just that alone would be a huge help to Kania. Frey carefully fed her the potion while deep in thought. Since she is still young, only a part of her ability has awakened. This elixir can stir up the potential hidden within her. Seeing there was only one drop left in the vial, he let out a sigh of relief. All right. The corners of Frey's mouth relaxed into a faint, relieved smile. He smiled happily and silently remembered that, according to the prophecy book, results should be visible in about half a day. Just then, a sudden scream rang out. What are you trying to do to Kania? An intense burst of magical power immediately wrapped around Frey. A cry of pain escaped him as he was blindsided by the attack. Arya asked angrily. Frey, what? What did you just give Kania to drink? Was it an aphrodisiac? Wasn't it? Frey clicked his tongue, annoyed, and growled. Before he could explain, the girl immediately screamed at him. Who gave you permission to call my name? You are disgusting. The person who had arrived was Arya von Starlight, Frey's younger sister. Arya was filled with rage, letting all her emotions pour out. It's all your fault that father fell ill. Yet, all you can think about are such depraved things? Frey's face darkened, but he still silently lamented. This feels terrible. It's been so long since I've seen my sister, but forget about greeting her. Beyond insulting her, I have no other choice. The next second, he immediately shoved her arm aside. Frey coldly delivered cruel words. Don't you dare blame me. The old man fainted on his own. Besides, what's wrong with touching what I own? Arya couldn't hold back anymore and shrieked, Kania is not an object, you piece of trash. Hearing that, he laughed sarcastically. Since father has fainted, I am the head of the Starlight household. Whether it's the house, that girl, or even you, it's all up to me to do as I please. If you've heard me clearly, then get lost. My fun is only just beginning. The girl hurriedly rushed forward, choking as she pleaded, Please, stop it. Arya burst into tears, her sobs mixed with weak pleas. Please, brother, I beg you, go back to being the kind person you were. Frey coldly clicked his tongue and waved his hand, pushing her away. You're ruining the mood. I'll let you off for today. Watching you cry is such an eyesore. From now on, you'd better make sure I don't see your face. The moment the door closed, the system immediately displayed a notification. Evil alignment points plus 300. No mercy, even toward family. Arya sat slumped on the floor, sobbing and muttering, Brother. What on earth happened? The brother I love was always kind to everyone. He sat dejectedly behind the door, listening to her desperate cries. Why did you become like this? Frey muttered silently and unconsciously. I've only just gotten used to this persona. But doing this to family has such a negative impact. No sooner had he said that than he fell into a silence, denying it. No, I should let go of all my own emotions. Anyone who still cares about me will just face the consequences in the next event. At that moment, Kania's voice called out from outside the door. Young master, it's Kania. Frey immediately replied. Come in. He slowly sat up, skeptical. Is there a problem? She calmly recounted. Not at all. With just a simple process, the effects have become very clear. Until now, my black mana was always overflowing, but thanks to the treatment, I've been able to draw out exactly the amount I need. Now, complex tasks like creating clones can be easily performed. Frey looked at his clone and praised it. Good. This will make hiding my identity in the future much easier. Saying that, he gave an instruction. When we return, infiltrate the subconscious of the commoners in the dormitory and strengthen the protection around them. Kania answered without a second thought. Understood. Then, she couldn't help but add, with this, we can focus on completing the main mission. Irina has sworn to obey me, and I have obtained the weaknesses of the other two. Unless some special event occurs, we will be able to complete the mission without any problems. Frey, having heard this, fell into deep thought. Mentioning the special event, he wondered, I just remembered. Serena hasn't returned from her travels yet, has she? During that time, somewhere in the west of the continent, Haru asked curiously, Lady Serena, what is that? Serena looked quietly at the letter in her hand, a smile flashing across the corners of her lips. Guess. But she still peeked, her eyes showing a hint of suspicion. They looked like the same patterns we saw before. Someone suddenly announced that they were heading to the ruins of the hero from 1,000 years ago. She still smiled gently and explained, "Because we don't have enough time, we must take a shortcut." On the page were lines of hastily written text. "Becoming a hero made me miserable, but I am certain my descendants will face an even more arduous destiny. By the way, this world has no chicken. It is truly heartbreaking." Chicken, in her mind, Serena couldn't help but wonder. "Frey, are you working on the first main mission now?" Out loud, she whispered with amusement. "I'm looking forward to it. If I return with memories of everything, I wonder what face you'll be putting on at the Duke's mansion." Frey stepped into the carriage at his leisure. Arya watched him from upstairs, her eyes filled with a trace of reluctance, but she quickly turned away, resolute. Kania closed the carriage door. "Let's get going then," she asked Han with genuine concern. "Young master, are you sure you don't want to see Lady Arya one last time?" Frey had tried his best to make up his mind. "It's fine. Doing that would only make things harder." Kania showed a look of sympathy. The carriage began to roll forward. "By the way, can you tell me anything more about the first quest?" she suggested seriously. "I want to know more so I can see if I can help." Frey felt that was reasonable. "You're right. If I tell you, you can act, in case I'm unable to intervene." He began to explain that the first main quest was to capture the culprit behind the attack on the civilian dormitory. Frey explained in detail. "If I lose to Irina, I'll be framed as the culprit, so there won't be any penalties applied. Even if the event is skipped, I can easily complete it by committing the crime myself and then turning myself in." The system clearly recorded main quest number 1. Duel Irina Freylot during the midterm exams and win. Reward. Lifespan charge. This quest does not affect the route's progression. He opened his screen to check. "As long as I catch the culprit, everything will go smoothly. Even if I get caught, I can just use a bribe to get released." It stated, "Become the mastermind, avoid direct confrontation, and orchestrate other villains. Win against Irina, and claim the reward." The difficulty is high since the parties involved in the attack haven't been identified. Frey felt it was a shame. "But since that plan failed, I no longer know who the real culprit is." Kania proposed an idea. "Even so, wouldn't it be better if you set it up yourself, young master?" It didn't sound bad, but he knew for sure. "If I do that, there's a possibility that another culprit might appear." She caught on very quickly. "That's such a troublesome system," Frey replied calmly. "It really is. For now, let's see if there are any demons lurking around the civilian dormitory." Kania couldn't help but be surprised. "Aren't demons supposed to be nobles?" He only guessed. "That's possible. But this is a golden opportunity for demons to invade the Empire. The situation is extremely unstable. Currently, the Empire has completely collapsed. We are in a state where civilian dissatisfaction with aristocratic oppression could explode at any moment. If nobles attack the civilian dormitory in such a climate, riots will surely break out across the Empire." She understood. "So our intention is to exploit the chaos to seize the Empire." Frey smiled, confirming, "Yes. The prophecy says that if I fail, the Demon King will make a move." Kania immediately set the goal. "I see. Then first, we must find a way to find the demons disguised as humans." He had already prepared for that. "No need to worry about that. I just need to buy that item." Frey calmly concluded that this problem could be solved easily. A while later, in a dark alley in the Empire, he finished his preparations very quickly. "With this, we're all set." Kania was a bit skeptical. "A demon detector. Does it really work? Besides, it's not exactly convenient to carry around." He firmly asserted that it would work on everything except the Demon King and high-level demons. Frey had perfectly covered the flaw. "But since I can see high-level demons through the system window, that won't be a problem." She let out a sigh of relief. "So, it will come in handy at times," he commented. "Usually, it's the source of trouble. But in times like this, it's very useful." Frey asked about the progress. "By the way, have you started investigating Zanera yet?" Kania replied immediately. "Yes. I've been asking around in the alleys. I also plan to deploy shadows. But honestly, I don't have much confidence if she truly wants to hide." He laughed helplessly. "You're right. With our current abilities, we won't be able to find her." She enthusiastically agreed. "Exactly. After all, she is the successor to the Moonlight family. The family specialized in all espionage and assassination missions for the Empire. Suddenly, they spotted a few children. We have no choice but to try." Frey's expression shifted instantly. He recognized them immediately. "Aren't those the children captured by the Lust Demon Queen?" The children comforted each other. I'm so hungry. Keep a lookout. We don't have any money left. Poor Alex regretted. The coins the masked person gave us, we should have used them carefully. Sarah burst into tears. Don't be stupid. If we linger, the adults will just snatch them all away, won't they? Hearing that made Frey freeze. He reflected deeply. It seems I was too naive. I thought just giving them some pocket money would be enough to save them. Frey declared firmly, I can't let this continue. We need to build an orphanage. Kania couldn't keep up with that sudden thought. Where are you going with this now? He was full of confidence. As a hero, I can't ignore this situation. I have plenty of money. She tried to dissuade him. You can't. If you do that and your identity is exposed, what will we do? Frey suddenly pulled out a clock face. Kania looked confused. This is... He calculated calmly. The reward for defeating Irina was this lifespan measuring device. As you can see, I still have 4 to 5 years left. Frey looked at the remaining time and said, I want to do as much as I can while I'm still alive. If I can save people the way I did with you, I feel like my sins will be lessened. She furrowed her brows. Hearing him say that, Kania wasn't about to let it go. That's not fair. She decided to act as a cover. I understand. Then we will build it under my name. Kania approached the children. She took the initiative to share some of her food with them. The children rushed over joyfully, grabbing the bread. He couldn't help but be moved. At least they'll live a bit better for a while. Frey worried to himself. I'll be attending the royal ball in my father's place. But he was full of hope for a peaceful future because, since he already had a fiancée, he could easily drive away anyone who approached. At the same time, in the royal palace, Remia was trying to persuade her. You also realize that if the Moonlight family joins forces with the hero's bloodline, they will become the greatest threat to the royal family, right? Clara propped her chin up, bored. In the end, she finally said something logical, but I know she's only eyeing the massive Starlight fortune. She gave a cold command. In short, listen to me and marry Frey. Remia only treats her daughter like an object. If you can't do this, I'll sell you off. Prepare yourself. The door slammed shut coldly. She trembled with anger, obviously. That was impossible. Clara was so agitated she started to tear up. I'd rather die than marry that scumbag. A peaceful morning at the academy. Frey checked the device. No reaction today either. Huh? Kania is always by my side. I told her, I'm just out for a routine patrol. I can handle this on my own. I scanned the area. It's fine. I don't have anything better to do for the time being anyway. Besides, having you with me is relaxing. She pulled out an elegant letter. In that case, good. I actually have something I need to give you. Frey realized immediately. Is this about the dance party next week? Kania nodded. Yes, you have to attend on behalf of your father. I carelessly took the letter, wondering what the Emperor of the Empire was ordering Frey Starlight to do. The current betrothal, every single line written there, was completely unexpected for Frey. I was to be engaged to Clara Solar Sunrise. I froze in shock. A covenant between the first Empress and the previous hero? What was that all about? Kania was just as panicked. How could this happen so suddenly? Frey's face darkened. I think I read about the second covenant in the fairy records. I sighed, trying to recall the details. It had something to do with a marriage bond between the first Empress and our ancestor, I believe. Just then, a group of female students rushed over. Lord Frey! They started vying for his attention. I heard you're looking for a partner for the upcoming dance party. I can do it. I'm sure I'm the perfect match for you. Frey scrambled to deal with them. It seemed word of the broken engagement had gotten out, and now they were swarming. Please, stop spreading rumors. Kania stepped in to clear a path. She stated firmly, everyone, please step back. The young master is already engaged. Kania brandished the brand new letter. This is an order from the Empress. Your glares won't change anything. They stormed off, muttering, just you wait. I'll be the one to marry Lord Frey. I looked visibly exhausted. If everyone hears those rumors and swarms me like that, wouldn't it be a huge headache? Kania pointed out gravely that the real trouble was the engagement to Clara. Kania sighed heavily. She's practically itching to kill you if you two cross paths too often. Frey had a different take. No, this situation might actually work in my favor. I've been trying to figure out how to avoid Serena when she gets back. She nodded in understanding. True. It will be hard to avoid her when she's your fiancé. I started formulating a plan. Exactly, so I'll use this opportunity to keep my distance. A short while later, in the academy library, Clara was searching for information. There's nothing useful here either. She put the book away, frustrated. It seemed she had no choice but to go to the secret library inside the Imperial Palace. Clara was trying her best to find a way, but she couldn't get in without the proper clearance. What should she do? She wanted to investigate the covenant that served as the premise for this engagement. 1,000 years ago, when the Demon King appeared, the first empress, her ancestor, created the empire with the help of two major families. The Starlight family, who defeated the Demon King and had massive public support, and the Moonlight family, who handled the dirty work behind the scenes to uphold them. The Empress granted both families privileges that put them above the law. Ever since then, even the Empress couldn't interfere with their decisions. She muttered to herself, realizing the master-servant relationship was just for show. For 1,000 years, the royal family had worked alongside these two families. So why would an order to cancel the engagement suddenly appear now? Clara muttered, confused. What kind of covenant could make that even possible? Suddenly, Frey spoke up. What are you so deep in thought about? My future wife? She jumped, startled. She glared at Frey coldly. You've got a lot of free time on your hands, don't you? Wasting it just to tease me. I laughed with a cynical expression. Don't look at me like that. We have to live together from now on, don't we? She turned to leave, intent on ending the conversation. It seems you have nothing important to say. Then I'm leaving. I wouldn't let it go that easily. I came all this way to find you. Can't you be a little friendlier? Suddenly, I got straight to the point. Both of us have been dragged into the love disputes of our ancestors from 1,000 years ago, haven't we? Clara opened up, cautiously. Do you know something about the Second Covenant? Frey shrugged, appearing indifferent. Of course, it's recorded in our ancient documents. I pulled out an old parchment. Everyone knows, the first empress loved the previous hero. According to the records, she lost her position as the queen consort, so she made a covenant to ensure her descendants wouldn't suffer the same fate. She couldn't believe it. What? That's ridiculous, Frey replied dismissively. Take it or leave it. I tossed the paper on the ground. That's all I know. The rest is all encrypted. Frey walked away with a smirk. See you at the party. Clara gritted her teeth in anger. Are you really okay with being forced to marry me? I paused and said, it's just a political marriage anyway, so what does it matter if the partner changes? I gave a flat comparison, but if you think about it, compared to the mistress of the Moonlight family, if the partner is someone without any real power like you, I gave a sharp, hostile laugh. Wouldn't that be an easier life? Frey gestured dismissively. I'm a generous guy, don't worry. If you behave yourself, I'll give you your own freedom. Clara couldn't even find a rebuttal. I calmly calculated that I'd already given her a hint. She was smart enough to figure out the rest on her own. The right to refuse wasn't mentioned in the invitation. I was certain she would figure out how to use that to reject the marriage. That evening, in the deep forest, an old figure trudged toward a small cottage hidden deep behind the trees. The old woman pushed the door open, and someone was waiting to greet her. Oh, look, Serena was munching on a pastry, looking cheerful. Hello, my dear witch. The Tower Master pulled her hood down with a dry laugh. You can call the Master of the Sunrise Magic Tower witch if you want. She wasn't reprimanding her, just letting it slide. Only she could get away with that, being from the Moonlight family. She raised an eyebrow, mocking her. But you prefer being called that rather than Tower Master, right? The Tower Master sat down on the chair beside her. Say what you came here to say. I don't have time for idle chatter, Serena replied calmly. It's just a simple request. She made a strange demand. I want you to erase my memories. The old woman agreed easily. Even someone as cold and emotionless as you has memories they want to erase? What kind of memories are we talking about? Serena defined a very broad range. No specific memories. I want you to erase everything from this past week. The Tower Master's expression changed to one of horror. She shouted, That's preposterous. What is your goal here? If you erase that much, your body won't be able to handle the strain. She insisted firmly. It's necessary. Serena calculated coldly. I'm about to discover the hero's true identity. I can't keep doubting him forever. The Tower Master was stunned, not understanding what she meant. Serena suddenly mentioned, and one more thing. Serena made another request. I want you to place a spell of absolute obedience on me. The old woman was stunned again. What did you say? She mentioned the familiar name. The target of the obedience is Frey Starlight. Serena pulled out the party invitation. If you don't do this, I might end up killing him at the party. The maid showered her with endless praise. Princess, you look absolutely lovely in this dress. She had finished helping Clara get ready. I shall take my leave now. Then, as the door quickly clicked shut, she let out a weary sigh. With 6 hours left, Clara was still trying her absolute hardest to find a way to decode it in the time remaining. Suddenly, a cat meowed, and she jumped, looking around in a panic. A cat? Kania had brought her a strange book in the form of a small cat. Clara couldn't help but be surprised. Where did this come from? She reached out to pick it up. Clara cautiously flipped it open. Her expression instantly shifted in excitement. The party was fast approaching, and the acting head of the Starlight family was here. He entered with Kania following behind the announcement, as Frey on Starlight made his way in. Frey reached for a glass of wine. He had managed to give that item to her, right? She confirmed it immediately. Yes, I have handed it over to Clara. He felt a sense of relief. He was finally free. The engagement with the Moonlight family had been annulled, and the proposal for an engagement to Clara would surely be removed as well. Kania cautiously reminded him, I don't think you should be so certain about that. Frey looked up toward the upper floor. No, I'm sure of it. Clara was shining brilliantly up there. We have provided her with enough clues. He had a firm grasp on victory, and if any issues arose, he could handle the rejection himself. Kania confirmed. So, the only thing left is the agreement with the Queen. Isn't that right? Frey acted as if it were nothing. Yeah, and that wasn't exactly a difficult matter to handle. Just then, Isolette appeared. Lord Frey. She wore a charming, seductive smile. Could you spare a moment? He remembered quite clearly she was the one who bullied Irina, right? Frey didn't feel a shred of warmth toward her. What do you need? Isolette glanced discreetly behind her. Nothing. I just feel sorry for you. Frey's gaze swept down, cold and sharp. You feel sorry for me? She shrugged, giving a smirk. Yes. Among all the noble ladies, you're being forced to marry the most disobedient one. Isolette casually dropped her mocking remark, adding that Princess Clara was only a princess in name. She was even inferior to a country noble. The only thing she had going for her was her looks. Frey gave her a well-intentioned warning. You should be careful with your words. You never know who might be listening. She hummed, pointing out how truly unfortunate it was. Isolette's words became increasingly insolent. If it were me, a daughter of a count's family, I could have brought you wealth and power to match. She gave a polite bow. I wish you a pleasant time enjoying the party, Kania exclaimed in surprise. Who would have thought there could be such a unique type of person like her? Frey sipped his wine and mused. Perhaps she's just feeling frustrated. She didn't quite understand the reason, but even if she did that, it wouldn't change anything anyway. He said his goodbyes. It's almost time for the meeting. I'm leaving. She took the glass he had left behind with a few drops remaining. Yes. I hope everything goes smoothly. Frey glided right past Clara. She watched his every move with caution. A servant led him to a room filled with pink decor. The Queen will be here shortly. Please wait here, my lord. Frey broke into a cold sweat. Kania, this room is ridiculously girly. Who did this? He replied respectfully. Is it the Queen? He immediately switched to a flattering tone. As expected of the Queen, such excellent taste. Remia walked in right at that moment. Thank you for waiting, Duke Frey. She displayed a very smug expression. How does it feel to be a member of the royal family? Remia sat down across from Frey. No one can stand in your way anymore. He replied with satisfaction. It's truly wonderful. Does the Moonlight family have any objections? She gave a cunning smirk. Not at all. We've shown them our sincerity. Frey silently grasped the situation. Were they using money to solve it? If it was that old man from the Moonlight family who drove him crazy in his past life, it made perfect sense. He knew the current rule. 1,000 years ago, there might have been a rebellion against the royal family, but now, only money could make them act. Frey mused to himself that even the arranged marriage between him and their daughter was just to gain financial profit. He broke into a sly smile. That's good, then. To be honest, I was quite hesitant. I'm about to become a noble figure. I must show my sincerity. Remia was extremely satisfied with that attitude. She let out a hearty laugh. It seems you have a good grasp of the situation, Duke Frey. Frey replied politely. It's nothing out of the ordinary. He presented a list. Please, take a look. This is the donation offered in exchange for royal status. Remia's eyes immediately lit up. 6 million gold coins, that's double the fee. Frey tempted her quickly. If there are no issues with the contract, please sign it. She eagerly reached for the pen. Yes, yes. I don't like having any trouble later on, either. Suddenly, Remia noticed a clause. Wait, what is this? She asked suspiciously, pointing at the line. Frey, on Starlight will not be detained for any crime except treason. He had prepared the excuse well in advance. After the marriage, I intend to do some dirty work for the royal family, such as dealing with the sovereign's political rivals and collecting funds. In exchange for getting my hands dirty, I want to receive protection. Frey wore a perfect, professional smile. Don't you think there should at least be someone in the house to handle that? Remia was extremely satisfied. Unexpected, truly. Everything you said is exactly what I was hoping to hear. He stood up and bowed. It would be an absolute honor to be that person. She scrutinized the paper very carefully. Finally, Remia flipped through all the clauses in the document. There is a confusing clause here. If the engagement is broken through no fault of Frey on Starlight, the donation will be considered void. Frey intentionally downplayed its importance. I don't think it will be a problem, but just as a precaution. She burst into loud laughter. You certainly do worry a lot, Duke Frey. Remia assured him firmly. As long as we are in agreement, this contract is absolute. Clara couldn't argue with that. He repeated it one more time. Is that so? You don't need to be so upset. Frey had achieved his goal. It really is just a precaution. She winked playfully. Don't worry. I will ensure the donation issue is handled perfectly. He retreated quickly after his success. Naturally, then I shall take my leave. I will stamp it immediately and send it back to you. The door slammed shut behind Frey. He fell into deep thought. A nation ruled by those blinded by greed will inevitably decline. Frey smirked, feeling certain of his victory. After all, the job was done, and with this, playing the villain would be a little bit easier. Right at that moment, Clara approached. It seems you've finished your discussion. She faced him calmly. Regarding the transaction involving me, Frey was a bit surprised. Why was she here? He decided to play dumb. What are you talking about? We were just discussing how to strengthen the nation's power. Clara glared at Frey with a cold look. How ridiculous. You only think about satisfying your own selfish desires. She warned him in a stern voice. You should wake up to reality. Clara leaned in close and whispered, It won't go the way you want. Having said that, she quickly strode away as far as she could. Those threats are actually good news for Frey. It seems she's finally found a way to call off the engagement. He's been dying for a big scene, and it looks like things are playing out exactly as he hoped. I'll have a front row seat to watch her cause a scene. Night has blanketed the palace, and the noble guests are already dancing inside. Frey, meanwhile, is fixated on the document in front of him. He gazes at the signed agreement with pure satisfaction. The Queen has officially put her seal on it now. There's nothing left to worry about. It'll make sure no one suspects I'm just pretending to be a villain. Irina leans in and whispers, noticing something. By the way, I don't see Serena anywhere. Frey scans the room to confirm. You're right. I heard she received an invitation since this is a ball. Seeing the empty spot where she should be, he assumes the Moonlight family must have declined the invitation. A gut feeling rises within Irina. It's true, the head of the Moonlight House rarely attends events like this, and considering the position Serena is in after the engagement was annulled, it's no surprise she felt it wasn't worth coming. Hearing that, Frey agrees, though he feels a slight pang of guilt. Yeah, that's true. But watching the peaceful scene before him, he thinks, I honestly expected her to at least show up to scout for ways to take me out. But does she actually have any intention of killing you? Irina adds. Not only have we heard nothing from their side, but there really isn't a single sign that they're planning to make a move. He nods in agreement. True. Given Serena's personality, Frey thought she would have logically made a move on his life just like everyone else. But it seems she's waiting to see how the situation unfolds. While Irina sighs in relief and says, For now, I'll keep my guard up. Someone shouts, Everyone, please quiet down. The massive doors swing open. Blinding light pours in. And two figures emerge. The shining sun of the Empire is entering. They are introduced as Emperor Lai Can Sunrise and Queen Remia Sunrise. Frey blends into the crowd and offers his respects. Lai Can stands on the dais and declares, Hereby, I announce the betrothal of the third princess to Frey on Starlight. In the middle of his sentence, he lets out a massive yawn. It's based on the oath between the first queen, and he trails off and sits in the chair beside him. I'm tired. I'm leaving everything else to you. Queen Remia steps forward. I will represent the Emperor to proceed with the event. With that, she looks toward the doors. Now, will the parties involved please step forward? Frey wears a smile when he hears the name Frey on Starlight. Clara appears with a sour look on her face. Clara Sola Sunrise. The two stand face to face in the middle of the palace. Then, Remia speaks up. Frey on Starlight. Do you agree to this engagement? Frey kneels and answers, I do. He takes Clara's hand and asks, Princess Clara, will you marry me? Remia asks again, looking strained. Frey on Starlight. Do you agree to this engagement? Clara hesitates. I. Finally, she gathers all her courage and shouts, I do not consent to this engagement. The guests react with a mix of emotions. Remia is incensed and bellows, You. Do you think you have the right to do such a thing? It's precisely because I have the right that I did it. Clara then brings up the second oath between the first queen and the Starlight family. Her eyes are firm as she presents her argument. A marriage cannot be formed without the mutual consent of both parties involved. She turns to look up at the throne and asks, Am I wrong, Father? Only to hear Lai Can exclaim, Now this is getting interesting. He continues, I thought both of you had already agreed to this engagement and that this was just a formality. Clara immediately retorts, Father, I believe that's only because no one realized I had the right to veto it. He goes on to offer an excuse, as if the queen was too busy and forgot that she needed her daughter's approval. Finally, Lycan is forced to concede. But back to the point, even I cannot overturn the first queen's oath. In other words, this marriage is effectively void because you have refused. He turns to ask Frey, can you accept this conclusion, Duke Frey? Frey takes a deep breath to compose himself, then immediately puts on a display of regret. Oh, Your Majesty, how could I possibly accept this? Every word dripping with sorrow. My heart is practically shattering from the pain of being rejected. However, the look on his face makes others wary. If my beloved Princess Clara cannot find happiness by my side, then I have no choice but to tearfully bid farewell to my first love. But that actually puts Lycan in a good mood again. Duke Frey, surprisingly, you have such an altruistic side. He assumes, I was sure you'd be unhappy, but I'm glad you're so understanding. He raises his wine glass and declares, I want to offer my apologies to everyone here who came to witness the betrothal, just to lighten the mood. I hope everyone can enjoy the rest of the banquet to the fullest. Remia's hurried footsteps echo as she scolds. You brat! She stands in front of Clara and threatens. I told you, didn't I? If this engagement doesn't go through, I'll marry you off to someone else. Clara responds without a hint of fear. If you want to do that, go right ahead. But just know, I'll expose all of your dirty little secrets. Suddenly, Frey coughs to cut them off. He steps forward and says, Your Majesty, I apologize, but he wears a pained expression. I'm afraid I have to withdraw all the donations I brought with me. Remia is instantly flustered. Wait, Duke. She tries to appease Frey. You don't need to take it back. You went through all the trouble of preparing it anyway. Frey, having achieved his goal, leaves happily. Ah, right. I'll be more than happy to use that immunity clause. At that, Remia finally realizes. Wait, wouldn't that also be rendered void? Clara is panicked, confirming the immunity clause. Why would you give that monster something so important? Frey walks away, leaving the bickering behind. I won't forget this. Don't think you'll get away with it. As for him, he's satisfied. I thought this would be a real headache, but it turned out to be quite a productive party, actually. Just as he's feeling happy, no longer shackled by a fiancée and feeling much freer, someone calls out to him. What a pity, Lord Frey. Isolette stands in a corner. That's why I advised you not to marry that masculine person. Frey is annoyed and can only curse to himself this person never learns. She looks at him, acting all pick-me. The princess is truly terrible for embarrassing someone like you in public. Compared to her, someone who is obedient and subservient like me. Frey just waves her off. Excuse me, could you please get out of my face? He shows his disgust clearly on his face. You make me sick. You're just a delusional person with intentions that are obvious to everyone. Isolette is immediately incensed. What did you say? As she tries to snap back. What part of me is? Frey cuts her off with a sneer. Are you deaf? You're annoying, and your personality is even worse. Frey's face was full of contempt as he repeated, So get lost, and never show your face in front of me again. With that, he walked away, leaving Isolette fuming. How dare you insult me like that, she snapped, chasing after him. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're the Duke's son? Just because you have a pretty face, she spat. Frey frowned and muttered to himself. What an annoying woman. Then, his tone shifted to an excited one as he called out, I've kept you waiting. Kania Irina's face was filled with worry. Young master, we're in trouble. Frey looked slightly startled, wondering, what is it? What could possibly have Kania this rattled? Irina held out a letter. This. Frey looked confused. A letter? She stammered, finally gathering the courage to report. A moment ago, Lady Serena came by and handed me this. Frey opened the letter, his expression darkening as he read, Come to the garden right now, or I will kill you on the spot. That evening, in the estate gardens, Frey spotted a familiar silhouette and called out, Serena. Serena turned back with an affectionate gaze and replied, Long time no see, Frey. That look suddenly caught him off guard, making him ask, What do you want? We aren't engaged anymore. Unexpectedly, she stepped closer and said, I figured you'd ignore me if I didn't force your hand, so I decided to use a little motivation. She pointed her fan directly at him and continued, I know we're strangers now. Serena's next words stunned Frey. But, I've decided to help you. She flashed a bewitching smile and explained, although I'm not entirely sure how I'm supposed to help, given that I've lost my memories. She then moved on to another topic. I know about the dance party and the engagement cancellation from my notes, but beyond that, Frey interrupted, looking flustered. Wait, what are you talking about? Serena, seemingly getting exactly what she wanted, asked, What do you mean? Are you confused about the party? Frey immediately and firmly denied it. No, not that. Serena wore a beautiful, mocking smile. You mean about me losing my memory? Frey's spirit nearly sank as he thought. Every time I talk to her, I feel like I'm losing my mind. He spoke up. Yes, that's the one. Only then did she become serious and explain, My memories of that entire month-long trip were erased by magic. He asked in surprise, Who did that? Serena surprisingly admitted it with a cheerful tone. She took a slow step forward and clarified, I asked the Tower Master to do it. She looked at him with a soft gaze and hesitated before saying, And I also asked her to cast an absolute obedience spell on me, with you as the target. This new information left Frey stunned. What did you say? He immediately had a violent reaction. Why would you do that? But Serena just replied nonchalantly, Who knows? Maybe to save you? She speculated that since she cast both an absolute obedience spell and a memory erasure on herself, it was highly likely her trip was related to him. Frey was shocked. Related to me? Serena nodded in agreement. Yes. I'm not entirely sure about what I saw at the ruins. However, Frey's face turned deathly pale at that mention. The ruins. Wait a minute. Frey wondered. Could she have read it? It explained the ruins. There were many hero-related ruins scattered throughout the world. They contained records of the hero's true identity and the punishments imposed by the system. In Frey's memory, he was certain that no one could read them because they were written in Kania. On the day marking 1 year since the Demon King vanished, his successor will appear and consume the world. However, at that moment, a hero will manifest to save the world from destruction. Yet, to achieve true peace, the hero must accept being stained. The hero must become a false villain and destroy the world with their own hands. Only then will a ray of hope open up. Frey thought, wait, could she have understood it through context and deduced it herself? Frey was lost in his own thoughts. So, is it possible she actually found out who I am and erased her own memories so she wouldn't have to be punished? He glanced at Serena in silence, marveling. I knew she was a genius, but I never expected it to go this far. Meanwhile, she was just leisurely admiring the scenery. The flowers are so beautiful, she said. Then she spoke up. I've decided not to think too much about it. Serena seemed to have anticipated this, because who knows, I might remember something if I do. Frey could only sigh and accept it. Then, he returned to his serious demeanor and said, Now I understand the situation, but even so, I don't see any reason why you have to help me. Serena replied, Oh, but there is. Unexpectedly, she winked sweetly and confessed, Because I love you. Frey was once again stunned by her words. Even if you're trash, I still love you. With that, Serena turned to leave. See you later. As she walked away, she didn't forget to add, Whenever you need help, just contact me. Watching her back as she left, Frey muttered, It feels like I've been toyed with. But then he reassured himself, maybe I should look at this positively. Thinking about the resources from Serena, he analyzed. If I can use Serena's power, along with the Blake family's superior information network and manpower, the more he thought, the more the corner of Frey's mouth curled up. If I utilize that along with the immunity I've gathered. He stood there under the moonlight, convinced he could complete his first main quest without any trouble. The sound of a wooden staff tapping against the stone floor in the quiet night. This is so frustrating, the Tower Master muttered to herself, walking alone at night. Making a Tower Master do errands like this. While she was gritting her teeth in annoyance, if it wasn't for my disciple. A voice called out, Would you like some bread, ma'am? She stopped and replied, I'm very busy. Get out of the way, kid. Gree's eyes sparkled as she asked, Are you too busy to even find time to eat bread? Even so, the Tower Master waved her hand and said, Yes, exactly. This Tower Master is very busy. The little girl looked surprised. The Tower Master? The Tower Master nodded, explaining, That's right. I sensed a large amount of magical power in this area, so I came to check. The little girl looked confused. Magical power? The old woman tossed a gold coin to Gree. Here. The little girl excitedly made an offer. Thank you so much. Can I help you with something? Don't let my looks fool you. I know how to use magic. But the Tower Master didn't believe her and scolded, I don't like liars. I can't even sense a drop of magical power from you. Just then, a magic circle appeared from Grey's hand, followed by a burst of light. The little girl spoke up, emphasizing it before the stunned Tower Master. See? I'm not lying. Right? Only then did the Tower Master realize, wait, so that massive amount of magical power came from this child? Suddenly, light appeared around her, and she immediately teleported Gray to another location. The Tower Master asked with joy, "Little one, what is your name?" Gree was a bit scared but replied, "It's Gree." Unexpectedly, the old woman declared, "Gree, from now on, you will be my disciple." The situation was so sudden that the girl couldn't grasp it. "Wait, where?" In another place, a bewitching smile and a furious voice rang out. "I am sick and tired of being stuck here because of this punishment." A raven appeared, perching by the window. It spoke up, "You summoned me, my queen." Ruby rested her chin in her hand and commanded, "I want to begin the preparations. The plan is set, and it's time we put that commoner dorm to use. We'll take advantage of the chaos and have the Demon King's army infiltrate the Empire." Hearing this, the raven understood and replied, "Then I shall go find an attacker." Ruby flashed a satisfied smile. She offered suggestions on the temperament. Look for someone arrogant, envious, and filled with deep negative emotions. As she spoke, an intense, murderous aura radiated from her. Such a person would be easier to control, and the effects of the dark magic would be even stronger. The raven understood and responded clearly, "I will head to the academy and find someone immediately." Ruby suddenly remembered and added, "Oh, that's right, take this with you." She brought out a necklace and explained its function. "Wear this, and no one will be able to discover your true identity." Watching the raven put it on, she exclaimed, "I'm looking forward to this." She then wore a bewitching smile. How would the hero fight in his first mission? Kania's voice rang out in the palace. "Young master, what are you doing?" Frey suddenly fell into deep thought. "I'm calculating the plan. I won't let myself be put in a passive position. When thinking about the future, I believe it's best we conserve our strength." She fully agreed to save it for dealing with the aftermath of the attack. "I understand." Frey didn't want to pressure Kania. "You don't need to worry about the consequences. I trust in my own abilities. Since I have immunity from arrest, I plan to stay quiet and spread rumors to earn more points." Kania suggested an idea. "In that case, we can focus our efforts on finding the real culprit." It seemed she was still very worried. "Naturally, I will do my best to find them. But what if we can't find them?" Frey immediately affirmed, "That won't happen." He had already looked into it beforehand. According to the prophecy, the demon detector is a special item. Neither magic nor disguise is effective against it. Frey was as firm as a rock. The only exception is the system, but only I, the hero, have it. Kania just wanted to confirm again. In other words, not finding them is basically impossible. It seemed he wasn't too bothered, so there was no need to worry. Serena suddenly opened the door. "Frey, good morning." She kindly reminded him, "Miss Serena, if you just walk into a room like that, it will be troublesome." She, however, thought she was in the right. "Do I really need permission to enter my fiancé's room?" Kania wanted Serena to understand the issue, but their engagement had already been cancelled. As soon as she entered, she observed everything around her. It seemed there was nothing suspicious here. Frey was at his wit's end with this situation. "You said to call you only when needed, remember?" Serena wasn't sure if she should speak up. Incidentally, her implicit tone carried a murderous intent. "Kania, why are you here?" Kania explained, to avoid any misunderstanding. "I am the young master's butler." Serena seemed to be threatening her. "I assume you don't intend to use that excuse to harm Frey, right?" She dared to stand up and guarantee that would never happen. She didn't even blink. Serena temporarily believed Kania's words. Her pupils and body language didn't waver. It seemed she wasn't lying. She considered herself an advisor to Frey. It seemed he could trust his butler. Frey finally managed to speak. "I see. Thanks for checking that for me. Coincidentally, I have a task that needs help, and you arrived at the right time. I was just about to look for you." Serena was extremely enthusiastic. "Is that so? What do you need my help with?" Frey had always worked carefully. "That's why I'm giving you an order beforehand." He heightened his vigilance. "Anything related to me. Suspect everything." She followed Frey's instructions. "Understood. I will comply." He could feel somewhat more at ease. With this, he would be safe from the penalty. Frey found it hard to control whether the penalty would trigger based on doubts or speculation about him. The path of the false villain. He predicted based on experience as well as that time with Kania. The trigger condition is absolute certainty. Frey hoped to get results as soon as possible. "This is what I need you to do." Serena was confused about life. "This is a map of the commoner dorm." "What is it used for?" He personally explained. "This is a device that can be used to detect demons. I received information that the demons are planning a terrorist attack in that area." Frey laid out the plan. "I want you to deploy the Moonlight family's people to protect and monitor the area." She was extremely surprised. "All right, But why are you doing a good deed all of a sudden? He had no obligation to explain to Serena. This is an order. Don't ask about things beyond what you need to know. She showed no emotion when answering. As you command. Frey didn't forget to advise her. If you see anything unusual, you must report it to me immediately. Serena agreed with him clearly. She said goodbye before leaving. See you later, then. Serena comfortably expressed her feelings. Love you so much. He didn't know what to say. Kania let out a sigh. Miss Serena is still as hard to understand as ever. Frey didn't pay attention to that trivial matter. True, but there is no doubt about her capability. He was full of confidence. Let's patiently wait for her. The mansion was nestled inside the forest. The girls had gathered on the roof. Haru came to report the situation. My lady, everyone is in position. Serena nodded in agreement. Very good. She was extremely calm. So far, there has been no reaction. Haru gently comforted her. We have also brought in experts on demons, so catching them is only a matter of time. Serena couldn't do much more. Understood. I'm counting on you. He doesn't intend to stay here. Yes, I will also return to my position. She stared at the paper. In that case, I should also check the designated locations. As if it were watching Serena, it carefully calculated. There were about 6 dots. It had difficulty analyzing, and that person was no good either. I can barely feel any emotion from her. The raven was indeed loyal to its master. The Demon King had said not just anyone could become an attacker, it continued to deduce. They must be strong enough to use powerful dark magic to break the Demon King's seal. We must draw a magic circle large enough to sacrifice the entire commoner dormitory. A girl was walking down the road. The raven immediately cast its eyes over to observe. Isolette was extremely frustrated. That bastard Frey. She was provoked to the point of rage. I never imagined I would be humiliated to that extent at the dance party. That bastard. He relies on being handsome. Isolette swore to herself. I will definitely find his weakness and make him regret it. The raven identified the person with the murderous aura found her. It spread its wings and flew from its previous position. She was so angry, she gnashed her teeth and scowled. The raven wore a diamond necklace around its neck. Its feathers fell in front of Isolette. One feather stuck to her shoulder, and the space surrounding Isolette turned red. The crow began manipulating the response, telling me, humanity is deceitful. It has infiltrated Isolette's mind. Who are you? She spoke according to her programming. I am the Demon King's servant, acting according to his will. Isolette promised to work for the crow, saying, I will attack the commoner dormitory. Kania brought a drink to Frey. Young master, here is your coffee. He enjoyed the coffee comfortably. It had been a long time since we had such a peaceful morning. Kania agreed with the sentiment. That's right. So many things have happened lately. Frey suddenly asked for her opinion. Say, would you like to go out later? He wanted to make it up to Kania. I've made you suffer so much. I want to buy you some clothes and have a meal together. Frey felt a bit flustered. Of course, I don't think that's enough to make up for everything. She didn't dare to look up. Is this a date? Kania intended to clarify things because we couldn't know what might happen, so somewhere nearby. Just then, Serena entered the room and called out to Frey. She was breathless. There is a suspicious magical energy emitting from the commoner dormitory. It seemed Frey knew what was about to happen. He was worried about everyone's safety first. Perhaps we should postpone this. Kania had no objections. Yes, the 3 of them arrived in front of the dormitory. Frey guessed the situation. The quest had appeared, so it was certain an intruder was there. He couldn't believe his eyes. The magical power was terrifying. An ordinary person couldn't withstand it for long. Serena felt forced to preserve her life. Yes, that's why we retreated. Frey couldn't help but wonder, but what exactly happened? She hadn't been able to investigate anything. The surveillance wasn't lifted, and the detection devices didn't signal anything. He really wasn't sure. Yet, this morning, evil magic suddenly radiated from within. Could a noble student have entered? Serena didn't understand what Frey meant. A noble? Why are you suddenly talking about that? He put all the responsibility on himself. This is bad. I was too distracted. I should have warned them that the culprit was a noble, but I was being overly cautious. Frey couldn't find the reason. But why didn't the demon detection device report anything? He clenched his fists. No, think about that later. The immediate priority is resolving this situation. Kania gave Frey advice. Young master, you should investigate thoroughly before taking action. He couldn't endure it any longer. There's no time. Let's go in and catch the culprit. An idea popped into his head. If I catch them, I can use this to restrain them. Kania immediately realized. Is that the Dominion Stone? Frey always thought things through carefully. Yes, I think it will be fine, but I brought it just in case. He had calculated beforehand that if I captured them and said it was my order, Kania suddenly shouted. Young Master Frey quickly pulled the two girls behind a bush to hide. Serena didn't understand what was happening. Frey, what's wrong with you all of a sudden? He didn't have time to explain. Shh. The footsteps of the girls were getting louder. Frey easily sensed the killing intent. We're close now. I can really feel an evil presence. Irina remembered it clearly. Yes, I noticed it this morning when I visited Arya. She had made up her mind. The people inside are in danger. We must find a way to save them. Frey followed the order. Understood. Leave it to us. Frey was utterly confused. Irina lived in that dormitory, so it made sense for her to be here. But why were Phocus and Clara with her? He was quite surprised himself. The three of them had linked up without him knowing anything. Frey had never thought of this. Everything was already too unpredictable. Serena fell into a daze. Frey, can you explain what's going on? If not, I have no idea what to do. He gave Kania the task. Kania, cast a concealment spell. Make sure no one can approach. She wasn't happy at all. Serena decided to lend a hand. She was confident she could handle it. I can do that, too. Serena wanted an answer. Now I've ensured no one can approach. So, tell me, what exactly are you planning to do? Frey thought to himself about what he was planning. He calculated every step. In this situation, as soon as he found the attacker, he would use the Dominion Stone to seize control of their mind. Frey looked toward the end of the event. Then he would reveal himself as the mastermind and complete the quest. It would cause a huge stir, but with his arrest immunity and enough money, he could easily cover up the incident. He smiled brightly, but instead of explaining everything, ordering her would save time. Frey hoped Serena would trust him. Now I will go inside to find the source of the magic. Don't think too much, just help me. She followed the instructions completely. As you command. He had nothing left to worry about. Good, then. Frey remained calm. Let's get this finished. He slowly stepped inside. Just as he entered, Kania suddenly shouted loudly. Young master, watch out! A monster suddenly lunged, its claws nearly touching Frey's face. He couldn't help but worry. Damn it! Are we too late? Serena rushed to protect Frey. She intentionally drew the monster's attention. Over here, the monsters were scared by Serena. The two monsters standing before her trembled. Serena continuously unleashed her techniques. They were suppressed by her power. The two monsters had nowhere to run. Serena's energy was truly too terrifying. The monsters fell to the ground. Frey felt lucky. Impressive. Just considering that ability alone, it's extraordinary. I'm really glad she's on our side. If she were an enemy, dealing with her would be a nightmare. He was slightly panicked. Frey saw a symbol on the ground. Was it graffiti? She approached to observe. There was a sinister magical aura surrounding it. Kania called out to him. Young master, over here. Frey glanced to the side, focusing his attention. These are the dormitory manager and the maid. Kania predicted the cause. Yes, it seems they were put to sleep with magic. Frey asked her for help. Kania, try to enter their subconscious. Kania used her power. She was powerless. Something was blocking it. I can't get in. Frey stood stunned on the spot. What? He hadn't expected this. In the field of subconscious magic, no one could surpass Kania. A strong will could resist infiltration, but completely blocking the entrance was impossible. Frey carefully reevaluated. Even Phocus or the head of the magic tower didn't have the ability to do that. Even in the Demon King's army, there was no one with this capability. He racked his brain for a moment. Wait, could it be? Frey answered his own question. Did the Demon King intervene? He couldn't believe it. He gasped. The Demon King intervened? Kania asked anxiously. The Demon King? You mean he might be the one behind this? But the one actually pulling the strings is likely a high-ranking demon borrowing the Demon King's power. As he finished, Frey rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. But would the Demon King really go out of his way to attack a commoner dormitory, and then just drop it? Forget it. There's no point in overthinking it now. I have to deal with the problems right in front of me. Suddenly, Serena rushed to the door and shouted, Back! She gripped her fan tightly, her expression full of caution as she warned, I've scouted the area, and something is very strange. Monsters are everywhere, but there hasn't been a single casualty. It's as if someone is controlling them. And that person is, Frey continued. The attacker, she nodded in agreement. Right. Serena suddenly asked, Also, do you remember those scribbles from earlier? It's been bothering me. What about them? She began to explain. They were drawn on every floor, from the first to the third. That means the entire dormitory is one massive magic circle. This news didn't startle him, but just imagining that terrifying sight was enough to break anyone out in a cold sweat. A magic circle using living people and the Demon King's army. It could only be a sacrificial ritual circle. Frey looked down at the glowing circle on the ground, thinking to himself, now I remember. It's in the Book of Prophecy. But the details were so blurry I completely forgot. It's a branch of the sacrificial magic circle. Following his line of reasoning, mental images began to form. It must have a separate activation circle, just like the one I saw at the Succubus Queen's place. And that spot is almost certainly where all the magical energy will be unleashed at once. His lips pressed together. That means the culprit is likely up on the roof. Frey's eyes filled with determination. We need to get to the roof, capture the culprit, and break the circle. Otherwise, everyone here will be sacrificed. On the other side, Isolette was completely enveloped in magic. Her eyes glowed with no pupils, her consciousness completely gone. The raven standing to the side seemed quite satisfied with its choice. Picking her as a host had been the right call. Dark energy poured out from the magic circle. The stronger the negative emotions, the faster it would be completed. At this rate, it'll be finished in an hour. Before anyone knew it, Frey appeared. Drawing his sword, he said, "Of all people, you chose Isolette as your host?" The raven just stared silently. "That's right. She truly hates me. So to you." He swung his sword horizontally, and magic surged out with the strike. She's the perfect prey. Through the thick haze, a figure slowly stepped out. Seeing this, Frey clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Tch, that wasn't enough to take you down?" The raven flew over to Isolette, who was now completely possessed, and mocked while she held up a ball of magic. "Foolish. Did you really think it would be that easy?" Despite the compliment, the person exuded a suffocating killing intent. "You knew I wasn't in my real body? Not bad, but knowing that won't change a thing." As soon as she finished speaking, the controlled Isolette fired the magic orb. Serena quickly swung her fan to block it. Thanks to her power, Isolette was pushed back a fair distance. Kania stepped down the stairs and said, "Leave this person to us." The two girls glared at the enemy ahead. "You take care of the raven." Frey glanced at them and smirked. "All right, I'm counting on you two." Kania and Serena prepared for battle. Isolette, pushed back earlier, now stood with two magic orbs as energy erupted from beneath her feet. The clash between the maidens caused a massive explosion. Frey then turned his head to look at the crow, mocking it. "Hey, crow, don't tell me you're the only one here." The raven hovered, observing the situation while cursing internally. "Damn it, what about the others?" But it wasn't over yet. "If I can control that person's mind, with that plan," it began casting magic. "I'll turn you into a puppet of evil." Hearing such terrifying words, Frey laughed, feeling like taking a gamble. "Sounds fun. Why don't we see who wins?" He pulled out a crystal. "But I'm 100% sure I'm going to win." The crystal glowed faintly with magic. As magical currents engulfed the panicking raven, it shrieked, "No way!" Its eyes began to dim. "No, my consciousness is fading." There was no time left for the raven to struggle. As it collapsed, he stowed the stone used to capture the raven, spitting out a remark, "Trash." On the other side, Isolette had collapsed. So, when the controller loses consciousness, the brainwashed victim just falls too? Kania and Serena spoke up one after another. If this had dragged on, it could have ended very differently. That was dangerous. Her attack was simple, but the pure power in each strike was impressive. Frey said cheerfully, "Luckily we wrapped it up fast. Now, we just need to deal with the magic circle." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind. "Frey, what are you doing here?" Irina led the group, frowning as she stated her suspicion. "Don't tell me you're the culprit." Irina took this chance to pin all the blame on him. "Need you even ask? It's obvious he's the one behind this." Phocus also believed it and immediately closed her eyes to pray. "O sun god, please grant me the strength to punish this sinner." Seeing them, Frey wasn't surprised, but he was quite annoyed at being misunderstood. No wonder everything went so smoothly until now. Why did they have to show up at a time like this? Just as they arrived, Irina crossed her arms and demanded, "And why are you here with Serena and Kania?" Kania glanced at one, then the other, stammering, "We sensed something suspicious coming from the dormitory, so we came to investigate." Then, feeling guilty, she stood next to Irina's group, holding up two fingers, cursing that disgusting scum for showing up here. Deep down, she was frantically apologizing. "Young master, please forgive me." Phocus had already lost all reason. Serena quickly stepped in to defend him. "Wait, Frey isn't a bad person. Just a moment ago, he was trying to find and take down the real attacker." Suddenly, she looked confused and asked, "Wait, why is Frey even here?" He secretly glanced at the stone in his pocket, thinking, the restrictions placed by her are too heavy. The more she thinks, the more contradictions she'll find. I need to change the situation before she starts asking weird questions. If I run away now and turn myself in, I might still be able to complete the mission. The mission details appeared in his mind. Main scenario quest. Commoner dormitory attack. Stop the attack and capture the culprit. Reward. Accelerate the hero's weapon awakening. Failure penalty. Small reduction in your vitality and lifespan. He looked down at the magic circle below. The main problem here is the sacrificial magic circle, and I am the only one who knows how to dispel it completely. If anyone makes a mistake, it could turn into a total catastrophe. Just thinking about that possibility makes my skin crawl. You curse under your breath. Damn it. I wish the Dominion Stone didn't have a usage limit. The Dominion Stone can subdue targets, manipulate their minds, and force them under your control, but it can only be used once a day. The extended feature is activated in frenzy mode. If I can't subdue them, I could at least easily make them dispel the magic circle. Looks like I don't have a choice. Just as you thought that, the stone suddenly glowed brightly, and then slowly cracked. What a waste. But this is the only way. The girls hurriedly covered their eyes from the magic flowing out of Frey. That energy touched the raven's motionless body. Next, the other monsters around the building started to convulse. Phocus panicked and shouted, "What was that light?" And Irina fell to her knees, cursing in frustration. That bastard. Is he summoning something? The raven spread its wings and flew up, landing on the head of Frey, who was wearing a sinister smile. If I force the Dominion Stone into frenzy mode, it will temporarily disorient uncontrolled creatures. The monsters closed in. Now, you were surrounded by a pile of monsters. While they were distracted by the monsters, Frey's plan was to pretend to be controlled by the raven and secretly dispel the magic circle to get the atmosphere heated up. Frey spread his arms wide and declared like an evil villain, "Foolish humans, become offerings for the Demon King." Lana, in this situation, shouted, "So you've finally revealed your true nature." Kania, standing nearby, frowned and said, "Wait, don't you notice anything unusual?" Her tone was incredibly intense, adding credibility to the act. Would Frey really act so brazenly? He's always been much more devious and wicked than this. In the moment no one was watching, Kania gave you a slight nod, silently praising you. "Well done, Kania. That's the best way to support me. I'll leave the explaining to Kania and focus on the act." The raven chirped, "Useless. He has already been controlled by me." Thanks to that, Kania had even more reason to deceive the others. "It seems that Raven is really controlling him." Phocus agreed. "You're right. I can feel a powerful evil presence." Lana began to conjure magic. "Is everyone ready?" The others followed suit, preparing for battle. Lana still held some suspicions about Frey. "We'll determine if he's being controlled after we take him down." Seeing them like this, Frey smirked. "All right, bring it on." You exuded an air of ease and relaxation. While they were busy, you just needed to quietly destroy the magic circle. A monster lunged forward and was immediately struck in the face by Frey's solid punch. Phocus leaned her back against Lana's, saying anxiously, "There are too many monsters. They're endless." You calmly suggested another strategy, then aim for Frey and the raven controlling him. Kania, standing nearby, added, "If the host dies, there's no telling what might happen to the magic circle, so don't kill him outright." Hearing that, Lana asked worriedly, "Then shouldn't we destroy the magic circle first?" But Irina immediately refused. "I object." They were all focused on Frey, who was holding his sword and radiating magic. That type of magic circle is very sensitive. If we touch it carelessly, it could spiral out of control. Lana frowned. "Then there's no other way." She then charged forward, not forgetting to call out to the others, "Fear and I will suppress Frey. Meanwhile, you two handle the monsters." She fired a magic orb, but Frey easily sliced it in two with a single swing of his sword. Taking this opportunity, Phocus closed in on you. A sharp clash of steel rang out. She was pushed back, but kept her battle stance. Fighting those monsters earlier had left Phocus extremely exhausted. On the surface, you were calmly smiling, but inside, Frey breathed a sigh of relief. "Good. No one is reckless enough to touch the magic circle. If you do it the wrong way, it'll explode." You thought, "Only I know how to destroy it safely, but if they refuse to attack from a distance, it'll be hard to dispel it subtly." As you were thinking, another wave of magic hit, forcing you to refocus. Frey couldn't help but be surprised. What was that? That attack had perfect power and angles. The master of that attack was radiating immense energy, but you felt suspicious. Serena, her attack power is usually higher than this. Suddenly, she lifted her fan to her mouth, smiled, and mouthed something silently. "I don't know the details." Then she winked mischievously. "But for now, I will follow the plan." Reading her lips, Frey couldn't believe it and felt a tinge of fear. Did she realize I've actually been awake this whole time? But then, you returned to the fight. Thanks to that, things were easier now. Lana shouted while firing magic orbs. Surrender, Frey! You glanced back, blocking attacks while thinking of a plan. There's only one way to dispel the magic circle without backlash. I have to mix my starlight magic with the demon's magic to neutralize it before the command is triggered. A moment later, the magic circle was infused with your magic. That should be enough. Once triggered, it will automatically vanish. The raven, which had been silent until now, spoke up. Fool. Do you think you can stop the sacrificial magic circle with such petty tricks? Lana became even more agitated, shouting, We have to stop him now. Serena continued her role. Most of the monsters are handled. I'll provide support. While they were debating the plan, Irina stood alone in the back. Then, stall for time so I can recover. I'll be as quick as I can. She looked completely exhausted. You raised your sword with a bright smile. All right. While they paused their attacks, your body suddenly stiffened, and cold sweat poured down. You couldn't hold it back. Frey vomited blood in pain. You used your sword to prop yourself up so you wouldn't fall. Damn it, my body is giving out at the most critical moment. Phocus and Kania took the opportunity to close in. Be careful. This could be him acting to catch us off guard. She held up her fingers, preparing a spell. Don't worry. When it comes to close combat, I'm faster than him. Although this was a bit unexpected, Frey still had a backup plan. It didn't matter. If you ran out of your own magic, you could still activate the command. It's just that you'd be bedridden for a few days. You glanced at the girl standing on the other side. The rest should be handled by Kania. Frey began to play the part, laughing hoarsely. You say you're faster than me? Following his chant, star magic began to surge outward. Are you sure about this? Frey radiated such immense power that Lana was blown away. The magic circle was complete. Frey then looked up, screaming like a madman. Now, all of you will become sacrifices for the Demon King. Lana cried out in panic. Frey, stop! Frey swung his sword down, gritting his teeth as he replied. It's too late. The spot where he had just been standing suddenly exploded, and thick dust clouds began to rise. Everyone stared in shock at the scene before them. Frey lay unconscious on the wooden floor. Everyone was in total chaos. What happened? The command spell was clearly activated. Why did nothing happen? No, more importantly, the magic circle is disappearing. It's fading away. Kania knelt down to examine him. It seems the command spell lost control and failed. Good grief. Kania secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Young master, you did well. Leave the rest to me. Thinking this, she supported Frey, turned around, and said, It seems he fainted due to the backlash from the failed activation. Let's capture him while we can. Both Phocus and Lana refused. To be honest, I thought we were done for. Me too. Even if he's rotten to the core, he's still a descendant of the hero, a truly troublesome enemy. They were incredibly confused, unable to figure out what went wrong. But why did it fail? Who knows? The activation seemed to be going smoothly. Irina clenched her fists as she listened to the two of them. Moreover, at one point, the evil energy suddenly weakened. Perhaps Frey had used up all his strength? That made sense. Containing the Demon King's power within a human body wasn't an easy feat. Kania interrupted. Just take him to the infirmary. We have to wait until he wakes up. Suddenly, blood sprayed from Frey's eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. The young girl's tears fell in heartbreak. No, if it keeps going like this, Frey will really die. Please, she begged him. Frey, please, wake up. Kania hugged his body tightly, trembling. She wondered, who was the culprit behind all this? Had she figured it out? Images from the past surfaced, and the inner thoughts of Irina echoed. To be honest, there were too many suspicious things about Irina when I met him in the Grey Forest. His tone was always rushed. He blamed it on an illness, and never showed his face. And above all, he knew about the ice dragon's heart, something only I and Frey knew. At that moment, she was extremely suspicious of the masked man's identity. For a moment, she was truly hesitant. She didn't know if Irina was really Frey. As his actions changed, Irina revised her, I guess, but she quickly dismissed that thought. The scenes of the evil deeds Frey had committed appeared. There's no way that jerk. Among all the people, how could that steady back actually be someone who could help her? Returning to the battle from earlier, Irina stood there, stunned. Frey, why? Frey was wildly swinging his sword to block their attacks. If you bow your heads now, I might even consider accepting you into the Demon King's army. The more she watched him fight, the more the two figures completely overlapped. Because of this, the image of Irina kept appearing in Irina's mind. She noticed his magic, and that shimmering mana. Every time it touched the magic circle, its power would weaken. Next was the scene from earlier. Frey laughed maniacally, then raised both hands to the sky and shouted, and the magic exploded along with it. Now, all of you will become sacrifices for the Demon King, Lana's voice hurriedly shouted. Frey, stop! But the reply was his roar. It's too late. Irina's eyes were covered in purple. Then the explosion happened. She slowly opened her eyes and suddenly stared in shock. The reason was that Frey lay unconscious on the ground. Everyone quickly approached. What just happened? It seems the command spell lost control and failed. Both Phocus and Lana were thoroughly confused. But why did it fail? Who knows? The activation seemed to be going smoothly. And at one point, the evil energy suddenly weakened. A realization suddenly appeared in Irina's mind. He dispelled the magic circle's power using his own magic. In the panic, it seemed no one had noticed. Her eyes were incredibly sharp, but she had seen the magic circle's energy being neutralized by Frey's magic. While Kania was frantically calling for everyone, Irina remained lost in thought, without a doubt. Her eyes lit up. The magic circle wasn't broken. Frey had prevented the magic circle from activating and saved everyone here, but then she rested her chin on her hand, puzzled, wondering why that jerk would do such a thing. Then she remembered the masked man again. Wait, if that's true, is he really Irina? But why does he need to hide his identity? While she was busy thinking, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. It made Irina jump back to reality and see Frey bleeding. She panicked. What's going on? Why is he coughing up blood all of a sudden? What the hell happened? Somewhere in the Demon King's castle, Ruby sat on the throne, resting her chin on her hand, watching the screen. The crow seemed to have stopped responding. And furthermore, the mission failure notification had appeared. In other words, she had failed. Even receiving bad news, she still wore a smile. On the system board, it was recorded. Main scenario mission. Attack the commoner dormitory. Use noble students to attack the commoner dormitory and activate the sacrificial magic circle. Reward. Unseal the Demon King's castle. Failure penalty. Seal remains. Some abilities were still usable. After finishing reading, Ruby reached a conclusion. So basically, I can't leave the Demon King's castle. The system began to issue the penalty. Activate penalty. You must follow the fate of the hypocrite. You still cannot leave the Demon King's castle. Even at this point, she was still indifferent. Whatever. I'll consider this a warm-up. Ruby's tone was slightly annoyed. If one didn't pay close attention, it wouldn't be noticeable. That's serious. How long do I have to be stuck here? Unknown entity. You're the one who insisted I prioritize the system's instructions and fight the hero, aren't you? Yet, I'm the only one stuck here. Ruby radiated a dense, murderous intent with the familiar smile on her lips. This is beyond unfair, Ruby whispered. If only I could go out, I wouldn't have done half-baked things like sending subordinates. The system seemed unable to hold it in anymore, and replied, I even brought you a necklace from the system shop to hide your identity. That is an item that makes it impossible for anyone except for those using a different system to recognize your true identity. Ruby stated the truth. Either way, the fact that I can't go there directly hasn't changed. Being forced to listen to someone who just suddenly appeared and gave me orders has too many limitations. Just reading the text shows the helplessness of this system. That is because if you used your full power from the beginning, the hero wouldn't have had any chance at all. She stayed silent for a moment before messaging back. Fine. We'll have to allow for some use of force, I suppose. Even if there's a penalty for failure. A new prompt appeared on the system screen. Ability unlocked. Clone. Your consciousness will be transferred into the clone, allowing you to act in the outside world while your true body remains here. Having achieved her goal, Liu Yifei said with satisfaction, Good. I'm tired of just getting my head bashed in from one side. Magic crackled from her palm. The system warned, Note, the clone's efficiency is only 1/10 of your true strength. As she created the clone, she chuckled. Only that much? How stingy. A back and forth between a system and its user, she muttered. That's unfair. Unlike you, the hero doesn't even know who he's up against. Whatever. Even if I can't use my full power. She stepped firmly onto the ground in her heels. The clone of Liu Yifei touched her chest and smirked. The result will be the same regardless. With that, she left immediately. As the castle gates swung open, the sky outside was incredibly clear. Just you wait, hero, Liu Yifei said confidently, hands on her hips. I'm coming for you now. You don't have a prayer of winning. Meanwhile, fragmented memories of what just happened flashed before Frey. He squinted, his consciousness fading. In this state, he suddenly found himself in a forest filled with misty fog. Frey knit his brows in pain, cursing, Damn it, what is this? I was clearly in the commoner's dormitory. Standing up and scanning his surroundings, he muttered with a sense of caution. But this place. It feels like when I was thinking about the magic circle. The probability of spatial dimensions shifting this abruptly is extremely low. I must have been thrown into another set of memories. Memories of previous times flickered through his mind, making his eye twitch. I hope I don't run into anything as annoying as last time. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Frey hurried toward the sound, his emotions in turmoil. That voice, a child exactly like him, was standing right there. Seeing this, young Frey recalled a vague memory from his past. I remember now, that time Mom and I got lost in the forest behind the estate. But he suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, where's Mom? Sharp, beastly teeth appeared. A wolf-like monster emerged. Is that a werewolf? Frey watched the beast standing behind his younger self, puzzled. I don't remember ever encountering something like that. Suddenly, the werewolf raised its clawed hand. It wasn't good. Summoning his strength, he jumped high. The werewolf soared right over little Frey's head, while he panicked internally. I'm done for. Frey watched the scene unfold with anxiety as a tiny hand summoned a fireball, then threw it straight at the werewolf. The creature whimpered and tucked its tail to run. Startled by the commotion, Frey turned his head and shouted, "Werewolf?" A familiar, grumpy voice rang out. "Finally found you." Young Irina appeared. "What on earth are you doing here?" The boy blurted out, "Hey." He moved to hug her, but was blocked. "Thanks for saving my life." She pointed firmly at him. "Don't get the wrong idea. We aren't friends. I hate demon kin." The two children bickered. "And don't even think about hugging me." "Come on." Hidden behind a bush, Frey thought. Based on the situation, this looks like the first time I met Irina, but something feels off. I don't remember meeting her in a place like this. His memories of their actual first meeting surfaced. They had crossed paths while she was working as a bounty hunter. Back then, Mom and I got lost in the forest behind the mountains, but neither that werewolf nor Irina was there. A commotion had happened, but Father found us, and we returned home safely. The images of the previous event flooded back. Thinking about what happened with the previous timeline, this couldn't just be an illusion. He worriedly reached a conclusion about these distorted images. What I'm seeing must be a manipulated memory. The thought alone made his head ache. Frey irritably messed up his hair. My head is about to explode, messing with someone else's memories. Just who is doing this? And since when? Across from him, Irina held a piece of paper and said, "Anyway, we have to go. I need to get you back quickly so I can claim the reward from the Duke." The little Frey curled up slightly and retorted softly, "But Mom told me not to leave this spot." She replied, "What are you talking about? Your father is looking for you, and your mother is probably right beside him." The boy immediately brightened. "Really? Then I'll head back too. Let's go together." Frey looked up at the two shadows. "I don't know what's going on, but I'll just follow along for now." The night sky was filled with bright stars. As they walked toward Frey's parents, Irina asked curiously, "By the way, how long were you hiding there?" The boy tilted his head, thinking, and replied uncertainly, "Probably about 3 hours." Hearing this, she looked surprised. "This place is crawling with wild beasts, yet you survived without being discovered?" Irina suddenly noticed something strange. "Wait, did you say 3 hours? But this request form is clearly from 2 days ago." The boy standing behind her didn't hear clearly and asked, "Huh? What did you say?" But she tucked the paper away and answered, "Nothing. It has nothing to do with me." After walking for a while, the boy spoke up, "But it's true. I don't remember why I was hiding there." Irina listened with an annoyed expression. "I remember I was playing hide and seek with my mom. Then we got lost." He innocently asked, "I wonder why?" She snapped at him immediately. "How would I know? Maybe your mother did something to your memories?" Suddenly, a long howl echoed through the forest. Little Frey immediately recognized it as a wolf. Irina sighed in front of him. "Don't exaggerate." Her tone was filled with confidence. "Even if 7 wolves jumped out, I could handle them." But as she turned her head, her voice died out. "Don't worry." For the first time, Irina showed an expression of panic. "No way. This werewolf is both hulking and stronger than the one from before. It's a werewolf." So, there wasn't just one. Frey was trembling with fear. "What do we do now? This one is twice the size." Irina gritted her teeth. "What do you mean? What do we do?" "Turn around and run for your life." But unfortunately, they were caught by the werewolf. The boy screamed in terror. Standing before such a terrifying beast, Frey just stared at it, unmoving. He clenched his fists. "There is no way I'm running away." He threw weak punches at the werewolf's thick, leathery hide, leaving his friend behind him. The pressure from the werewolf's grip increased, making Irina feel as if her bones were about to break. Reflexively, tears welled up as she trembled, gasping, "You idiot, what are you doing?" The werewolf suddenly spun around, startling the girl. The boy dazedly held his position, fists raised in front of his chest, his jaws slightly agape in front of her. Even though she was terrified, the girl didn't intend to run. She kept whispering, "I have to fight. I have to fight." Meanwhile, I was distracted by something else. Why is it only sniffing me instead of attacking? A wave of strange familiarity washed over me. The more I looked at it, the more familiar it felt. A sudden, sharp headache struck, but I didn't know any werewolves. Frey collapsed to the ground, clutching his head, feeling as though a memory was about to surface, but was being forcibly blocked. Beside him, the girl had given up and lay curled on the ground, head buried in her arms. What on earth is happening? Irina took advantage of the werewolf's distraction to silently chant a fireball spell. The creature's face suddenly erupted, and it let out a howl of agony. Blinded by rage, the werewolf kicked the small, frail girl hard. She went flying, and Irina screamed in panic. Soon after, the werewolf pounced on her, raining dozens of brutal, heavy blows down upon the girl's small body. Irina's consciousness began to fade. Is this really how I'm going to die? In this desolate place, a burst of familiar magic suddenly detonated, striking the werewolf square in the head. The energy was so intense that blood poured from the creature's eye sockets. The girl's eyes were filled with the brilliant light of the magic. "What is this?" a familiar voice echoed. "Hold on, Irina." A surge of potent energy radiated from the boy. Lifting his wooden staff, he declared with resolve, "I swear, I will save you." The werewolf finally turned its attention to the puny human before it. Without a second's hesitation, the boy lunged forward with his staff. The werewolf raised its claws, ready to teach this human a lesson. Suddenly, its eyes widened in shock. Its hand froze. Taking advantage of the opening, the wooden staff pierced straight through its gut, and the beast spat out a mouthful of blood in pain. In just a few minutes, the massive werewolf had been defeated by a child. Irina scrambled to stand up, wiping the blood from her face. She glanced at the werewolf, which had stopped breathing, and felt a surge of annoyance at the boy for hiding such power. She walked over to reproach him. "If you had this kind of strength, why didn't you use it sooner?" To her surprise, the person she was scolding had already passed out. Wait, did he really dump all his magic into one shot and just bail? Her anxious voice echoed through the forest at night. "Are you okay? Hey, wake up." Deep in the bushes, Frey sighed in relief, but then couldn't help but wonder, what just happened? The werewolf had raised its fist only to suddenly stop. The strange occurrences left him deeply suspicious. That headache was weird, something definitely wasn't right. The scene of the fight replayed in his head. There was no way a child's attack could actually affect a monster of that level. It only worked because the werewolf had lost its will to fight. Without a doubt, Frey concluded, the most logical explanation was that this werewolf knew him. More importantly, even in its frenzy, it couldn't bring itself to attack him. As if realizing he had successfully figured it out, the familiar black smoke appeared. Is this the end of the memory? Frey didn't really want to leave just yet. Now I'm getting worried. It must be chaotic out there by now. At the academy, Plaza walked into the room. "I'm back." Lana nodded and asked, "Good work. It's been a week. How's Frey?" She replied, "Still the same. His physical condition is fine, but he still hasn't regained consciousness." "Why?" she wondered aloud. "How strange. We should take advantage of this while we can," Plaza asked curiously. "Do what we can?" Lana laid out her plan. "We'll spread the rumor that Frey is the one behind this whole incident." Hearing this, he looked a bit worried, "But we don't know that for sure." Lana, not as kind-hearted as others, advised him, "Frey, we don't have the luxury of being cautious if we want to take him down. We need to pressure him while he's unconscious." Plaza stuttered, wanting to object. After all, a saint shouldn't lie. She stood up abruptly, stating firmly, "If we hesitate, we'll be the ones to lose. Even without concrete evidence, at least. We can make people suspicious of him. The facts are that he infiltrated the place and that he ultimately supported the Demon King's army. Those are undeniable facts," Lana concluded. "That alone is enough to make everyone doubt his connection to the Demon King. Even if his privileges prevent us from punishing him directly, his standing will definitely be shaken." Plaza gave a strained smile. "I don't quite understand, but I'll do as you say." Lana smiled with satisfaction. "Good. Just trust me." Suddenly, a voice came from the doorway. "Who's there?" "Princess Plaza. I apologize for the interruption." Damien bowed and reported, "Isabel has regained consciousness." Lana nodded and walked past him. "Understood. I'll be right there. If we can find out why she was there, it could be useful." She gave the order and left the rest to him. As Damien watched the two figures leave, Someone called out from behind. "Excuse me, sir," Ruby asked with a friendly smile. "May I come in for just a moment?" But she was immediately refused. "No. This is a room for important evidence." As she spoke, she used her magic. "Come on, don't be so stiff." Damien, who had been frowning and about to shout, "No one is allowed in here," stopped as his eyes turned pink, except for Princess Ruby, who asked with a wicked grin, "I can come in, right?" Damien, now under her control, replied, "Yes." She successfully entered the room and spotted the raven being held in a glass cage. Regardless of the mission's failure, Ruby cast magic on the creature. "If I follow this one's consciousness, I can uncover the hero's true identity." Fragments of the raven's memories regarding Frey surfaced, and an excited smirk spread across her face. She looked like she was losing her mind. "So, this is the hero?" Her fingertips curled, creating a crimson flame that incinerated the raven. She had identified her target. Ruby's eyes darkened as she muttered, "Now, all that's left is to crush him into dust." 3 months passed. Someone demanded, "What on earth is going on?" Syria kept pressing her. "Kania, you know the truth, don't you?" She avoided eye contact and tried to reply, "What do you mean?" Syria started to explain. "A magical explosion causing someone to be bedridden for 3 months, is that even possible? Perhaps Frey has a chronic condition." Kania's gaze was sharp. "And if that's the case, there's no way you, who are always by his side, wouldn't know anything." But she still stubbornly refused to speak. "I'm sorry. I really don't know anything," which made Syria furious. "Damn it," she started. "Are you planning to play dumb until the end? If that's how it's going to be, I'll handle it my own way." Just then, a knock at the door echoed. Irina, dressed as a maid, entered with a serious expression and apologized for the intrusion. "I'm here to clean up." Frey frowned, ready to brush her off. "Leave it for later. We're in the middle of something." But then she dropped a bombshell. "I'm sorry, but I've sworn a life or death oath. If I don't finish my task on time, I'll die." Irina gripped her face in pain, muttering, "That life or death oath. That thing is a real headache to deal with." She remained calm as she continued, "As long as I can finish cleaning, that's all that matters. Please, go ahead and continue your conversation." Serena stared intently at Irina's back. The two of them decided to step out of the room. "Kania, let's head out. Keep talking." "All right." The door closed, and Irina began to put her plan into motion. "Now's my chance to investigate." Unexpectedly, Frey started coughing up blood, making her panic as she hurried over. "Han, are you okay?" He drifted awake, looking dazed. "Why are you here? By the way, how long have I been out?" Irina wasn't entirely sure. "About 3 months, give or take." Frey couldn't help but be shocked. 3 months? I've been asleep that long? It didn't feel that long in my subconscious. A system window popped up right beside him. So, it really was the system's penalty. It stated that the penalty for permanently reducing the villain's fate caused a minor drain on the user's vitality and lifespan. Wait, who realized it? He fell deep into thought. Serena's memories are under my control, so it couldn't have been her. Finally, he narrowed down the possibilities. That left only the other 3. Frey started wondering about something else. But how could they know me well enough to realize I'm acting? He suddenly realized something. Memories of the past flashed before him. While fighting, he always tried to avoid using his full power and hid his habits to keep his identity secret. There was one moment where I couldn't avoid it, the time I was wearing a mask, while I was in the gray forest with Irina. Irina interrupted his thoughts. "I'll go call the doctor," Frey concluded. There was no doubt about it. After seeing him fight at the commoner dormitory and putting it all together, she had discovered his true identity. There was no doubt anymore. After seeing him fight at the commoner dormitory, she had figured out who he really was. He didn't know what to do. Should he force her to say it? He muttered to himself. "No, not yet. If I rush to a conclusion, it'll just cause unnecessary trouble. I'll verify it first. It's not too late to decide later." Just then, the door swung open. Kania and Serena rushed inside. "You're finally awake, young master," Serena asked, looking incredibly worried. "Are you really okay, sitting up like that?" Frey didn't answer, remaining silent for a long moment. Then, he made a request. "Get out. I want to talk to Kania alone." Irina couldn't believe it and gasped. "What?" Conversely, Serena obeyed without a word. She quickly stood up and left. Irina followed, looking utterly bewildered. A second later, only the two of them were left in the room. Frey got straight to the point. "Do you know who discovered my identity?" Kania shook her head. "No. Everyone is acting as they normally do." Frey shared his theory. "As far as I can tell, Irina is the most suspicious." This caught her off guard. Frey confirmed. "She saw me fighting in the forest. he explained. I tried my best to suppress my habits at the time, but it must not have been perfect. Kania immediately grasped the situation. Understood. I'll investigate. Frey had one more request. I'm counting on you for this. Also, I'm sorry, but could you prepare some food for me? I'm starving, she agreed immediately. Of course, young master. Just wait a moment. Kania then turned and left. Suddenly, a system window popped up with a new notification. He wondered what it was this time. Frey looked at the mission board with suspicion. At least he had finished the first mission and gained a decent amount of villain points. What's this? The system displayed a special accumulation. An enemy has discovered your true identity. As a result, that person has received a special accumulation buff. The enemy, his face darkened. I've already had to complete missions while hiding my identity and fighting the Demon King's army, and now there's another enemy? Frey let out a helpless sigh. He calmed himself down. Stay calm, it's just like always. Frey recalled the previous events. The main hero and heroine had retained their memories from the previous timeline. From the very beginning, this system has been full of inconsistencies. His eyes were filled with exhaustion. Still, fooling them is harder than I thought. Frey looked around the room. Still, fooling them is harder than I thought. In times like this, Kania's presence really puts me at ease. She was happily making lunch for him. Kania told herself, I have to try harder. She looked truly determined. I won't let the young master's lifespan decrease any further. If it weren't for her, I'd probably be dead by now. Outside, Irina was pacing back and forth anxiously, wondering why he was hiding his identity. She was torn, not knowing what to do. Damn it, should I just ask him directly? Irina, what was she actually thinking? Irina's eyes brightened. There's still a chance I'm mistaken. In the end, she decided she should observe him longer to see if he was truly rotten. For now, she would wait for Kania's investigation results before taking any action. The family still considers me a suspect, most likely. Someone's voice rang out. How could we not have caught him when it was so obvious he was part of the Demon King's army? She looked annoyed. The Emperor's orders are absolute. That's not something you can just overturn. Lana directly challenged her. Are you really trying to dodge responsibility now? She gave a serious warning. Fine. Hold on to that rotten rope and see what happens. Saying that, Lana immediately turned and left. She was going to find allies and strip them of their privileges. She looked a bit worried. I'm sorry. If we had kept the Raven, we could have shaken their position. Lana didn't seem to care. It's fine. He'll have to keep quiet for now. Temporarily, we'll pin the charge of being a member of the Demon King's army on him. Her expression was stubborn as she ensured he would end up on the chopping block. They can't take away my power and wealth. As for Frey's sister, she was wondering what exactly Frey's illness was. She pondered, there's no medical reason for him to be in a coma. Strange. Her mind is simple, so she's easy to manipulate. She stood up, sighing. Now that the first mission is done, I'm tired of pretending to sleep. She wore a sinister smile. Looks like it's time for me to act. Her eyes were colder than ever. The red-haired Demon King would also act, even though her behavior was sometimes unpredictable. Plus, I have a reliable ally. Serena held a bouquet of flowers in her hands. Serena looked happy and excited. The flowers are beautiful. I must pick some for Serena. Just then, she saw an owl delivering a letter. That owl was the messenger for the master of the magic tower. Without delay, it placed the letter into Serena's hand. She channeled her magic to read the contents. Her entire body was surrounded by a purple aura. A second later, it gradually dissipated. The letter read, As agreed, I am returning your memories to you. Everything has gone exactly as I planned so far. Serena revealed a cunning look. Now that my memories are back, shouldn't I tweak the system a bit? There are no threat penalties, so I can issue commands as I please. Frey clenched his fists, showing determination. All right, the road ahead is rough, but I will see it through to the end. He remembered all the people he had just named. This time, he would be absolutely resolute in protecting the world where they all belonged. Cutting to a dark cave, a few drops of water dripped down, forming a puddle. Someone stepped heavily through that puddle. A few terrifying hisses echoed from within the cave. Who goes there? A giant foot with sharp claws stepped out. Who dares to set foot in here? It roared loudly. Are you ready to die? The girl just remained silent. This action made it realize, wait, could it be? It exclaimed in surprise. The Demon King's messenger, calmly confirming. That's right. Though this is only my avatar. Ah, give the order. Summon the Demon King's army. The messenger understood. So, it was finally beginning. The messenger wore an amused smile. Indeed, the final moment has arrived to finish off the hero who saved the world 1,000 years ago. Frey argued, and I am his descendant, because the successor hero, Frey followed the system and the prophecy to unlock the hidden route. I previously caused the ones I loved and the heroines to be abandoned. Objective complete, hidden route unlocked. The path of the fake villain, your destiny, you who once destroyed the world. The path to redeeming the world as a true fake villain has opened. Use the power of the fake villain to save the world. When that happens, a unique happiness will come to you. Just as the name implies, this is the path where I must live like scum, the worst path possible. But it is also the only way to ensure that no one has to die. Both the male and female leads kept their memories from the previous timeline. Even though I tried to create a world where everyone could be happy, the male and female leads still kept their memories from before. They remember every crime I committed. Are you kidding me? I have to dodge assassination attempts from the heroines. After many obstacles, I finally completed the first main mission, the student dormitory raid event, and now, Frey has coughed up blood. Yet he still fights tenaciously. Knowing this would happen, having 3 layers of punishment stacked on top of each other really hurts. In his heart, he silently cursed. Just woke up, and you throw such a difficult mission at me already? This system truly shows no mercy. His sword swept across the ground, and an undead quickly appeared before Frey. Its sword flashed past his face. A second later, Frey agilely countered. With just a few sword strokes, the undead were destroyed. Following that, he jumped up to provoke them. Come on! His expression was incredibly determined. Frey lunged straight into the enemy ranks to fight. I will never give up. A few hours earlier, the Sun Temple's Phoebe was following him. She grumbled. If you keep being this lazy, who knows when you'll finish? He replied leisurely. I don't find it bothersome at all. Frey acted playfully. If you keep staring at me like that, I'll be shy. I won't be able to get any work done. This only made Phoebe pout. Still joking around, she pointed a finger to remind him, remember clearly, you are currently under disciplinary probation. Yeah, I know. After resolving the student dormitory incident, I escaped the charge of being the mastermind, but because it was a large-scale incident, and even involved the Demon King's army, the rumors spread in the blink of an eye. There was no way to stop them. The royal family and the temple tried their best to protect me, but even if it was just for show, they still had to punish me. Helping prepare for the Sun Temple's orphanage festival under Phoebe's supervision, that was the punishment handed down. But because I'm on the fake villain route, I can't openly do good deeds, which is why I have to be as lazy as possible. His gaze was cold, yet he acted annoyed. Even if you are my supervisor, this is a bit too much. Suddenly, he turned his head and called out, Hey! Phoebe was frustrated. Is it really okay for you to just stand there and watch me? Surely a Saintess must be busy, right? She stubbornly retorted, because you might do something bad again. Frey immediately denied it. I just woke up after 3 months and was already summoned here, and yet you say that? Doing bad things requires proper preparation. You know, she wondered. Then what about the thing in the temple basement? The temple basement. Phoebe cleared her throat and said, Actually, there's something that has been bothering me lately. I'm sure the Demon King's army and your side are involved. Suddenly, Phoebe froze in place. A second later, she frantically said, Forget what I just said, hurry up. He was deep in thought. The temple basement, huh? I haven't even set foot in there yet. In his heart, he was anxious. What on earth is it this time? Important event. A terrifying conspiracy is unfolding beneath the Sun Temple basement. Join Phoebe in exposing this conspiracy and stopping the evil plan. Success. Hero equipment awakening increases slightly. Failure. Phoebe dies. Frey's face turned pale. What is this? This mission wasn't in the prophecy book. His eyes looked at the system panel in disbelief. It read, Success. Hero equipment awakening increases slightly. Failure. Phoebe dies. If it says death, how can I ignore it? Do I have any other choice? Frey then spoke up. So, that's what it's about, huh? Phoebe crossed her arms and sneered, as expected. You know something, don't you? She looked earnest. Please tell me, what are you planning to do this time? Frey ruffled his hair arrogantly. Who knows? If you want to know, he offered a challenging smile. Why don't you go see for yourself? At the same time, someone was observing the two of them talking. That person's eyes lit up as if probing for something. Cutting to the temple, beneath the basement that Frey had mentioned, dust was flying everywhere. He and Phoebe were there, she exclaimed. I didn't expect such a place to exist beneath the temple basement. It looks like a fairly ancient structure. Frey found it strange. But you're the Saintess. You only just found out this place existed? I tried investigating, but... Phoebe recounted. Lately, a sinister aura has been emanating from deep beneath the basement. She also wanted to know, but every time I tried to go in and check, I was stopped, being told that illegal items are stored here and that I don't need to inspect it. Frey speculated. Maybe because they were busy preparing for the festival, the security was loose today. That could be considered lucky, I suppose. Phoebe's eyes sparkled as she declared, "This is the chance to expose the Demon King's army's conspiracy," he said in surprise. Right in front of someone who might be an ally of the Demon King like me? Suddenly, Frey noticed something. His eyes widened in surprise. Wait, what is that? The system display appeared along with the sun god, the spirit god, and the world existing under their protection. Frey couldn't believe his eyes. The stone tablet was inscribed with the primordial star language of the sun god, the human god, and the spirit god. With the protection of those three deities, the world achieved balance and prosperity. But why on earth does the Kania exist in this world? His face went blank, not to mention the sun god and the spirit god being involved. I've never seen content like this before. Phocus quickly chimed in. I've seen these characters before. Really? She explained. There are stone tablets in the Western continent, with carvings just like this. I tried to decipher them, Phocus said, scratching her head sheepishly, but I eventually gave up halfway. Frey pondered. The Western continent, huh? If I go there, I might find the information I need. Suddenly, Phocus noticed something. The hallway ends here? Frey crossed his arms and warned her. This door is locked behind multiple layers of barriers. Let's see. A no-entry seal, an interference field, and warning magic. All of them are such a pain. He sighed helplessly. Even if a group of mages teamed up, they probably couldn't break this. Before he could finish, Phocus threw an incredibly powerful punch. The door shattered instantly. She turned her head and asked, "Were you going to say something?" Frey quickly shook his head. "It's nothing." The two of them ventured deeper. Frey looked around and remarked, "This place is much wider than the hallway, isn't it?" Phocus added, "It's bigger than I thought." Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. "Look over there." The undead seemed to be sleeping? An entire army was standing guard here. "Are those undead?" Phocus muttered in fear. "No way. Are there evil undead right beneath the Grand Hall?" Frey observed them and commented, "No, they give off a mix of holy light and dark magic. These are undead knights created from the corpses of holy knights." Deep down, he wondered, but why? What is the purpose of this? Why create so many of them? Suddenly, Phocus pointed, signaling him to look. "Look there! Above us, there's a giant magic circle. Why is that thing there?" Frey couldn't help but be stunned. My God, is that a sacrificial magic circle? She looked at it, amazed. It's several times larger than the one in the commoner dormitory. Frey realized with a jolt undead and a massive sacrificial circle directly underneath this place. He covered his face and let out a wicked smile. "So, did that answer your question?" He glanced sarcastically at Phocus. "You dared to follow me all the way here. You really have no guard up, do you?" His actions terrified her. "What are you planning to do?" "If I have to, I'll use the sun god's protection," he scoffed, looking down on the sun god's protection, which could only be used once a day. "And how are you going to do that?" Frey reminded her, "You already used your daily turn to break that lock earlier, didn't you?" He slicked back his hair, looking cool. "You can't stop me." "Fine, I'll tell you the plan." Frey posed a question. "Here is the question. What is directly above that magic circle?" Phocus looked up, voice soft. "Above it? If there's something there." Her eyes suddenly widened as she realized, "I get it now. Above there is." Phocus screamed in disbelief. "The orphanage for destitute children run by the Sun Temple." He had to act crazy. "If I activate this during the peak of the festival, the people above will become sacrifices for the Demon King." She staggered backward. "You monster! I won't let you do this." Phocus quickly turned to run. "Hurry, go." Frey spread his arms wide in challenge. Whoever gets left behind becomes bait for them all. He kept that insane smile on his face until the door slammed shut and no one was left. Only then did Frey let out a sigh. If it's her, she'll definitely make sure everyone escapes, no matter the cost. Then, he turned around, preparing for battle. It's going to be a tough fight, but this is the only way to play the villain, while saving everyone at the same time. An undead soldier raised its bow, aiming straight at Frey as he stepped forward. A barrage of arrows pointed directly at him. Well then, while no one is watching, with a single sword stroke, Frey shattered the arrows. "It's been a while since I've fought like a hero." Frey sliced an undead in half with one swing, then took down two more beside it. He executed lightning-fast sword strikes, clearing them out. Even so, there were too many undead, making things difficult for Frey. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. He had to face them all alone, and they just kept coming in, wave after wave. By now, blood was dripping from his mouth. He knew the backlash from the 2 layers of curses would be brutal, but if things dragged on like this, he was going to die. Finally, Frey decided he had to speed things up. He unleashed a powerful sword strike. Elsewhere, someone was watching. Irina stood there, anxious. My intuition wasn't wrong. About a month ago, in the Grey Forest, she had been searching for something. Irina quickly realized, as expected, there's a stone still faintly emitting magic. It's very weak, but this is clearly the same kind of starlight magic as Frey's. Irina concluded, so it's true. The true identity of Irina is Frey. She was confused by his previous actions, but if this were true, it made things even more perplexing. Irina couldn't stop wondering why he would curse her one moment and protect her the next. Her heart was in turmoil. What was his true goal? Irina watched Frey fighting down below. Why do you only do evil things in front of others? Frey, who on earth are you? By now, Frey was nearly out of strength. His eyes were bloodshot as he struggled to hold on. Their speed has slowed down, but their power is completely different. If only I could recover some stamina. Frey scrambled for a solution. If I push myself any harder, my stamina will be completely drained and I'll pass out. Suddenly, he noticed something. Even though he had been fighting for his life, their numbers had decreased without him noticing. If I take out the remaining ones. Right then, an extremely terrifying killing intent radiated out. His eyes froze for a beat. What is that? Those large ones? What are they doing? Undead priests. Currents of energy were being continuously sucked into the magic circle, and then it began to emit an even stronger aura. Frey watched in disbelief. The sacrificial magic circle is activating? He rushed over to stop it. Stop! He's trying to force an activation. Frey reached the feet of the 2 priests. He channeled every ounce of his remaining strength into this strike. Frey gathered his spiritual energy in his feet, preparing to leap. A second later, he reached the priest's arm. A horizontal sword slash severed its bones. Frey landed safely after taking them down, and the magic circle stopped accordingly, slowly fading away the next second. Frey was incredibly satisfied. I did it. Now the orphanage is safe. After that, he officially passed out. The undead saw this and rushed forward, intending to finish him off. Just as their swords were about to strike, Irina stepped in to help with a fireball. The attack hit the undead, forcing them to back away. She appeared in front of Frey. Irina gathered all her strength to launch another attack, with astonishing results. She then whispered, Frey, wake up. Seeing he wouldn't wake up, Irina had to find another way. I guess I'll have to carry him. He's so heavy. Just then, the remnants of Irina fire flashed past someone. Another step forward, and they appeared again. Those guys were swarming her. Seriously? You've got to be kidding me. That was my last attack scroll. Irina touched the scroll at her waist and picked it up, wondering, what even is this? Irina recalled the person from earlier. Did I buy this many? Here, I'll throw in an extra attack scroll. That's right. She used it the moment she got it. Guess it's all or nothing now. A blue magic circle appeared, shielding the 2 of them. Irina was confused, not understanding what was happening. Huh? Seeing the blue mana flow, she realized it wasn't an attack scroll at all. The formation activated just as the mob lunged at them, teleporting them to an unfamiliar forest. Irina clutched her head, groaning. What on earth just happened? She quickly checked on the unconscious person who was, thankfully, still alive. Irina held the remaining piece of paper, utterly baffled. What the hell just happened? That was definitely supposed to be an attack scroll. She felt like she'd been scammed. There's no way a shop would mix up an attack scroll with a teleportation one. I'll have to go back and give them a piece of my mind later. Irina looked around, feeling uneasy. Where even am I? It didn't look like the Grey region. Her eyes widened as if she'd spotted something. Wait, is that? Irina recognized the old tattered tent, their secret hideout from when they were kids. She started walking around to check it out. Does that mean we're in the forest nearby? The coincidence is too much. This is way too close to the Stro estate. It feels like someone set this up. Irina started to get suspicious. This guy, he's like someone who holds every single key to this mystery. Feeling helpless, she took out a potion. Looks like I've got no choice but to just ask him directly. A while later, night fell, and the tent was lit up. As the night clouds cleared and the morning sun bathed the forest in light, Frey finally coughed up a mouthful of blood. He sat up, clutching his head, and wondered, where am I? Someone's voice drifted over. Young master, are you all right? Frey looked over. In front of him was Irina, currently disguised. She was doing her best to play the part of Kania. Yes, I'm just relieved to see you awake. Frey grabbed his head, feeling grateful. So, you saved me. Thank you. Irina stayed calm. Good. He still hasn't realized his perception has been twisted. I had a bad feeling, so I was lurking nearby. Just a coincidence. Frey seemed a bit lost. But, where is this place? It looks so familiar. Frey's gaze wandered. It feels like the hideout from when I was a kid. Irina offered him a plate of food. You should eat something. I prepared a little bit. She sounded a bit hesitant. Frey looked at it suspiciously. For Kania, this is. He looked left, then right, sizing things up. Then he called out, Hey Kania, holding up a berry. These berries, they remind me of the old days. We used to eat these after dinner, didn't we? Frey asked. What were they called again? The name was pretty weird. Irina quickly added, Those are ice dragon berries, young master. She smiled brightly. Ah, that's right. Ice dragon. That sounds like such an exaggeration. Suddenly, her expression turned worried. Could you tell me exactly what happened this time? I still can't grasp the situation. I suppose so. Frey rubbed his chin, not sure where to start. Where should I even begin? Time passed, and the sun shone until evening settled over the small tent. Irina, looking exhausted, replied, To put it briefly. She recounted the events, still finding it hard to believe. So, you're the hero trying to save the world, but one unexpected thing after another keeps happening, right? Frey was a little surprised. That's a bold summary, but it's true. A long silence followed, then Irina stood up. I'm going to step out for a moment. Frey watched her go, deep in thought. It seemed he had realized something. Damn it. I told myself I wasn't good at acting. Irina sat by the riverbank alone, her mind a chaotic mess. Irina recalled the hardships of the past, the soul-binding curse. Was I really helping to hinder the hero all this time? She was conflicted. But he killed me in the past life too. Irina bowed her head, asking herself, What is the meaning of all this? What should I do? Suddenly, a noise put her on guard. A massive surge of power rippled through the air. Irina channeled her magic, shouting, Who's there? A familiar voice replied. Sure enough, Frey stepped out, saying calmly, I found you. He addressed her by her true identity. She let out a sigh of defeat. Guess I'm just not cut out for this acting stuff. Irina returned to her usual demeanor. I should have realized it the moment I saw you. She pointed a finger right at him, demanding, Answer me, Frey. Why did I have to save you? Frey said sadly, You didn't have to save me. His voice was earnest. I've long prepared myself to be hated. So, just wait for me a little longer. Frey promised solemnly, When this is all over, I'll apologize to you properly. He stepped closer to Irina. Until then, I want to protect you. Whatever, she sighed, her hands clenching. You really are such a pain. Her voice was full of resentment. Protect me? You're the one who keeps almost dying over and over again. Irina remained haughty. If you die for real, how are you supposed to apologize? She wagged a finger at him. Remember this, I won't let you die until I get that apology. This made Frey smile. Yeah, she pretended not to care. Damn it, I lost a precious item. Let's go. We're heading back. The two left after reaching a truce, but Frey still had concerns. The mysterious teleportation scroll that brought him here, no matter how he looked at it, it felt suspicious. He felt uneasy. Could this whole thing have been set up by someone? Scene changed to a rundown inn, where a figure appeared. A hand pulled the door open. Someone inside announced, Sorry, we're closed today. Please come back later. Ruby remarked with a sneer. Looks like you've got plenty of free time. The man's hand paused, and a devious smile appeared. He unleashed his mana. Oh, so, we have a special guest. Demikin stepped forward, demanding, If you already know my true identity, what's the purpose of this visit? His hand reached for several daggers, ready to strike. Or, maybe I should just ask you, slowly, after I chop off your limbs, of course. A flurry of weapons moved under his control. Dew flicked his finger once. The illusions shattered instantly, followed by a surge of spiritual energy that slammed right into him. What? Demikin was blasted back by the sheer power, screaming in pain. Demikin gasped. Space magic. Yours? He looked up in disbelief, his attacks destroyed by a single flick of a finger. Only then did Demikin realize who was in front of him. Could it be? Dew pulled his hood down. It's been a while, hasn't it, Demikin? I am the Demon King, he announced with a wicked grin. That's right. The Demon King has been resurrected. Scene changed to Frey's palace. He stretched and let out a huge yawn. Kania approached him attentively, asking, Young master, did you sleep well? Frey replied, It's been a while since I've slept this well. He rubbed his neck, showing off. I didn't even have any nightmares. Maybe it's because I overcame the trial. It's truly a relief. Kania was incredibly understanding. Please, rely on me whenever you're in trouble, she expressed sincerely. After all, I am. Just then, Irina kicked the door open and walked in. Good morning, Kania sighed gloomily. I'm no longer the only one you trust, but I remain your loyal subordinate. It seems quite a lot has happened while I was away, but fortunately, nothing catastrophic. It looks like Kania and Irina have cleared the air. I suppose so, right? According to Irina, the one to watch out for from now on is Lana. She's already noticed the change in Kania and has been trying to bury that information. Ever since the Commoner Dorm incident, she's been planning to kill me as soon as possible. Irina provided the intel, and what's more, she's even managed to pull the Moonlight Elders over to her side. Those troublesome people, she's dead serious. It looks like she's determined to assassinate you by any means necessary. Frey thought helplessly. The Council of Elders was completely out of Serena's control. What should we do? A new idea struck him for now. Just focus on the main mission. The next chapter is about liberating the slaves. I think the Demon King's army must be making a real move soon. At least that's what the prophecy book says. Ultimately, Frey decided he needed to draft a detailed plan while avoiding the risk of assassination. Things are peaceful, but since the break is pretty long, I can prepare at a steady pace. Scene shifts to Isolette teaching. There will be a special exam during this break. Frey froze at the situation. He raised his hand, confused. I don't really get it. We already finished our exams, didn't we? She confirmed. That's true. The exams are over, Isolette announced. But because someone offered bribes, the results are no longer considered valid for grading, so they've decided to hold a re-examination. Everyone groaned in annoyance. What? The expulsion list was already finalized. This is too much. Professor. Suddenly, a hand was raised, signaling for silence. Lana stood up. This is a direct order from the royal family. The professors are just following instructions. You can address the issue here if you have any objections. Frey found it hard to believe the royal family would care about exam fairness. No way. This definitely has to be Lana's doing. She must have found some big backing. Isolette continued the lecture. The format of the exam is a stronghold defense, centered around a team representative. You just have to protect your team's representative until time runs out. She clearly explained the details. The representatives for each team will be chosen by vote, split into nobles and commoners, and vote for whoever you support the most. A moment later, Frey thought to himself, surely the commoners will vote for Lana. He acted as if he had already foreseen the result. As for the nobles, it's hard to say no sane person would choose him, someone labeled as the Demon King's lackey. Yet, Lana was the one chosen. He clutched his head in disgust. Damn it, a bunch of idiots. Isolette spoke up, lowering her voice. All right, now that the results are in, I will announce the representative for each team. She clearly assigned the noble team's representative, Lana Sola Sanji, the commoner team's representative, Fa On Tich. The students remained silent for a long time. Is there some kind of mistake? They asked, confused. Oh, you just said we should choose the person we support, didn't you? Isolette replied coldly. Yes, I said that, but I never said they would become your team's representative. You decide where to defend and how. Isolette added, by the way, the winning team's representative will have the right to expel one person from the grade. The conditions were absurd. My condition for clearing this is to maintain my status as a student at the academy, so I have to win this match. A while later, Frey got into the carriage with Irina and Kania. She took out a pen and pretended to take notes. So, all these people. Kania looked helplessly at the long line of carriages. Are all going to the mansion, right? Frey justified it. It's a last resort. He analyzed the current situation. We've been at an overwhelming disadvantage from the start. If things go south, the other side can just run back to the royal palace. Kania sought a solution. For now, I've contacted the main family. I'll ask them to support us during the exam. Irina seemed unfazed. I've also explained the situation to everyone. I told them Frey might be more cooperative than expected. Frey was extremely frustrated. Why is the content of the prophecy book always so vague? He extended an invitation. Anyway, I need everyone's help. The carriage suddenly shook violently. He turned around, annoyed and blaming the driver. Hey, that's dangerous, the driver explained. Someone suddenly jumped out in front of the carriage. He shouted loudly. Get out of the way. Do you know who owns this carriage? Demican laughed mockingly. It seems I wasn't mistaken. Please excuse my rudeness. He introduced himself. I am Demican, and I've come to meet the Duke. The three people inside the carriage became alert. They quickly recalled that Demikin was the Demon King's deputy general. Frey was taken aback. Why would someone like him come here? He quickly instructed, "Everyone stay here, I'll go meet him." The other two were worried. "It's too dangerous, young master." He smiled to reassure them. "Don't worry. The fact that he didn't attack immediately means he has an objective. Irina also wanted to go down." "Then I'm coming too," Irina declared emphatically. "If it concerns you, I should know about it too." Seeing that, Kania's hand rested on his shoulder. She followed suit. "Young Miss Irina is right. Please let me go with you." With no other choice, he had to agree. "Fine, but let me do the talking." The next second, the three of them stepped out to confront him. "What do you want with me?" Demikin smiled welcomingly. "Are you Frey? And by the way, who are the two ladies beside you?" Frey answered dismissively. "Just consider them my subordinates." "What is it?" Then Kania stated her purpose directly. "Lord Frey, I have come to invite you to accompany me right now." This statement left all three of them stunned. "Are you trying to kidnap me?" He waved his hand to deny it. "I wouldn't dare. That's a serious misunderstanding." Demikin then added that the meeting couldn't begin without him. Frey was extremely confused. "A meeting? What are you talking about?" He pushed up his glasses and continued. The next piece of information left them speechless. "You have become a high-ranking member of the Demon King's army." Frey frowned in confusion. "The highest tier?" He started calculating in his head. "What is this? So sudden? Now?" Remembering the dangerous look in Vonggon's eyes, he reconsidered. No, he wasn't lying. At this moment, a status message appeared on his system regarding Demikin's mood, trusting, waiting patiently. Frey focused and thought to himself, "He's serious. I don't know the details, but it seems he really wants me to attend the meeting. This is the perfect opportunity to grasp the current military power of the Demon King's army. Even if it's a trap, I don't want to miss it." After a moment of contemplation, Frey spoke in a cold tone. "Irina, Kania." The two girls were startled when they heard his voice and looked up. Frey firmly reminded them to lead everyone back to the mansion first. Kania was shocked. Young Master Y, standing next to her, was also surprised and asked back, "Don't tell me." Frey looked at them with absolute certainty. He reassured them, "Trust me, this could be an opportunity." Kania quickly nodded in acknowledgement. "Okay, but if anything happens, please run away immediately." Irina added, "I'll explain to everyone later." Once that was settled, he let out a sigh of relief. This was enough for the handover. Irina also added, "I'll explain everything to everyone later." After that, he let out a sigh of relief inside. This was enough to handle the handover. Frey coolly stepped forward and ordered Demikin to lead the way. Demikin chuckled with amusement, obeyed, and thanked him for his cooperation. Right then, a surge of light appeared under Demikin's hand. A glowing red portal materialized before them. Before Frey could even process it, Demikin grabbed his shoulder and warned him, "We'll be heading in alone. You might feel a bit dizzy, so please be careful." They stepped into the light as Irina and Kania watched, trembling with fear. Kania anxiously called out to Frey. A moment later, Frey arrived at the meeting. Looking at the demons occupying the seats, Frey scanned the room and wondered, are these really the Demon King's officers? They all look so ferocious. Seeing him follow Demikin, the group started whispering loudly. "A human? It's a human? For real?" The Demon King's thoughts are truly impossible to predict. As soon as they arrived, before Frey could grasp what was happening, Demikin stood respectfully by a throne and invited him over. "My lord, your seat is here." Looking at the chair with some hesitation, Frey seemed unsure, but Demikin, clearly thrilled, declared, "Just as you guessed. From now on, you will become the second in command of the Demon King's army, just like me." Hearing that, Frey was slightly taken aback. Was it really a trap after all? He hesitated to reply, as he had been treated too well from the very start. Demikin sighed and quickly explained, "This is all the Demon King's decree. I'm just following orders." At that moment, the system interface appeared above Demikin, showing his mood, proud, confident, and jubilant. Frey frowned and calculated. If the Demon King had truly decided this, it was actually more convenient. At least it was better than being treated halfway. Right? I'll just ask directly. Before Frey could speak, one of the Demon King's officers stepped forward to object. "Stop!" he roared, his voice cold. "I, Gahai, oppose this final decision." Wielding a massive blade, he stepped forward, unwilling to submit, and continued. "Until now, I have only reluctantly served Demikin, the Demon King's representative." The rage within Gahai was about to boil over. He slammed his blade onto the floor, causing the ground to explode. Gahai poured all his fury into his weapon and approached Frey to threaten him. Is this really the Demon King's will? I absolutely refuse to accept a weak human standing above me, he screamed violently. Draw your sword. Once you're dead, I'll crush you like a bug. Watching the scene unfold, Frey let out a sigh and turned to ask Demican, is this opposition valid? Demican helplessly replied to him, oh dear, so it's come to this. Demican added in a cold tone, the Demon King's army values strength above all else. If you believe you are stronger, you may challenge your superior at any time. Having said that, he turned to look at Frey with interest. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? You should prove the Demon King's decision is correct. Otherwise, this meeting cannot continue. Right then, Demican snapped his fingers, and the world around them shifted and blended together until Frey was transported to an entirely different place. While he was still confused about what was happening, Gahai stepped forward aggressively to introduce himself. I am Gahai, descendant of the great archdemon and the O tribe. I heard you're a descendant of the hero. I'll defeat you right here. Seeing the massive enemy closing in, Frey focused his energy, ready to fight. Gahai quickly lunged with his blade to attack him immediately. He declared, I will prove to everyone that Demican is just a fake. With a single slash, Frey used all his power to block the massive blade. Gahai pressed the attack, smirking with contempt. For a weak body, you blocked that pretty well. But how long can you last? Fighting the monster, Frey thought tiredly, who does this guy think he is? At that moment, Gahi leaped up to strike from above. He roared, come on, show me your power. In the heat of the moment, Frey's mind raced at full capacity. The prophecy book is truly useless. Unexpected things just keep happening. He stood frozen, his mind a mess. I'm already annoyed enough, and now I have to prove my strength too? Suddenly, his expression darkened. His power seemed to break through its limits, and the sheer force left Gahai terrified. Spare me. Gahai went pale at the sight. What? Surrounded by a surge of light, Frey said in a cold voice. You wanted to see my power, right? Fine. A wave of energy enveloped Frey, and he warned him with a stern face. Don't regret this. I'm in a terrible mood right now. Gahai was scared out of his wits, filled with panic. This power. It can't be? Gahai was now so terrified that cold sweat was pouring off him. He stammered, wait, it seems I miscalculated. I surrender. Before he could apologize, Frey's power erupted and blasted straight toward him. Take this! The blinding light sent the Gahai flying into the distance, causing him to scream in agony amidst the rubble. After the fight, Frey stood tall and shouted, does anyone else have an opinion? Step forward now. I'll take you all on at once. Everyone watching was deathly silent. No one dared to respond. A round of applause from Demican shattered the awkward atmosphere. Truly magnificent. Demican snapped his fingers to return the space to its original state, not forgetting to offer praise. Such overwhelming power. Truly worthy of the Demon King's army. He walked calmly toward Frey and said, now no one will dare to challenge your authority. Please, take your seat so we can begin the meeting. Facing Demican's respect, Frey quickly countered, no, now it's my turn to use my rights. Frey commanded aggressively. Demican, I challenge you, he smirked to himself. If the system and the Demon King won't do as I want, then having 2 second-in commands will be a huge pain. Demican heard this and lifted his glasses with a wry smile. As expected, your adaptability is truly terrifying. Frey thought to himself, from this moment on, I will become the variable that cannot be predicted. Demican stroked his chin with interest. I never thought you'd challenge me. He obeyed and answered him. You are truly an interesting one. Let's start. Frey's sword remained pointed toward Demican. He quickly snapped his fingers to transport them to another space. Since we shouldn't disrupt the meeting, let's decide the winner in just one strike, shall we? Immediately, the space seemed to blend together, and Frey looked extremely eager. As expected, he chose the way that suits me. A brilliant aura radiated from him. Known as the one who manipulates space in the demon realm, Demican faced his opponent with magic. He thought to himself that he never liked long battles, and in that regard, they were exactly the same. Frey, quickly, moved to attack his opponent. Demican was very pleased. It's been a while since I accepted a challenge. If I go too far, please forgive me. The power from Demican also erupted. Right away, the two of them clashed, neither willing to back down. The sheer power of their collision was immense. Watching the way he fought, the guy grimaced and muttered, are they trying to wipe each other out? At this rate, it's going to end in a draw. Frey smirked at that and replied, not necessarily. I've still got a few tricks up my sleeve. A surge of power then shifted right before the astonished eyes of Liang, who looked at him in disbelief. He nervously calculated his next move, his eyes tracking the trajectory of the blade he had to block. At that moment, Demican's face turned pale. He was terrified deep down. The guy had seized total control of the space from the very beginning to end the fight in a single strike, leaving no room for any counterattack. Only now did he finally see through everything. He furrowed his brows, staring at him. Don't tell me he had it all planned from the start and was just waiting for this exact moment? Looking at Frey's smug face, he wondered what kind of person he really was. Trapped within that space, Demican had been completely outplayed, and then a single fatal strike left him coughing up blood. The battle ended, and a pained Demican crawled on the ground, pleading, I surrender. Lord Frey, how on earth did you do that? Frey hoisted his sword onto his shoulder and lazily replied, So, that means the second-in-command spot is mine now, right? Any objections? Good, let's start the meeting. During the meeting, everyone was trembling with fear, cowering like a nervous bride. Frey rolled his eyes in boredom. What a terrible atmosphere. He spoke up nonchalantly, breaking the tension. Anyway, that covers the basics. Since it's my first time participating, I didn't plan on giving a speech. Liang, I'll leave the chairing to you. Hearing the order, the guy quickly replied, terrified. Liang cleared his throat and said, Then, let the meeting begin. As he spoke, he glanced at the guy beside him, thinking, this guy has suddenly become so obedient. It's creepy. Liang continued with the report, covering a few items today. He wondered, is this the power of rank? Beside him, Frey was thinking exhaustedly about how to make everything go smoothly. With this position, I can get my hands on all the intel from the Demon King's army. I just need to filter out what's actually useful. Picking up the photo on the report notebook, Liang slowly continued. Now, let's move on to the next item. The moment he put the photo down, Frey's eyes fell upon it. He picked it up and grimaced in thought. What is this photo? It's the slave market from the main mission. Liang asked everyone in a serious tone. Has everyone read the document? Glancing at them, Frey reminded himself, I need to pay close attention to this part. Liang remained focused on the discussion. For the upcoming slave market, we plan to procure a large number of slaves for the Demon King's army. Points to note are. Frey listened, his lips curling into a sneer he couldn't hide. You fools. Outside, Irina was worried sick. Kania quickly reassured her. He'll be fine. The young master will definitely be safe. I'm not worried at all. Yet, her face was gray, completely drained of life. Hearing that, Irina let out a sigh of relief. Oh, is that so? That's good. Suddenly, Irina noticed something. She whispered, Hey, Kania, in a state of panic, closed her eyes and shouted, I repeat, the young master is perfectly safe, so can we just focus on doing our mission properly? Irina hurriedly stopped her. No, that's not what I meant. Back at the meeting, watching them discuss strategy, Frey felt like he had hit the jackpot. From now on, I'm going to bleed them dry. I just need to keep stirring the pot. The carriage continued to roll along the road while Kania was still so scared her face had turned pale. As soon as they reached the Starla estate, she said, All right, hurry up. Before getting out, she turned back to ask Kania, You remember what I told you to tell him, right? She replied firmly, Of course. Upon arriving, everyone in their uniforms gathered in formation and marched forward. Standing in the middle of the hall, Kania announced coldly, as previously instructed to the servants, Today is the day you must leave this estate. Kania turned her stony face toward the group of students and said, All of you, starting today, will replace them and become the new servants of this estate. Hearing this news, the students were all indignant. Huh? Are you kidding? Become servants? Why should we do that? They couldn't believe it. Kania clapped her hands, commanding, All right, silence. Everyone change into the provided uniforms and start working. I won't accept any complaints. This is an order from your superior, Lord Frey. An anonymous letter gradually appeared. The lines were written straight and clear, and a voice spoke up. That's done. Then, she tied the letter tightly to the owl's leg and released it. The purple-haired girl didn't forget to remind it. Be careful. This time, I will definitely. Frey. Little did she know, every action she took was being watched by the purple cat. Back at the castle, a warm, affectionate call rang out. I'm home, Kania. Seeing him return, Kania was so touched she couldn't find the words. Young master, I'm so glad you're safe. Irina was just as happy. Welcome back. As soon as Frey set foot inside, he was greeted by the two beautiful girls. He said helplessly, I told you not to wait up. He added, Why do you both look so pale? Irina muttered tiredly. While you were away, Kania just kept. She quickly changed the subject. What on earth did you do to the Demon King's army? Frey explained apologetically. A lot happened, and now I'm not just an officer anymore. I've become the second in command. Irina gasped in shock. Huh? How did that happen? He'd barely returned before being grabbed by the collar and questioned. Frey nervously tried to soothe her. Don't ask, I'll explain later. By the way, I saw an opportunity, so I gave an order that benefits us to the Demon King's army. Irina wondered. What order? He slowly recounted. I told them to attack the Council of Elders of the Monai family for me. Irina was stunned for a moment before she started to understand. Wow, you really planned that out well, didn't you? Remembering something, he turned to ask, Oh, Kania, how did the thing I asked you to do go? Kania answered clearly. Yes, I have a report. Everything you asked for has been completed while you were away. Just as you predicted, young master, there is a spy from Princess Lana Na among the commoner students. Hearing this, Frey scratched his head helplessly. As expected, she's truly cunning. Irina wondered. So, who is the spy? Kania replied. A student named Alex. Frey nodded in confirmation. Alex, huh? Got it. For now, I'll share the information I gathered from the meeting. He was about to keep talking when Irina hurriedly stopped him. Wait a minute. Frey was a bit confused by the situation. She reminded him lazily. Why don't you leave that for later? Look at yourself. Just look at you. Haven't you lost a lot of weight? Frey's face was terrifyingly gaunt and haggard. I'm fine. I've always been like this. Besides, I'm just hungry. I didn't expect them not to feed me. Both girls looked at him, speechless. He quickly went to eat, but the mood didn't seem great. He frowned and scolded. Are you kidding me? You call this dinner? Frey looked dejected at the measly 2 dishes on the table. What did she put in this to make it look like that? It looks poisonous no matter how you slice it. Is she trying to assassinate me? Looking up at the newly appeared servant, he wondered, why does she look so familiar? Frey questioned, confused. You clearly have enough supplies, so why did it end up like this? The new maid retorted with a sour look. With all due respect, I'm a commoner, so I'm not used to these kinds of ingredients. I did the best I could with what I had, I hope you understand. Frey asked coldly, What's your name? She whipped her head away and grumbled, I'm Alex. Frey smirked. So, she's the spy that Kane mentioned. He suddenly remembered something. When it comes to Alex, you can't forget the key figure in the commoner dormitory incident. She was supposed to be the one who stopped the attack, and later became the leader of the revolution within the academy. With Lana, who was supported by the commoners, there's no way she would pass up such a talent. Thinking of this, Frey gritted his teeth in frustration. He slammed the table and stood up. You see, this is why I hate commoners. They can't even get the simplest things right. You call this food? Frey then casually knocked all the food off the table to Alex's shock. Frey stepped closer to her and warned her in a low voice, Never serve me this cattle feed again. I'm not like the rest of you. Seeing Frey leave in a rage, Kania spoke up from behind. Young master, please wait. But he responded in a fit of anger. Silenced by the scolding, Alex gritted her teeth in humiliation and sullenly knelt to clean up the mess. Another maid saw this and approached to check on her. Alex, are you okay? She replied cheerfully. Ending it like this is lucky enough. I just need to endure it until the break is over. The other maid whispered, Clean it up quickly. As night fell, Frey stood under a tree, lost in thought. I didn't expect to gain so many villain points, but it's time to earn a bit more. It's been 6 days since the siege began. Has Lana still not made a move? He pondered further. I've already arranged for the Demon King's army as a contingency to protect the Elder Council, but they said they can't move just yet. Suddenly, a strange sound emerged. He was startled and wondered. An alarm? It was coming from the direction of the mansion. Don't tell me Lana has already attacked? Thinking this, he stood up and bolted. The mansion was submerged in a purple hue. The other students were all lying flat on the ground. Frey asked anxiously, What's going on? Hey, wake up. Seeing their condition, he breathed a sigh of relief they were only knocked out. Thinking that, he rushed inside. Is everyone inside safe? As he reached out to touch the door, he realized this was poison infused with the magic power of the Monlay family, not a lethal dose. But if inhaled, it would knock someone unconscious for hours. I'll have to neutralize it with star magic. It's a bit of a stretch, but I have no choice. He opened the door. Don't tell me everyone is down. Inside, people were collapsed everywhere. As he stepped further in, he heard voices. I hear noises near the entrance. I'll go check it out. He was extremely vigilant. Someone was coming. A stranger appeared, looking around for people. Frey hid silently in a dark corner, waiting for the right moment. And when the enemy let his guard down, he leaped out to attack. Seeing nothing, the ninja wondered, was it just my imagination? After that question, A sword strike from Frey silently descended. The man collapsed to the ground. Looking at the enemy, Frey thought, he looks like someone from the Manhwa family. If so, this isn't a siege, it's Lana's own operation. A thought flashed through his mind. Looking at the size, the uniform should fit. A moment later, another subordinate arrived to report. Nothing unusual. It seemed someone moved before the poison took full effect. The ninja shook his head in annoyance. What a waste of time. We must act quickly to make up for the delay. It turned out that the person who just came to report was Frey, disguised. He answered respectfully. Frey covered his face and breathed a sigh of relief. Good, he didn't notice. Following the enemy troops, Frey calculated that he must find out their objective. He had to make them spill Lana's plan regarding the Elder Council. In the dingy basement, one maid lay unconscious on the floor. Another maid anxiously approached and asked, "Alex, is she okay?" Alex checked the situation and comforted her. "Don't worry, she just fainted. It's probably safer here than in the hallways or in the rooms. It looks like everyone else has already been evacuated." Glancing around, she continued, "There are too many unconscious people. We can't possibly move them all by ourselves." The other maid was a bit worried, but Alex reminded her to go outside first and call for help. Right. A moment later, the two of them snuck off somewhere. On the way, Alex didn't forget to curse him. That damn piece of trash. But dragging everyone into this wasn't part of the agreement, and the timing isn't according to plan. Could it be that the Elder Council changed the plan on their own? Thinking this, she shook her head in rebuttal. No, that doesn't matter right now. First, glancing at the girl behind her, Alex told herself, I have to get as many people out safely as I can. The enemy squad leader gathered them and spoke up. Is everyone present? Then start the search. The target is Frey. I don't care what happens to the others. Standing in their ranks, Frey concentrated intensely. The leader added, if they see your faces or get in the way of the mission, kill them all. Move out. As soon as the order was given, they rushed off like crazy. Frey was going crazy. He had to hurry. He could feel the mana. Lana was nearby. Immediately, he saw a door emitting a yellow light. Frey opened the door and entered. He scanned his surroundings. The air here was strangely fresh. He seemed to realize something they had used mana to push the poison outside. That mana source was. Frey looked around and noticed something unusual. He wondered, is it in there? Then he approached and pulled back the curtain. Inside, the maids were pale with fear. He quickly signaled them to be quiet. Suddenly, a voice called out, Hey, is there something over there? Frey turned around, startled. This isn't good. He quickly replied, I found a secret passage. The man was surprised. A secret passage? Frey nodded in confirmation. Yes, it's inside here. The man curiously leaned down to look. Let me see. At that same moment, he took a strike from Frey that sent him sprawling to the ground. Seeing the enemy down, Frey whispered to the girls, Follow me quickly, and remember to stay quiet until we're outside. He led the group out safely. The girls were incredibly grateful. Thank you so much. But why did you save us? Suddenly, a notification sound rang in his ear. He signaled for silence. The plan has changed. Communication with some allies has been cut off. It seems the students have rebelled. Frey grimaced, thinking, They found out already. I have to hurry. The sound continued. Reporting, emergency communication from the Elder Council headquarters has been attacked by demons. Hearing this, he smirked with interest. It seemed things were progressing favorably. The other side continued to report. Because of this, the current operation is cancelled. Switching to Plan B. Burn the mansion. The screech of steel echoed from the other end. Frey was startled. Why was the connection cut? On the other side, a massive fire erupted, and the man in black lay flat on the ground. Irina lazily brushed off her hands. Honestly, all this talk is just nonsense. Behind her, Kania spoke up in a stern tone. Irina, we can reach the first floor from here. Irina focused and replied, Got it, let's hurry. She turned to the group of servants, reassuring them, just hang in there a little longer. They hadn't gone far before a mysterious figure in black appeared. Irina gritted her teeth in frustration. Damn it, what a pain. Frey quickly signaled for everyone to stay quiet. Watching the aura radiating from his body, Irina wondered, is this mana? Before she could even process it, he had already leapt away. A servant following Irina widened their eyes in confusion. Why would he just let us go? Irina replied warily, Who knows? Maybe he's in a rush. Either way, let's just get out of here quickly. Frey watched from above and let out a sigh of relief. Irina and the others had successfully evacuated. Now, for the basement, he thought. I need to do a quick sweep and assess the situation. With every step, He made his way down to the basement, and the moment he arrived, he ran into Alex and someone else. The girl shrieked in terror. Seeing the shock on her face, he hesitated, thinking, Alk? She stammered quickly, She has nothing to do with this. I will take responsibility just as I promised. So please, don't hurt anyone else. Hearing this, he felt a bit confused. Was she in direct contact with the Elder Council, and not Lon? Frey pointed and commanded, Get out of here, now. She bowed her head in gratitude, thanking him profusely. Just as she took a few steps away, she hesitated and turned back. Frey looked up and asked, Is there something else? Alex spoke up. There are many students lying unconscious in the basement storage room. It might be a lot to ask, but please, ensure their safety as well. Frey nodded in agreement. I'll do my best. She let out a sigh of relief and said, I am incredibly grateful. As he stepped further into the basement, he scanned the surroundings intently. As expected, using mana to detoxify places a huge strain on the body, especially after struggling to maintain composure during that meeting with the Demon King's army. My body hasn't fully recovered yet, and I'm out of time. I need to act fast. Suddenly, a projectile whizzed toward him. One of the ninja group members slowly approached and asked, You're not with the Elder Council. Who are you? Frey gripped his sword tightly, bracing for combat. He let out a sharp breath. Out of everyone, I had to run into the mastermind right away. The leader spoke up with irritation. Looks like you aren't going to talk, huh? Fine then. The man gripped his blade with murderous intent and threatened, I'll tear you into 8 pieces and leave nothing but your mouth. Frey scoffed at the remark. Don't make me laugh. The one who's going to be torn to pieces is. Frey lunged straight at the enemy. You bastards. Dragging innocent students into this. It's all because of your lot. Both sides channeled their full power into the clash. The enemy didn't back down and struck back. Mid-battle, Frey suddenly spotted someone. Another ninja team member attacked him. Then another. Frey narrowly dodged the lethal strike. It seemed they had all gathered here. The leader sneered. You catch on fast. Looking at the mob surrounding him, he wondered, where were they hiding to watch me? There were supposed to be only 3. Wait, there were supposed to be 3. Suddenly, a sharp pain flared in his left chest. He gritted his teeth, feeling helpless. Looks like this is more trouble than I thought. All of them lunged at him simultaneously. Frey dodged with agile grace and swung his sword at them. But before he could land a hit, one of them stabbed straight into his leg, making him freeze for a split second. But nothing could stop Frey. He used all his strength to kick the guy, sending him flying far away. While he was distracted looking for the last one to fight, he wondered where the final guy had gone when he felt a blade pierce through his back. Frey looked down, stunned, as his opponent spoke with a gleeful tone. You're finished. Frey responded with chilling calm. He slowly grabbed the blade that had run him through. The enemy's eyes went wide with shock. He couldn't believe his own eyes. No way. He caught the blade that went through his body. Is my body not moving? What on earth is happening? I have to get out of here. An intense, overwhelming aura radiated from Frey. He said in a cold, icy voice, You think you can just stab me and get away with it? A lethal blow struck the opponent, sending him flying away. Seeing the enemy lying motionless on the ground, Frey clutched his stomach and thought, Originally, my goal was to investigate the Elder Council's plans, but thanks to the Demon King's army, that's no longer necessary. So I've changed my plans. Nursing his wound, he painfully ran forward. First, I have to get to the storage room and get everyone out. My head is spinning. Losing this much blood and being poisoned. This is bad. Suddenly, someone appeared in the distance, calling his name loudly. Frey. He was a little surprised. Irina asked, panicked, Is that Frey? What's with that wound? He spoke softly to reassure her. I'm fine. Irina snapped at him. You idiot. You call this fine? Lean on me. Let's get you out of here to get treated. Frey immediately countered. No, there are still people left in the basement storage. Irina helped him down to the basement, asking, Is it here? Her eyes went wide in surprise. Fuchi, and everyone else too. Frey said wearily, There are more than I thought. We'll have to take turns carrying them. Irina frowned and asked, Are you serious? She sat him down on the ground and said firmly, You just stay here and rest. Frey felt a bit hesitant, but she replied resolutely, I can handle this many people on my own. While you were gone, I learned a lot from the academy. Irina focused her energy, lifting everyone up into the air. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind him, I'll be right back as soon as I get everyone out. Don't you dare wander off on your own if you don't want your wounds to get worse. Frey nodded repeatedly. I know. While waiting for her, Frey suddenly discovered a book on the ground. He curiously picked it up, wondering, What's this? Did someone drop something? Fuchi's diary. On the diary, There was a warning. This is Fuchi's diary. Absolutely do not read. Even though it was wrong, his curiosity couldn't be stopped. He let out a sigh. Sorry, Fuchi, but since you wrote that, I want to read it even more. The contents of the diary slowly appeared before his eyes. Important things must be remembered. What's important should be repeated 3 times. Frey read it and felt confused. What does this mean? It looked like it was written in a rush. He looked at the next page and thought, but this part is written very neatly. Read the first character of every day and piece them together. Is it a code? Glancing through each page, he muttered, let's see. The first character of every day, piecing it together. Half a month had passed. Humans living beyond their means. How shameful. But that's not relevant anymore. Was I possessed? Why did I act like that? Dear God, why do you test me like this? Half-demon. He frowned, thinking, that can't be it. Forget the half-demon stuff. I don't understand any of this. I need to focus. Why did she leave this behind? Did she realize something I don't know? If so, what exactly is it? After finishing moving everyone out, Irina Filius rushed back inside. Frey jolted awake, startled. Irina frowned as she helped him up. You weren't answering, so I was worried. Come on, let's get you up. Frey was incredibly bewildered. Huh? I'm pretty heavy. You should use magic. There's no other way. Unlike some people. My mana is running low, Irina replied as she hoisted him onto her back. Alan and Lana are outside the manor. It'll be a huge headache if they spot us, so we need to hide. Frey's face turned pale as a sheet, and he replied warily, You're right. He thought to himself that Lana must have come to confirm whether he was dead or alive. Outside, Lana looked thoroughly frustrated. So, it was a failure. Irina carried him deep into the forest and laid him down on the grass. Frey lay there in agony. Irina was anxious, seeing him bleed so much. Even though they'd escaped, she tried to comfort him. Kania should be here soon, she muttered. Suddenly, an owl hooted. She looked up. An owl? What's that in its beak? Without warning, the owl swooped down and attacked her. Irina shrieked in pain. Ow, 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 what are you doing? You damn bird, I'm going to turn you into roast chicken. Hearing the commotion, Frey sat up tiredly. Irina chided him. Frey, I told you to lie still. Frey asked, What's all the noise about? Irina replied furiously. How should I know? This monster bird, just randomly. Frey furrowed his brows, thinking, a bird? If I remember correctly, this is Serena's owl. What on earth could Serena want to tell me? This is definitely Serena's owl. Why would she suddenly send me something? The owl perched on his lap, carrying a letter. The contents of the letter slowly came into view. If you are safe, please reply to me. I beg of you. Reading the letter warmed his heart. She must have known everything that happened with the Moonlight family. But perhaps this letter was also about her own feelings. Frey quickly took a pen and wrote under the line, If you are safe, please reply to me. I beg of you, he continued, writing, I'm fine. I've escaped. Finished, he sent the owl back on its way. That should be settled. After receiving the letter, the owl flew off in a flash. Irina stood nearby, feeling deeply aggrieved. Why did it only attack me? Frey slumped back onto the ground, helpless. With the tension gone, his head started spinning again. Irina reminded him, Of course it is. Don't push yourself anymore. I'm taking you to get proper treatment right now. A voice called out from the distance, and Frey startled. It was Kania, rushing over in a panic. Young master, are you okay? I'll heal you, Frey replied weakly. Thanks to Irina, I'm holding up for now. I'm counting on you. Is everyone else safe? Kania was moved. Yes, everyone is safe. Frey felt a huge wave of relief. Thank goodness. For now, this matter is resolved. I'll leave the rest to you. I just want to rest for a bit. A few days drifted by. It was revealed that during his recovery, the incident had been quietly handled by the royal family, or more accurately, under Lana's direction. Lana held her head in annoyance. It seems we underestimated the Moonlight family. I never expected them to ignore the plan and act on their own. Alex stood nearby, softening his tone. It's not your fault, Princess. I think the Council of Elders just lost their patience because I missed the right timing. Lana grimaced and continued. Even though I told them not to touch anyone except Frey, they still did something so reckless. One mistake would have been a total disaster. Knock, knock, Princess? Lana lowered her voice and ordered, Come in. I summoned you because I have something to relay. The female knight bowed respectfully. Yes, Princess. Please, give your orders. And right there, Lana announced that the city's siege campaign exam had been cancelled. Because of this, current scores will be kept, and the commoner students can remain in Class A. Frey gripped the paper in his hand, as if he wanted to crush it. He fumed. If I'd known the exam would end this quickly, I never would have hired you lot. Everyone is fired, effective immediately. Stop standing there like idiots and get out. Kania stood by, anxiously reminding him. Young master, according to the rules set by the Duke, firing people without cause is. Frey replied with a cold voice. That's a rule my father made, right? But why should I care? Regardless, get them all out of here, or you're losing your job too. Kania felt uneasy, but the dismissed employees clutched their faces in despair and walked out. Fired again? Just like that? They were anxious. It wasn't like finding a new job was easy. Sarah started crying. What am I supposed to do now? At this rate, how will I pay for my family's medicine? Phocus, who was nearby, comforted her. I will treat them with my own power, Sarah said sadly, but the Saintess's treatment fees are so expensive. I can't afford that. Phocus quickly replied, What are you talking about? I've never accepted any treatment fees. There must be some misunderstanding. Kania stepped forward to clarify. You might not know this, Saintess, but that's the church's doing. Even if the Saintess treats us for free, just a few days later, the church's tax collectors show up at our homes. They collect money for the treatment and prayers. Phocus was in deep shock. She never imagined they would do such a thing. Sarah stepped forward, looking moved. Your kindness is enough. I'll figure out the rest myself. Kania comforted them softly. Everyone, please don't worry. According to the contract, if the employment is terminated unilaterally, you must be provided with a severance package. The short-haired girl asked anxiously. Huh? But Frey had already spoken, Kania continued. I handled everyone's contracts, and they have been magically bound. They absolutely cannot be broken. I anticipated that something like this might happen, so I arranged the contracts myself. Their eyes lit up the moment they heard that, and they rushed over to hug her. Thank you, Kania. Kania felt a bit shy. She thought to herself that the person who should be thanked wasn't her, but the young master. Standing high up, watching everything, Frey let out a sigh of relief. It seemed everything had been settled. So for the time being, the commoner students can focus on their studies without worry. Irina stood behind him, frowning. Was this your goal from the very beginning? Frey replied lazily. Something like that. He glanced down at a letter and fell silent for a moment. Well, I guess it's time. He opened the letter just sent by Lana. The contents gradually appeared. I hereby formally notify you of the following matter. I have received a request for support from the Sao Kingdom on the Western continent. Due to classified matters that need to be discussed, I want to use your upcoming birthday party at the Royal Palace as the venue for a secret meeting. Please make sure to understand this information, Frey thought. Just as I expected, not a single word about the Moonlight family's Council of Elders. A concise administrative document, just like her style. Frey stroked his chin and muttered, The Sao Kingdom and my birthday party, huh? This is happening sooner than I thought. The classified matters mentioned in the letter were actually the future slave raid event. It is known what the reason for the Cow Kingdom's request for aid is. The secret issues mentioned in the letter were about the slave market raid that would happen in the future. Now they knew why the kingdom was asking for reinforcements. The prince and the princesses are being held captive in that slave market. For certain reasons, this matter cannot be made public yet. While carrying out the main mission, there are two things I must do. First, I need to free the slaves, and second, I must be loathed by the princess of the Cow Kingdom. Looking up at the firm gaze, he said, All right, let's get down to business. Before the meeting takes place, I have to meet her. As the carriage rolled deep into the forest, a voice asked, How do you feel? Kania, with her hair slicked back, looking dapper, asked him, Am I overdoing the roleplay? Kania helplessly replied, Yes, quite a bit. She looked at him coldly and asked, Has the young master's mood changed? You usually don't dress like this at the palace, so why today? Frey asked with a hint of amusement. Want to know why? Without hesitation, he replied, Because this is the outfit most likely to make people hate me. 1,000 question marks appeared above Kania's head. Frey slowly reminded her, Anyway, only I am allowed to go in. When we arrive, wait outside in case something happens. Kania nodded, obeying the order. Understood, she asked anxiously. If you don't mind, young master, could you briefly tell me about the person we are about to meet? After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. You could say she is a key figure in this plan, and also the person who is most indifferent toward me. While the lady was still on the other side, a servant knocked on the door and gently reported, The nobleman you sent, a noble, has come to see you. He said he wants to meet immediately. How would you like to handle this? Josie Quinn started in surprise upon hearing this. Why have I been inexplicably irritated since this morning? Jose Quinn stood up arrogantly and ordered irritably. He appeared suddenly without a word of warning. How annoying. Send him away. Regarding the Intelligence Guild. On the surface, she is known as the beloved daughter of the Intelligence Guild, but that is not her entire true identity. In reality, she is also a collateral descendant of the Sanjiai royal family, as well as the young lady of the Sunset ducal family. Josie Quinn smiled and said, "It's been a while, hasn't it? Greetings, young Master Frey." Frey handed over a bouquet and replied, "Greetings, Lady Josie Quinn." In other words, she was also summoned to the secret meeting hosted by Lana. The dispatch notification is as follows. We have received a request for support from the Cow Kingdom in the Western continent. Due to many top-secret issues that need to be discussed, we intend to use the upcoming birthday party of Lord Frey at the Imperial Palace as the venue for the secret meeting. Please take note. Lan Sanji. Just like me and Serena, she was also summoned. Frey held the flowers forward, not sparing any praise. You look even more beautiful than before. This is for you. Josie Quinn smiled, looking extremely flattered. What beautiful flowers. Is there a reason you came to see me today? Frey replied, Of course, to buy information, and also to gaze upon your beautiful face. Incidentally, she covered her mouth with a hand, trembling slightly, trying to hold back. Oh, and she especially loathes flirtatious, air-headed guys. Josie Quinn changed the subject. Could you clarify what kind of information you need? Frey also became more serious. Regarding the upcoming slave market, give me all the information you have. Josie Quinn couldn't help but be surprised. Your news is really fast. Then, first, I will speak within the scope of my knowledge. She pulled out some related information and began to explain. This slave market is predicted to be the largest in the last 100 years. The venue is a magical space hidden behind the underground district. It is definitely a black market that only happens once a year. That is a place with the largest number of races and species traded in history. Frey asked further, Do you know exactly which day that market opens? Jose Quinn replied, That is still under investigation. She assured him, As soon as I have news, I will inform you. Frey asked back, Really? It is true that only you are kind to me. Josie Quinn brushed off that comment and added more information. There is one more crucial piece of information. The Imperial Palace, the Royal Investigation Team, and even the Church all have been bought off by the slave market. Frey's eyes widened in surprise. Could something like that really happen? Josie Quinn replied, Originally, slave trading is illegal. But this time, in reality, it is considered legal. That is all the information we have. She looked at Frey and asked, Are you satisfied yet? Frey offered a smile that disgusted Josie Quinn and said, Extremely satisfied. By the way, are you free later? If you can, let's go have tea together. Hearing that, Josie Quinn felt both touched and regretful, with tears welling up in her eyes as she said, I really want to go with you, but it's a shame. I'm afraid my schedule today is completely packed. Frey said patiently, Then I'll wait until you're done. Hearing that, Josie Quinn shoved him out the door. Young Master Frey, I will personally see you to the door. Frey reluctantly had to turn back first. See you later then. See you soon. Josie Quinn waved goodbye to him. Yes, travel safely. Frey got into the carriage and left. Josie Quinn's friendly waving turned into an expression of disdain. What a disgusting, flighty man. She tossed the bouquet aside. I've seen through his scheme. What a worthless person. I need to clean this room immediately. Frey returned to the mansion. Kania called to report. Young Master, the item you ordered is finished. Frey adjusted his clothes and replied, Thank you. I owe you one, Kania added. It wasn't that hard to make. This is a gift for Lady Lana, right? Frey looked at the item in his hand and said indifferently, Roughly so. Was the spell successfully cast? Kania replied, Yes. I adjusted it so it wouldn't harm the human body. She was a bit worried. But will it really be okay? Frey shrugged calmly. There's no other way. He looked out the window, calculating. That guy, Frey, being so quiet after nearly being assassinated is just too strange. Surely the rumors about me colluding with the Demon King's army have spread throughout the capital. So, it's best to confirm those rumors in front of everyone. And my birthday party will be the stage for that. The time for the party arrived. A servant stood to one side and announced, Please welcome young Master Frey Ra on Stow. Frey entered without showing any emotion. No matter how many times I go through this, I still can't get used to places like this. He looked around and sighed. As expected, no one dares to come near. That was to be expected. The subject of the rumors was right here. Frey scanned the room and encountered more acquaintances. Josie, Quinn, and Serena. They arrived early. Josie Quinn's face is pale. Frey tilted his head, confused. She has always been afraid of Serena, though I don't know the reason. With that demeanor, how could she speak at the conference? Lana leaned in and whispered into his ear, "You're late." He glanced at her, then greeted her properly. "Greetings, Your Highness." Lana crossed her arms and said, "Seeing that you are still healthy truly puts my mind at ease." She feigned regret with a cold, professional tone. It's truly a shame that such a thing had to happen right in the middle of the defense mission. Frey thought to himself, unmoved. Your expression and your words don't match up in the slightest. Lana, he said, feigning admiration. If not for your grace, this situation would have spiraled out of control. It's been quite some time since we last spoke, hasn't it? Frey produced the box he had been holding. I wish to offer this gift as a token of my loyalty. He knelt before her, speaking with practiced sincerity. Consider it a gesture of my desire to reconcile with the palace. Your Highness? Lana shot him, a look of deep suspicion. What is your game? She thought. I don't believe for a second that you're offering this out of genuine goodwill. Without a word, she batted the box away, sending it flying, leaving Frey stunned. Lana screamed in fury. What is this? How dare you bring dark magic into the royal palace? To everyone's shock, the box burst open to reveal nothing but scattered flower petals. Lana stopped short, her eyes wide with disbelief. It can't be. Aren't these Swegu flowers? He picked these for me when we were children. She looked at Frey, who was frowning in confusion. Is it really him? But I clearly sensed dark magic inside that box. Suddenly, she clutched her head in agony. Why is he still? A sharp pain lanced through her skull, as if it were about to explode. What are these memories? It feels like I've forgotten something vital. She couldn't take it anymore and let out a blood-curdling scream. Pai rushed over in a panic, calling her name. He reached out to grab her, but as soon as he touched her, a surge of power crackled through the air, triggering a massive explosion right behind them. Impossible! Why did she suddenly enter a berserk state? Frey thought. I didn't cast any kind of curse on her. Lana's stats flashed. Strength, 7. Magic, 7. Intelligence, 7. Mental power, 3. Status, berserk. Attribute, overlord. Virtue, 85. Frey couldn't afford to overthink it. He had to get out of there. Behind him, the nobles were stumbling around as if possessed by something demonic. The nobles from the other faction caught Lana, staring at the duo with hollow, confused eyes. What the hell is possessing them? I have no idea what's going on here. Frey realized with a chill, there's definitely someone behind this, pulling the strings. Elsewhere, a cloaked man stared at the power coursing through his hands in disbelief. He turned to his companion, his voice trembling with excitement. Is this my own power? Thank you, truly. Thank you so much. His companion ordered coldly. That's enough gratitude. Just focus on doing your part. The man pulled off his hood, beaming. You acted quickly. Giving you that power was the right choice. Rubby threw off his cloak, a smirk on his face. In that case, I suppose it's finally time. How about I try being the hero for once? Meanwhile, Frey was pouring his own energy into Lana. Lana, wake up! She remained unconscious, and his anxiety mounted. This is bad. She's not waking up. If this mana outburst continues, she's going to be in grave danger. He checked his system window, but the status abnormalities section only showed effects caused by spells or curses. In other words, Lana was currently caught in a chaotic mana breakdown triggered by some external, volatile source of power. Frey speculated, does this explain why the nobles have all gone insane? As Lana's mana grew more violent, he knew he had to leave immediately. If this keeps up, Lana's reputation will be completely ruined. I have to find the mastermind and settle this. Suddenly, a noble lunged at him from behind, intent on killing him. Frey deftly dodged the attack. He planted his foot firmly, pivoted, and drove his elbow into the noble's gut, knocking him unconscious. Frey observed the situation. It was clear he was their primary target. I can't just fight back against the nobles freely. I need to get out of here first. While parrying and countering just enough to keep himself safe, the fallen noble suddenly grabbed his leg. Out of nowhere, Serena appeared and stomped directly onto the noble's head. Frey was startled. Serena? She smiled down at him. Are you all right? Frey asked urgently. You're not being controlled, are you? And what about Josie Quinn? Serena replied. I already moved her outside the banquet hall. It seems the influence is limited to this specific area. She shielded her face and whispered, I think you've already figured it out. This is a form of mass hypnosis used by the elders of the Manhwa family. Frey frowned. He had suspected as much, but something felt off. The range of such a spell has never been this wide. He hoisted Lana up, saying firmly, "Either way, we have to get Lana out of here before it's too late." Serena agreed. "All right. And while you're at it, make sure to take the others with you." Kania was waiting at a spot just outside the palace. Serena looked at Lana with a worried expression. "You really are a magnet for trouble, aren't you?" Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Serena, you're here too?" She spun around, startled, as the black-cloaked man emitted a surge of joyous dark power. "And you too, the Shadow Master of the Manhwa family." Frey stepped in front of them. "I'll handle this. Get Lana out of here, now." Serena hesitated, but seeing his resolve, she realized it was an order. She didn't press the issue. Understood. Serena turned and sprinted away. "Please, be careful," the Manhwa heir sneered. "You think you can face me alone?" He drew his blade, his body enveloped in a terrifying aura as he charged. "You don't know your place." The Manhwa heir grinned, arrogant. "Resistance is futile against the power bestowed upon me." He soared into the air, releasing a shockwave of energy that forced Frey to guard himself. "I am invincible now," Frey repeated the words under his breath. "Bestowed upon me?" He gritted his teeth. "So, there really is someone pulling the strings from the shadows." The Manhwa heir swung his sword down, and Frey barely blocked it with his own blade. As the heir pressed the attack, Frey swung his sword with precision, forcing his opponent to retreat. The Manhwa heir lashed out again. Frey dodged, calling out, "Who's behind you? Answer me." He glanced toward the back, where a figure equipped with hero-grade gear was approaching. Frey's mind raced. No way. That armor, that sword. The figure raised their blade, prepared for combat. Frey asked himself in a daze, "Isn't that the hero's equipment?" The hero's gear was the ultimate weapon, passed down through the Starlight family for generations, specifically to slay the Demon King. It should be locked away in the mansion's basement. Even in my past life, there were many who claimed to be heroes. But Frey looked again to confirm. The energy radiating from the figure was undoubtedly the power of the hero's gear. It wasn't a fake. How in the hell did they get their hands on that? The figure unleashed a sword aura so powerful, it shattered the air. The Manhwa heir coughed up blood, gritted his teeth in agony, and scrambled away. "Damn you, I'll remember your face." Once the threat was gone, the figure turned toward Frey. Frey asked sternly, "Who are you? And how did you come by that?" The figure remained silent, which immediately set Frey on edge. He looked back and saw the nobles had stopped. Why had they suddenly? The nobles were standing perfectly still, as if frozen in time. The person in the hero's gear whistled casually. They slowly removed their mask. "You were getting pretty desperate there, weren't you?" Ruby's hair cascaded down as she revealed herself. "I was just heading over to where Frey mentioned." "A pleasure to meet you." Frey froze for a few seconds upon seeing Ruby, taken aback. "No way, there must be some kind of mistake." He stood there, grave and bewildered, wondering, why does she have the hero's equipment? No, wait, isn't it way too early for her to show up? Ruby chuckled, greeting him. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Hero Frey." Frey realized, this is the Demon King. The Demon King should be in the capital, so why is she here? He narrowed his eyes, filled with heavy suspicion. Did she use a sacrificial magic circle? No, that can't be it. All the remaining sacrificial magic circles have already been neutralized. She must have used some kind of strange relic. But how? Ruby brushed her hair back and said smugly, "I can see it on your face. You're completely lost, aren't you? Want to know why I'm here? Oh, and let me tell you this first. Don't bother playing that fake villain act in front of me. Your true identity as the hero has already been exposed." Frey's expression darkened as he heard her words. "She knows?" Ruby walked toward him and said casually, "I'm here to give you a choice." Ruby raised her head. Option 1. Die with all those other people. She reached out and touched Frey's cheek as she continued. Option 2. Slaughter everyone here, then kneel and submit to me. Make your choice. Whatever you pick is up to you. Frey looked down at Ruby, thinking, this woman. She reached out, trying to mesmerize him as she emphasized, if you surrender, I'll spare your life. Frey doubted she was telling the truth. Gritting his teeth and gripping his sword tightly, he asked, "You think I'd actually accept that ridiculous offer?" Frey slashed out with his sword. To his surprise, his sword energy was reflected back at him. Frey was briefly stunned as his attack rebounded. It felt as if there was an invisible wall standing between him and her. Ruby laughed arrogantly and unleashed a surge of intense power that sent Frey flying. He was blown backward by that sheer force, crashing to the ground. Ruby stepped forward slowly. "It's useless. I already told you, you can't attack me," she asked condescendingly. "Well, have you changed your mind yet, hero?" Frey struggled to his feet, gripping his sword. "All my attacks are ineffective?" He observed her, thinking, If she didn't use a sacrificial magic circle, she shouldn't be able to fight at full power, even if I'm not sure how she blocked my attack. Frey unleashed his power once more, trying to focus his strength into a single strike. Powerful constraints always come with a corresponding price. I'll definitely see through it. Frey desperately charged at Ruby with all his gathered strength. She held out her hand, channeling power, and mocked him. Foolish. Ruby's power manifested like a protective barrier, stopping his strength and his sword strike cold. Trying to attack her was like throwing a pebble into the ocean. How disappointing. The same attack as before? I told you it was useless. Frey didn't give up and continued to rain down blows. Ruby paused slightly, then flicked her wrist, knocking Frey back. Are you done with that little game yet? Frey used his sword to brace himself as he was pushed back. After that last hit, he finally understood. I get it now. He realized the previous attack didn't hit him. It had been pushed back by a repulsive force. The moment her power touched me, I saw something like a veil appear. Maybe it's not just me, maybe she can't attack me directly either. If that was the case, Frey spoke up. Demon King, why are you being so lenient today? He laughed and asked point blank. Or is it that you actually can't attack me? Ruby smirked, throwing the question back at him. Is that so? Frey walked step by step toward that protective veil and said, the last attack clearly didn't touch me. In other words, I'm not the only one bound by these restrictions. Ruby stopped gathering her orb of power and said without hesitation, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? If I just swing my hand one more time, you'll be dead instantly. Frey didn't flinch, countering, if that were true, why didn't you just kill me earlier? And there was no need to put on this act of making me your number 2 and keeping me under surveillance. Right? What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? Ruby fell silent. Mission. The fallen hero has failed. Her face darkened. Memories generated during the mission will be erased. This only applies to the first attempt. Additionally, because the mission failed, you will receive a penalty. Ruby looked at the system screen as the space around her began to shake. Frey asked, confused, what is this? Memory erasure process starting. Frey clutched his head in pain. Damn it, my mind. He looked at her, thinking, I can't pass out here. Wait. The thing the Demon King is looking at. Is it a system? Frey couldn't hide his shock, wondering, is she protected by a system too? He couldn't help but ask, do you have a system too? Ruby gave a faint, intrigued smile. You can see it? She squinted, muttering, strange. Is this a system error? Oh well, it doesn't matter anymore. Ruby put her mask back on. Anyway, your memories are 98% erased. Before she left, she told him he would lose all his memories. Frey shouted in frustration. Memory erasure 100% complete. What did I just see? That red thing. After a moment, Frey returned to normal, staring blankly at the sword in his hand. This weird feeling. It was just like that other time when my memories were blown away. The nobles nearby cheered excitedly. The true hero has appeared. Frey glanced over. The hero? Huh. They crowded around the person wearing the hero's equipment, showering them with praise. You saved us from the cursed monsters. This is a joyous day. It's like a tiger growing wings. Frey was surprised. Wait, isn't the hero's equipment supposed to be just a lie? He looked closer and realized something. Wait, what is this familiar feeling? It's like I've been in this situation before. The nobles behind him called out regretfully. Please wait, oh hero, Sir Hero. Frey sighed, realizing, I get it now. It's just like what happened with Irina. All that remained was the lingering feeling of lost memories. This definitely wasn't the first time he had clashed with her in a small alleyway. Ruby walked away, and as she moved further, the hero's equipment on her body vanished. Ruby looked calm, checking the system with a bit of curiosity, wondering what the penalty would be. Within 1 month, all your stats will be significantly reduced, Ruby said, surprised. That's it? She laughed mockingly. As expected, you're still just a loser. You couldn't interfere any deeper than this anyway. Suddenly, Ruby vomited blood. She looked at her hands, shocked. Blood. Why so suddenly? Her heart felt like it was being crushed, causing her to collapse in pain. Ruby suddenly realized, this isn't just a simple stat reduction. Due to the act of a meddler, your lifespan and vitality will be permanently reduced significantly. She realized someone had discovered her true identity. She trembled, clawing at the ground, unable to understand. If it wasn't Frey, then who was it? He must still be nearby. Ruby looked ahead and spotted someone wearing a black cloak. Who is that? I won't let him get away. Clearly, he wanted to catch her off guard. The figure ran away in a panic. Now, it's all clear. That girl, Kania, confirmed that the person was indeed an enemy of the hero. After the commotion died down and the imposter hero was dealt with, the academy returned to peace. Frey called out to Kania. You don't have anything special going on tonight, do you? She replied, Yes. Because of what just happened, my entire schedule for the day has been cleared. Frey muttered that it was understandable. Naturally, everything that happened at that banquet was hushed up. It seems the imperial family stepped in to cover it all up, perhaps because they didn't want the truth about Lana's loss of control getting out. Although Kania managed to suppress Lana's berserk state using her subconscious, Lana's mental state remained unstable, so she needed special care for a while. I should probably use the system to check up on Lana more thoroughly, but I can't just keep worrying about her forever. The Cloak of Deception, a garment crafted by the master artisan Ranta, could conceal the wearer's identity. Frey remembered buying it using his accumulated points. Chan stood to the side, curiously asking, Master, what is that? As he put it on, he explained, It's an item meant to hide my identity, replacing the mask I used to wear before. Kania asked further, By the way, where are you planning to go with that? Frey turned back and answered, There's a place I have to go to right now. Kania asked curiously, Where, exactly? He had to head to the slave market along the way. He calculated the time as the sun was setting. By the time he reached the back alleys, it would probably be pitch black. Before infiltrating, he had to find a secluded spot to put on the cloak. Suddenly, someone behind him called out. It was Phocus, waving. So that's where you were? Frey was surprised. Phocus came to a stop and asked, What's the matter? Phocus panted, I have something I need to tell you. She pointed at Frey and emphasized, You're mine. She explained happily, You've been chosen as my companion. Frey asked, bewildered, Is that so? It took him a moment to process the information. Then he yelled out in shock, What? A companion? Being a companion was a unique mechanic in this world. Once two people became companions, they would influence each other in various ways for a full decade. Through this bond, they would receive certain stat boosts, strength, mana, intelligence, and mental power. But something felt off to Frey. According to the system's structure, there was no way he and she could have become companions. Phocus put her hands on her hips, annoyed. What's with that dead fish look? As your companion, I won't just let you do whatever you want. Frey suspected. Could it be a system bug? Why did it have to happen right now? Since that was the case, making a run for it was the best strategy. Frey turned to leave. All right then, if you'll excuse me, I'll be going. But Phocus called out, Wait, where are you rushing off to? Are you plotting something evil again, aren't you? Frey grimaced, retorting, That's a total frame job. Seriously, just get out of my way. In his heart, Frey screamed, If she's here, how am I supposed to put on the cloak? Phocus actually followed him all the way to the men's restroom, standing right at the entrance, leaving him helpless. Just how long are you going to keep following me? She wiped her sweat and insisted, I won't let you get away. Frey snapped at her, reminding her, Hey, this is the men's restroom. Phocus retorted, embarrassed. Well, you're the one who walked in here first. She pointed at the restroom and shouted, You really are a pervert. Don't argue. Hurry up and finish your business. Frey pulled a face and said, I never said I came here to do my business. She asked awkwardly. Then what on earth are you doing in here? Just then, someone opened the door. Phocus panicked, saying, Someone's coming. Frey breathed a sigh of relief. I'm free. He tried to use the moment to shake Phocus off, but unexpectedly, she grabbed his hand. Quick, hide. Frey panicked, shouting, Wait, but Phocus shoved him straight into a locker. Just get in there. Hurry, he grumbled. She could have just gone in by herself. She didn't listen to reason, dismissing him with a, Never mind. Frey wanted to go insane. What did she eat? She even used the blessing of the sun to shove me in. He gritted his teeth and cursed, Damn it, I've reached my limit. The locker closed. Phocus shrieked in fear. It's way too dark in here. I can't take it. Frey was helpless. You're the one who climbed in. What are you yelling for? He opened the door and said, Seriously, if you can't stand it, just go outside. Frey froze at the sight before him. This wasn't a restroom. The smell of blood hit his nose, and restraints were scattered everywhere. It didn't look like a restroom at all. Phocus called from behind. Frey, look. She pointed to the top of the locker and said, There's writing on the ceiling of this cabinet. Frey asked, Writing? It read, 15 guards, 2 black mages, 3 swordsmen. The key is in the slot beneath the locker. I will definitely come to save you. Frey suddenly remembered. Wait a minute. I know where this place is. I was the name of the Princess of the Cloud Kingdom. In other words, she was the character who was destined to be hated by everyone in this main quest. Her royal family had been captured and turned into slaves, so she had no choice but to find a way to escape on her own. Frey realized this, and the thing prepared was this locker, which used magic to connect it to the locker in the men's restroom. In other words, the place connected to this restroom escape route was the slave market. This is a disaster. If this really was the slave market, he would be fine. But if Phocus's identity as the Saintess was exposed, it would definitely cause a massive scene. Frey quickly walked toward the locker and said, "Get back inside the locker again." Phocus heard that and refused. "I won't. I absolutely won't." Even though she resisted, Frey pushed her inside. "Even if we're companions, what are you plotting? Don't do this. I won't forgive such violent behavior." Before she could finish, Frey firmly closed the door. For a moment, there was no sound. He opened the locker to check the situation. That should be fine, right? That was a close call. Just as he thought that, he saw Phocus was still there, both of them locking eyes with mixed expressions. Frey looked around. "It didn't move?" Phocus asked, bewildered. "What is this?" Frey wondered. "Is the magic not finished yet?" Outside, a voice called out. "I thought I heard something over there." Frey turned his head, thinking, "This is bad." He suddenly changed direction. No other choice. I have to change the plan. Frey threw the cloak to her and instructed, "Phocus, put this on. Don't let yourself be seen. Just stay quiet." She said irritably, "Just you wait." "Frey." A guard came patrolling by. He looked forward and suddenly stopped. "Hey, stop right there." Frey touched the back of his neck and asked nonchalantly, "Who do you think I am? You can't even recognize a VIP? Unbelievable." The guard froze. Could it be Lord Frey? Oh my god. What a blunder on my part. "Did you come to inspect the goods in advance, sir?" Frey waved his hand and ordered, "Since you know, lead the way." The guard turned around and answered, "Yes, please follow me." "Wait, by the way, who is the person with you?" Frey said. "The one with me isn't a suspect." Hearing that, the guard had no more doubts. "I understand. Please come in." Frey let out a sigh of relief. That worked. I was worried this cloak wouldn't work, but it's a good thing it gives the same effect no matter who wears it. For now, let's just take a walk around the market. Phocus walked beside me with an unreadable expression. "I must protect them. I absolutely must this time. Don't forget that," Phocus told herself. She mustn't forget. She absolutely couldn't. Inside the slave market, a man in red stood there beckoning customers. "Welcome, honored guests. Come take a look. Come take a look. We have plenty of rare goods in stock. We also take pre-orders, so please, do consider it." Frey glanced over at one of the cages. "Are those beastkin on the other side? Not much different from my past life, huh?" A desperate voice nearby pleaded, "Please, sir, I beg of you." The man in red frowned and said, "I'll repeat myself. The rules are absolute. Only if you pay more than the current price can we transfer ownership." The girl argued back, "But nobody can afford that kind of money." He stammered slightly, "That is something we cannot interfere with. If you don't have the money, please just give up." Ia's eyes welled up with tears. "Why am I looking at her and thinking of that girl?" Aya asked. "Can't I just look?" The man in red waved his hand dismissively. "Suit yourself," he muttered irritably, "acting like a VIP when you're completely broke." Frey walked over to Aya. Right on time. She was none other than the princess of the Enter Kingdom. "The reason I have to make her hate me during this mission is because of the curse. A curse called Frozen Heart is consuming her. Those afflicted by this curse will have their hearts slowly freeze over and die within a few years. But there is exactly one chance to transfer the curse to someone else." Frey walked step by step, calculating. "I plan to intentionally make her hate me so I can take that curse upon myself. If she dies, I won't be able to get support from the Cloud Kingdom. Besides, I don't have much time left anyway, so the impact on my lifespan is negligible." Phocus looked coldly at Aya. She walked over to her family, who were being held captive, and whispered, "Everyone, it's me. Don't worry. I've already cast an escape spell on the trapdoor beneath the floor. Before the market officially opens, we'll use it too." Just then, Frey pointed at that cage and asked, "How much for the slaves in this cage?" He turned his head and asked, "I want to pre-order the whole lot. Who is in charge here?" Aya turned around, surprised. "Who are you?" The man in red stepped forward. "Young Master Frey?" Wait, she's surprised? Is he that infamous good-for-nothing? He handed over the contract and said, "Here is the contract, sir." Frey signed it and handed it back. "I'll come to collect them on the opening day of the market. Until then, don't let the merchandise get damaged." He happily accepted it and replied, "Understood." Frey gave a final warning, "I'm counting on you." Aya's eyes welled up. She was about to cry again. "You can't do this." As Frey prepared to leave, she spoke up. "The reason the Cloud Kingdom cannot publicly ask for aid is..." Aya stepped forward to introduce herself. Nice to meet you. I am Frey, tilted his head, cutting her off. I don't need you to tell me. It's because of the secret your royal family is hiding. Frey stated Aya's identity outright. You are the princess of the Cloud Kingdom, right? She stared at him in shock. Why is he so indifferent? Stop playing dumb. Didn't you all serve the Demon King once? Aya retorted. No, I was just forced into it, he asked, surprised. Forced, you say? Frey pointed behind her and asked, if that were exposed, do you think those excuses would still work? You have demon blood running through your veins, demonkin. If that rumor gets out, it's going to be quite troublesome, isn't it? The royal family of a kingdom being half demon. Aya was terrified, her face turning pale. Frey laughed, amused. It looks like we'll be seeing a lot of each other. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say your fate is in my hands now. He finished speaking and walked away, intrigued to see what the Cloud Kingdom would do. A girl stepped forward and said, Mr. Frey, please let me lead the way, Frey asked cheerfully. Aya watched him go. Frey really was. She clenched her fists until they shook with resentment. He really is as cruel as the rumors say. If I let him take everyone like that. A voice appeared behind her. That's what you get for ignoring my warning. I told you not to trust the Empire. Aya whispered. Aya. But she continued. So, you finally decided to transfer the curse, huh? She said uncomfortably. Shut up. This is my own decision. A pigeon was sent by Aya. It was just a final trump card in case of an emergency. If she could save her family safely, it wasn't too late to take it back. The pigeon took flight, but a wave of power flew toward Frey. Phocus noticed it, and immediately used her own power. She struck out, shattering the pigeon in her hand. Phocus gave a faint smile and muttered, all good. Frey stopped, suddenly feeling that something wasn't right. He tilted his head in confusion, looking at Phocus, who was standing motionless beside him. She was pulling her hand out from her cloak. Frey lowered his voice and asked, Phocus, what are you doing? Phocus didn't reply. A few seconds later, her sparkling eyes widened as if she were about to cry. She pouted, my hand has a cramp. You're my companion. Do something about it. Frey turned around nonchalantly, as if to walk away, and just dropped a single sentence. Phocus glared angrily at his retreating back. Outside the house, the sky had turned completely dark, and twinkling stars stretched across the night sky. Frey cupped his hands over his forehead, looked up at the night sky, and thought to himself, it's already late. I should probably head back. He frowned, annoyed, and reached out to pull the cloak off Phocus's head, looking very irritated. Here, give that cloak back. Phocus cried out. You're pulling my hair out. Phocus clenched her fists, angry. I'll let you off for today, but next time, I will definitely expose your schemes. Frey ignored her, hugged his coat, and replied dismissively. Yeah. He sighed, ruffled his hair, and said calmly, I'm leaving now. You should head back to your room too. Frey narrowed his eyes, remembering the scene of him and Phocus walking down the hallway. At the time, he thought the recon was done and safe. He had expected her to cause more trouble, but unexpectedly, the market had been quite quiet. Frey rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Now that I mention it, there were some pretty strange things written in her diary. Existence is right after the 5-element break. But that doesn't matter anymore. The 7th day of the 5th element year. Perhaps I was coerced by something back then? Why on earth did I act like that? I was supposed to investigate it myself. He was still thinking about whether to use this opportunity to ask. Frey turned around and called out, but before he could finish his sentence, the space in front of him was empty. Frey asked, bewildered, Huh? She's gone already? He scratched his head and clicked his tongue. Well, next time we'll have to do. Frey muttered to himself and turned to walk forward. Kania will be worried. Better get back quickly. But not far away, Phocus was still hiding behind a nearby wall. She hadn't left yet. Phocus looked up, lost in thought, her expression uncharacteristically serious. Before Phocus's eyes stood a small house, and she whispered softly, It's almost time. The magnificent castle with its sharp spires reached high as if to pierce the night sky. Frey pushed the door open and slowly stepped inside. Frey startled, turning his head in confusion when he heard Kania's voice. Master, you're back, Kania said with a nod. Welcome home, Master. Frey approached, looking puzzled. Why did you go all the way to the door to greet me? She hesitated for a moment before explaining softly. It's quite urgent, Kania said, her voice steady. Princess Lana is currently in your room. Frey was surprised. Lana at this hour? Kania continued, looking troubled. Didn't she say she wasn't feeling well ever since the incident at the palace? I heard the same, so I don't know why she showed up so suddenly. Frey brushed his hair back and suggested, In that case, I should just ask her directly. Kania hurriedly cautioned him. She then recalled what happened earlier, when they had suppressed Lana's loss of control, her voice remaining calm. Is there a problem? Kania asked. Actually, her memories were a bit scrambled at the time. Frey narrowed his eyes, confused, and repeated. Scrambled memories? Kania recalled the moment she placed her hand on Lana and closed her eyes to enter her memories. When she delved into Lana's subconscious, she saw something very strange. Lana's eyes fluttered open, startling Kania. Inside, Kania had entered Lana's memories. In them, she was arguing fiercely with a few other girls, while Frey lay on the ground, unconscious. Things that had never happened existed as if they were memories. Lana snapped. Do you have any idea what you've done? What on earth are you talking about? Irina Filius was there. While Lana was trying to explain, saying, I was only doing it for the sake of that villain, Irina Filius burst into tears. She whispered through her sobs, Frey, you're the hero. You're the one who killed the true hero. Have you realized your mistake yet? Kania quietly observed it all. Lana's confused voice rang out. Hero? That's all a fabrication. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Kania of the past was kneeling on the ground, calling out in a sorrowful voice. Master. She looked toward the palace in the distance, which was engulfed in flames. Perhaps that was a memory of the day the assassins from the Council of Elders attacked. But unlike reality, the Starlight Palace had been burned to the ground. It was unclear why she had such a memory. As Kania was lost in thought, she realized she couldn't just leave things as they were, since it could become a clue that leads her to discover the Master's true identity. Frey's body suddenly glowed. Lana paused, watching him with astonishment. The current Kania was about to say, I intended to seal that part away, when suddenly a voice spoke up, making her turn around. It was Serena. Lana's next memory shifted to a scene where Frey was coldly ordering Serena around. Get Lana out of here first, before it's too late. Serena lightly covered her face with her fan and replied calmly. Understood. Kania remained silent until she heard a voice ring out ahead. This is all a lie. She frowned, her fingertip beginning to glow with magical power. It seemed that even while losing control, Princess Lana could still hear the conversation between Serena and the Master. A surge of magical power flared in Kania's hand. She whispered to herself, I have to intervene in that part of her memory, too. Kania's voice dropped. But because she intervened so much, Lana had fallen into a state of extreme instability. It seemed she was trying to piece her memories together. Frey rubbed his chin, deep in thought. The scene where the house was burned down, and the assassination attempt on me. He suddenly recalled the contents of the prophecy book, the scene of Kania and Lana standing in the sea of flames, while he lay on the ground. I read about this in the prophecy book. It's exactly like the worst-case scenario that was foretold back then. He was confused. But why would it be in her subconscious? And more importantly, she heard our conversation. If those memories return, the consequences will be severe. Kania bowed and suggested that they absolutely must not say anything that might trigger those memories. Even the smallest spark could be fatal. I'll be careful, he replied. He was about to continue, but suddenly stopped. His sentence remained unfinished. For today, things seemed okay for now. Suddenly, Frey remembered the stack of letters still left on the table. Oh, damn it. The letters I received from Irina Filius and Serena are still sitting right there on the table. Kania stared at him, stunned. Frey's face went pale, and he anxiously called out, Kania, come with me. His heart raced with worry as he thought of Lana being all alone in that room. Please, don't touch them. Lana rubbed her forehead, her eyelashes lowering as she tried to calm the dull ache in her head. She closed her eyes, remembering the flower box from before, and whispered to herself, Ever since I received the flowers from Frey, my memories have been so hazy. All I can dimly remember is... Lana's memory flashed to a scene of Frey and Serena talking to each other back when she collapsed at the royal palace, before losing consciousness entirely. It seems Frey was very worried about me. Or perhaps that was just a hallucination? But Lana shook her head, denying it. No, that absolutely couldn't be. When I woke up, Kania and Serena were already by my side. Lana slowly stood up and wandered around the room, lost in thought. Surely, it was Frey who brought me to safety. She spoke aloud. But why? That was clearly the perfect opportunity to harm me. Suddenly, Lana's gaze landed on the stack of letters on the table. She tilted her head, wondering what they were. The names of the senders were written on the letters, and Lana immediately recognized who they were addressed to. She slowly reached out to touch the stack of letters on the table, examining them curiously as she saw the names of the senders clearly written on each one. They were from Serena and Irina Filius. Her slender fingers nimbly opened the outer envelope and slowly pulled out the contents. Irina Filius is writing to Frey? Lana frowned, intently studying the paper in her hand. This is a magic scroll. Why would she send this? Her long fingers slowly pulled out another piece of paper from the envelope. And this is a letter. Lana's eyes widened in shock. Her 2 fingers gripped the paper tightly. The content of the letter was addressed to Frey. I stopped by the magic tower today, so I'll be home late. I heard from Kania about your condition. Even though I've intervened in your memories, you still need to be careful. Don't reveal your identity. I'm leaving this here. I'm sending you this magic scroll in advance. If your cover is blown, it can temporarily suppress the penalty. While I'm not there, if you feel you're in danger, don't hesitate to use it immediately. Don't worry too much, because you are the hero. After all. From Irina Filius. Lana was stunned, her lips slightly parted in astonishment. So, I'm the hero? What on earth is going on? Lana suddenly snapped to, piecing her memories together. They manipulated my memories while I wasn't aware. That means he really did save me. She covered her mouth with her hand, her expression filled with utter shock. Is that why Kania is no longer interested in being a spy? I can't believe it. Then While she was still paralyzed by surprise, the door to the room was suddenly burst open by Frey. He shouted in panic, "Wait, Lana Na, who let you into this room?" Both Frey and Kania froze, their faces instantly turning deathly pale. Frey clicked his tongue, looking grim as he cursed under his breath. Damn it! Lana Na slowly turned around, tears streaming down her face, leaving her unable to utter a single word. Her mind was a chaotic mess. Had she really just tried to kill an innocent person like him? At that very moment, Frey's heart began to hammer frantically in his chest. His eyes narrowed, his gaze slowly dropping as the system notification for the penalty triggered. Just as Frey was about to collapse, Kania hurriedly spoke up. "Princess Lana, please, wait!" Frey hit the floor hard, his vision momentarily blacking out. Kania rushed over in a panic, calling out, "Master!" Beside him, a puddle of dark red blood spattered onto the floor. He felt so frustrated. Damn it, getting hit with a penalty at a time like this. He forced himself up, coughing violently. Dark, crimson blood kept spilling from the corners of his mouth. Lana Na sat frozen in the distance, staring blankly at the scene before her, tears rolling silently down her cheeks. Lana Na wondered to herself, if this is really true, what can I do to make amends to him? Seeing the scene before her, she was deeply shaken. Why is he coughing up blood? Is that the penalty? She didn't understand and asked, "The penalty?" Kania's eyes darkened with sorrow. Because of the binding rules, every time the number of people who discovered the master's identity increased, his lifespan and vitality would be cut in half. Hearing this, Lana couldn't hide her shock. She covered her mouth in horror. As of now, the ones who knew Frey's identity were Kania, Irina, Filius, and herself. Lana sat silently amidst the suffocating aura of killing intent. In other words, no matter how long she lived, she suddenly remembered something. Just in case, I'll send you this magic scroll ahead of time. If your identity is ever exposed, it can temporarily suppress the penalty. Lana didn't hesitate and jumped up. Irina Filius's magic scroll. Lana went to the pile of letters and frantically searched. It turned out Irina Filius had anticipated this situation. There was no time to waste. Finally, she grasped what she needed. As long as she could save Frey from the pain, she wanted to end his torment quickly, so she tore it open. Her actions left Kania stunned. A fierce, crimson killing intent immediately rose around Frey. Lana stared blankly at the aura in front of her. A magic circle. A magic circle suddenly appeared. And unexpectedly, Kania was trapped inside a magical cage. Seeing her collapse, Lana Na ran over. "Kania, are you okay?" Even though she was in bad shape, Kania reassured her, "Please don't worry." It seemed the magic circle had activated in response to the dark magic. Kania then asked, "By the way, what is this scroll?" With everything she knew, she explained to Kania that this was sent along with a letter from Irina Filius. Even though it didn't give specific details, it warned that if she ever faced a life-or-death situation, she should tear it open. Kania understood. Kania didn't want to sit idly by, so she channeled her magic. Even though she didn't know what kind of magic it was, she had no choice but to trust her. "If it's to save the master, I'll use my dark magic." Kania decisively channeled her divine power into the scroll. "Whatever it takes, I'm willing to give everything." The next second, Frey still had his eyes tightly shut, and in an instant, his body began to glow and levitate. Kania's hands gradually began to pull at his soul. Immediately, a mark appeared on her hand. "Lana Na, check his status." Kania realized the moment she saw it. It looks like this is a magic circle used to seal the master's soul. Lana Na was incredibly astonished. "His soul? Please be at ease. As this is dark magic, I'm quite familiar with handling souls. Kania glanced to the side, where a system interface suddenly appeared before them. A warning popped up. System error, identification code S01. It kept flashing errors, claiming the penalty could not be applied. Invalid soul parameter. Please restore the soul of Frey on Starlight to its original position. Kania stood up slowly, surprised. Restore Frey on Starlight's soul to its original position? Irina Filius's magic seemed to have worked. The system interface displayed a demand. Please restore the soul of Frey on Starlight to its original position. She paused for a moment and asked, "What if I say no?" Seeing her ignore it, the system interface flashed erratically. Even if you refuse, neither party gains any benefit. Please follow the instructions immediately. Kania realized. It's desperate, isn't it? She suddenly had an idea. Even if you're a system, in the current situation, you can't interfere with the master's soul, right? Then let's make a deal. Stop the penalty. Just then, Lana turned back and hesitatingly called out her name, Kania. Hearing that, Kania turned around. Is something behind me? Outside the window, a giant, flaming red sphere, the sun hung in the sky. Both of them looked toward it, wondering why the sun was appearing in the middle of the night. Look closely. Lana noticed the color shift and spoke with gravity. The color of the sun is turning black, as if the end is near. The system interface also kept warning them. If you continue, the sun will shatter, and the world will head toward destruction. So, immediately return the soul of Frey to its original position. Kania saw the urgency and quickly proposed. Stop applying the penalty to the master, and show me proof that you'll fulfill the deal. If you do that, I'll do as you ask. She couldn't wait any longer and kept pressing. There's no time left. Before the sun pursues us to the end, make your decision now. The system interface kept flashing a barrage of messages. Suddenly, it shifted into a mysterious purple. The system interface displayed a mysterious text. In the name of the demon god, Eclipsa, I swear. Ancient words suddenly appeared, and Kania's lips seemed to whisper something. Lana Na felt the aura around them, and realized this source of dark magic didn't seem to belong to the house. Her eyes fixed straight ahead. A sudden quest appeared. Restore the soul of Frey on Starlight to its original state. Reward. Nullification of the lifespan reduction, applicable only to this penalty. Price. Kania will be subjected to the Shared Fate Curse. The system window displayed information about the Shared Fate Curse. From now on, you will have to share all negative emotions of the target, such as pain, sorrow, and everything else. Kania suddenly heard the name of a familiar figure. The demon god? She immediately recalled her past. My parents once worshipped the demon god. Back then, a blind faith had been misplaced. They had completely believed that only the demon god, the one who possessed both astral power and dark magic, could produce the strongest dark mage. And just like that, a tragic event unfolded. To obtain star power, after a series of actions, they killed the young master's mother and turned her into a werewolf. Right at that moment, Kania took the brunt of it all and buried that corrupted dark magic into my body. It was me, who lost my sense of self because of that unstable dark magic. She still clearly remembers that small but radiant figure who was saved by Sir Aham and the young master that day. Back then, as her eyes peered through her fingers, the young master had to witness that tragedy with his own eyes. Frey held no impure intentions toward Kania, only compassion. Kania, I don't want to end up hating you. Kania gently reached her hand forward. That's what he said. And he was the one who erased his own memories. And so, facing such a curse, she didn't hesitate to follow her heart, showing no signs of pain at all. It wouldn't be an understatement to say a look of relief washed over Kania's lips. I couldn't even dream of this. Kania had decided to save Frey to repay an old debt of gratitude, because this life was one that he had saved. She immediately coughed up blood from the intense shock. Lana saw this and rushed toward her. Kania, I'm fine, Princess Lana. Kania didn't have a shred of strength left, so she had to place her trust in her. The rest is up to you, Lana screamed when she saw both of them lose consciousness. Kania! Frey! Lana shouted, desperate. Please, wake up. Text appeared on the system's soothing blue background. An individual as noble and kind-hearted as you. Current penalty stack. 3. Special stack. 1. Lifespan reduction neutralized. Kania lay beside Frey. She didn't regret her sacrifice one bit. In the name of a butler, I swear my eternal loyalty. At blue moon, as the morning sun hit the window, Frey finally opened his eyes after a long dream. His body was completely drained of energy. He sat up, rubbing his eyes, wondering, how long have I been asleep? He suddenly remembered everything before falling into that deep sleep. Wait, Did Lana discover my identity and I got punished for it? But as he looked at the notifications, he was confused. Special stack. Lifespan reduction neutralized. Current penalty stack. 3. Special stack. 1. Lifespan reduction neutralized. What on earth does that mean? Suddenly, there was a voice calling from outside. Frey's companions appeared at the door to check on him. Are you feeling okay? Kania let out a sigh of relief. I'm so glad you're awake, sir. Lana was so happy she couldn't even find the words. Frey, thank goodness you're awake. Frey immediately asked, what happened after I passed out? Kania sat by the bed and recounted the events gently. Princess Lana used Irina's scroll to stop your lifespan from being cut short. Lana clutched the hem of her dress, hesitant. I see. Seeing her awkwardness, they understood the situation perfectly. It was clear Lana was probably frozen stiff from feeling guilty. Frey didn't want to make things heavy, so he reassured her immediately. Lana, you don't need to blame yourself. Because of that, my lifespan was preserved, and more importantly, how many days until the slave market opens? Kania answered immediately. Less than 3 days. Irina added, you've been asleep for 2 whole weeks. Frey thought, realizing he didn't have much time left. So it's coming right down to the wire. Huh, Lana? Yes. Frey immediately proposed, can you give me a hand with the slave market? She didn't refuse at all and eagerly accepted. Of course. I was actually planning to discuss this at your birthday party. Frey put his feet on the ground. Oh, that's great then. For this mission, I need you all to. He slowly stood up and walked forward, then turned his head back with a bright smile. Become heroes. On the first day, the slave market opened. Slaves were being dragged inside. Just because the fox girl walked slowly, they whipped her without mercy. Hey, get over here. Hurry up. Frey wore an amused smile when she apologized, thinking, being sensible is good. Then he turned to the guard. Next time, go show off to someone else. The guard seized the chance to ask, Sir Frey, would you like to see the other slaves? Frey didn't mind sparing some time. Checking them out couldn't hurt. Right then, Lana called. Hello, this is Lana. She had completed her task. I've led a unit of royal knights and infiltrated from the first floor. My side is also finished. The chest has been found. From now on, I'll complete the magic, Kania. Everything is fine on my end too. Frey immediately caught up with their status. So, everyone has infiltrated safely, I see. Just then, a man walked up with his subordinates. Sir Frey, I am Demican. I have led the combat officers of the Demon King's army and have finished infiltrating. Frey immediately went into defensive mode. They had arrived too. Without hesitation, he ordered them into action. Good, then everyone deploy yourselves. And the most important part had arrived. The mission to liberate the slave market was officially underway. Just then, Frey kicked the door open. The fox girl from earlier was thrown straight into the room. Frey couldn't be held back, as having her follow him would just be a nuisance, so he told her to stay put. After taking care of them, he immediately ran off. All right, now it's time to show them. Just when he thought everything was stable, he was suddenly called out. He had to hurry to the demon tribe area he was in. Suddenly, Phocus appeared and attacked him. She immediately scolded him. You shameless, cowardly piece of work. Damn it. Why did she have to show up at a time like this? While Frey was complaining to the heavens, Phocus was very decisive. You wicked, low-life scum. Today, as your companion, I will end your life. Phocus? Suddenly, Frey felt something was off and asked, how did you know I was here? She stood with her hands on her hips, questioning him. Did you forget? You were the one who brought me here before. The next words from Phocus left him stunned. Today is the opening day, so I knew for sure you'd be here. Don't you dare underestimate me. Frey immediately sank into deep thought. According to intelligence from Demican, the slave market would be active for 1 week, and this was the only day out of those 7. Is Phocus' guess even plausible? It was like she knew exactly where he was. While he was still suspicious, she radiated killing intent. Regardless, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted. I have to get out of this filthy place first. This time he was determined, but he played dirty and threw a smoke bomb at her. Smoke in my eyes! What is this? He had no time to waste here. Phocus shouted in frustration. Frey, where are you? Frey, however, was already long gone. For now, he had to shake her off. Frey then ventured deep inside. He gripped the bag in his hand tight, looking around as he walked. Frey, where are you? And Faye has already hightailed it out of there. I should probably shake off anyone following me for now. Frey then headed deeper inside. He gripped the bag tightly in his hand, looking around as he walked. Only now did Frey realize his advanced planning was paying off. Choosing the inner structure last year was a smart move. The crowd is packed and chaotic, just as expected. He trusted her abilities, so he had guessed that by now, Irina must have already set up the escape magic on the cage. With her skills, it wouldn't have taken long. Next, he needed to rethink every mission he'd assigned them. Meanwhile, Lana and the Knights of the Order were busy containing the Demon King's forces appearing everywhere. To minimize casualties, he would lead the Demon King's officers away first. Frey would use this time to act fast, taking advantage of the opening. He had to rescue the royal family of the Van Kingdom. If he arrived too late, A might act impulsively. Frey's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with grim determination. He didn't dare lose focus for a single second. He had to hurry. If he failed, the plan would fall apart, and he would be cornered. Must hurry, he thought. Otherwise, all the preparations so far will go up in smoke. He reminded himself to be careful. Don't forget the cloak of deception, he muttered. He couldn't be seen in his own form. Shortly after, he reached his destination. The demon lurked behind a large crate to survey the situation. No sign of the Demon King's troops nearby, right? A voice whispered, Lord Frey, I am Jumuno, of the Demon King's army. He looked around, and suddenly, his skin crawled. Kania was furious at that exact moment. To be safe, Demono immediately asked him, We've reached the secret break room. Should we wait for orders? Just wait there. Understood. We'll take care of the guards first. Hearing her say that, Frey settled on his plan as long as they didn't draw attention. As he threw on the cloak, he couldn't believe it. Commanding the Demon King's troops like this made him feel like he was becoming the Demon King himself. It felt so wrong. Frey quickly pulled up his hood. Enough of that, he thought. He began to blend into the dense crowd, heading toward his target. Suddenly, a speaker blared. Emergency. Emergency. An emergency situation has occurred. Attention all guards. The guards looked at each other, confused. Is this an alarm? Confirm intruder sightings and arrest them immediately. The two guards at the entrance were incredibly annoyed. An intruder? What a pain in the neck. The intruder is a girl with supernatural powers. I repeat, the intruder is. The guards couldn't believe their ears. A girl? Did they misread the report? As they scoffed at the idea of a girl being dangerous, Ruby appeared with an elegant, graceful air. She gently clasped her hands behind her back and bowed slightly. The two guards remained sharp, immediately demanding, A girl, huh? If you want to enter, miss, show us your documents. Ruby didn't say a word, just radiated a dark, chilling aura. Both guards were mesmerized, gradually losing their grip on reality. They began to stumble. What's wrong with this girl? In a split second, they both collapsed to the ground. Ruby calmly smoothed her hair. I'll let you live, this time, she said, glancing at them with a triumphant smirk. Today, I will become your hero. A system window appeared. Main quest, the advent of the fake hero. Main quest, the advent of the fake hero. Declare to the world that you are the hero. Meanwhile, the marketplace remained extremely crowded. After passing through the main gate, Ruby stepped inside. She walked with a smug smile on her face. Suddenly, she stopped beside a cage. She looked at him and smirked. A slave with such spirit left in him? She suddenly considered buying him, thinking he might be useful for her hero act. Nearby, a hooded girl looked at her with contempt. You? A hero? Ruby stretched and kept walking. The mysterious girl followed her, looking up slightly, feeling confused. What a joke. Over at the demon section, the auctioneer was brimming with excitement. Next, I'd like to introduce our featured items. To all customers, please pay attention here. He pointed at the two of them and revealed, Surprising, isn't it? These slaves are actually demons. The audience gasped in disbelief. Demons? You've got to be kidding. Everyone below stared, whispering, Those horns, those red eyes, that tail. It looks real. Are demons finally selling their own kind as slaves now? The auctioneer pointed a finger toward the sky, continuing, These are pure-blooded demons with purple mana. They've passed inspection. We already have people looking to seal the deal. Hey, how do I buy them? The auctioneer chuckled and said, These demons have already been reserved by a VIP. What? But he seized the opportunity to maximize profits. As you all know, if you offer a higher price, you can claim ownership. The auctioneer immediately held up a paper. Pay higher than the listed price, and you can buy them right now. The wealthy patrons below began whispering frantically. Is there anyone that rich here? Damn, the only one who could toss that much money around is probably Frey. Maybe we should pool our money and buy a few? Hearing their cruel remarks, Aiki clenched her fists in rage. Too perfect to be used as slaves, right? Let's do that. She couldn't help but feel disgusted by their inhumanity. A bunch of scumbags gathered together, treating people like objects. Aiki felt infuriated at being ignored. And that jerk, Frey, too. I've sent letters to negotiate for weeks and he hasn't even replied once. She thought about it, it didn't really affect her much. Transferring the curse to Frey's heart would be good, but if she couldn't meet him, she couldn't force it. Aiki bowed her head and made a decision. The magic in the cage wasn't finished yet. With that thought, a wave of sinister energy radiated around her. Aiki's hand began to transform. She only had one choice left, use the power of the demons. But she stood at a crossroads, unsure how long she could keep her sanity. Finally, "You're listening to me, aren't you? Go ahead, release your demonic energy, and try using that power. Kill all the scumbags who came into your home." Aiki couldn't bear to hear another word, clutching her head. "Kania, this is my decision." Just as she was tormenting herself, a voice rang out. "Please sell them to me." Aiki immediately turned around. "Who's that?" The auctioneer looked at the newcomer, an unfamiliar face. "Sir, can you offer a higher price than that?" Meanwhile, the crowd whispered about his sudden appearance, wondering which kingdom this noble was from. The auctioneer beamed, inviting Frey to step forward. "A wonderful decision. Dear customer, which slave would you like to choose?" "Let me ask again. They're all the same price, right?" Frey made a surprisingly generous decision. "I'll take the entire lot, at double the listed price." The surrounding crowd started whispering among themselves. "Very well, please sign here. I suppose I have no choice, there's no competing with that." In practice, this meant he would monopolize these demons. Aiki stood there as if rooted to the spot, her mouth slightly agape as if she wanted to say something. Once the deal was closed, the group departed. "I'll be heading to the waiting room," he replied cheerfully. "We'll have it prepared immediately." Aiki turned back, watching Frey's retreating silhouette. It seemed she was still standing in the same spot, having narrowly managed to prevent her demonification just in time. Frey turned his head slightly toward Aiki with a smirk. "Well then, follow me. You had something you wanted to tell me, right?" The two of them entered the VIP lounge. Frey sat down, picked up a teacup, and spoke nonchalantly. "You're here. You've been tailing me since earlier, haven't you?" Aiki was slightly startled that he had guessed correctly. "What do you want from me?" "The princess of the Cloud Kingdom," she asked, slightly confused. "You know who I am?" Frey lifted his teacup to confirm. "Yes, I know both you and your royal lineage." Aiki still hadn't realized who was standing before her. Is this person also trying to threaten me like that other guy? What is his goal? Regardless, he's surely more decent than that Frey character. She promised herself, "At all costs, I must save my clan." Frey slowly set his teacup down. "Right. About that." He turned toward the other side and asked directly, "Can I borrow that cabinet? It has an escape magic spell on it, right?" Aiki was astonished that he knew everything. "How do you know about that?" "I don't know what you're planning, but that magic is still incomplete." Even though she said that, it didn't deter Frey's intentions. That's fine, because he knew perfectly well that Irina was handling this. It would be resolved soon enough. In just a blink of an eye, she finished the task. "Good, it's ready to use now." Irina immediately contacted Frey to report. "Do you hear me?" "Easy." After hearing her report, he was extremely satisfied. The magic was complete. They could escape at any moment. Truly a genius mage. Frey didn't stop there. He proposed something else. "Furthermore, I want to establish exclusive trade relations with the Cloud Kingdom." She asked back, "Trade, you say? With my authority, I can make it happen." Not wanting to waste time, he handed Aiki a document. "But I don't understand. Our kingdom is impoverished. I fear we have nothing worth exchanging. For now, please just sign this contract." Frey knew well that she was currently in the dark about the future. Aiki had no way of knowing that in the near future, a vein of magic crystals would be discovered in the Cloud Kingdom, and, therefore, he had to seize this opportunity as quickly as possible. And it wasn't just any type. Usually, a massive mountain mine, where extremely rare magic crystal species are concentrated, would be revealed. That would be the turning point to help the Cloud Kingdom strengthen its national power. He had calculated carefully to profit from Aiki. Once we sign this exclusive trade contract, we won't have to worry about financial issues until the final battle. At this point, Aiki read it carefully and hesitated. What exactly is this contract? She couldn't believe everything was going so smoothly. The terms of the contract were too generous, as if they were willing to accept losses without a second thought. The terms were overly favorable, not even minding potential losses. Why would you treat our kingdom this well? She was extremely puzzled about his true goal. But what did he actually have to gain? Meanwhile, in a closed room, everyone was struggling to breathe due to a suffocating aura. Demikin stood there, pushed up his glasses, and smirked. This guy. He stood with his arms crossed, full of admiration. Frey's eye for talent is truly beyond reproach. I thought he only bought a few for the Demon King's army. Demikin was impressed by Frey's aesthetic judgment. He never expected to find a spirit beast from the eastern continent among the slaves. Demino saw they shouldn't linger any longer and urged, Lord Demikin, it's time, let's go. Demikin pocketed his hands and left with Miho following behind. Go on, let loose, and enjoy yourself. Miho no longer appeared weak. She had become a dangerous spirit beast. Miho had now been upgraded into a true monster, a mid-tier slave, the prideful fox, a spirit beast of the eastern continent. During this time, Aiki was extremely curious about Frey's identity. Who on earth is this person? Seeing her hesitating, he asked, Is there any point in the contract that you find confusing? Aiki didn't want to act recklessly, so she slowly asked for clarification. May I ask the purpose of this clause? He immediately agreed. Of course. We're on the same side. After all, Frey then struck the right chord with Aiki. Because I hold a personal grudge against this empire, and Faye as well. Hearing this, Aiki thought they were like-minded, and eagerly asked, That guy? Faye? You know him? I intend to disrupt this slave market to make him suffer losses. Frey then chose his words to weave a lie to deceive Aiki. This market is connected to powerful forces within the empire. One can infer that the auction winners have already been secretly arranged. I'm just going to intervene to throw the empire's internal affairs into chaos. That is my objective. She heard this and immediately believed his story. So that's it. Furthermore, Frey continued to feign sympathy. I find those slaves truly pathetic. And besides, I don't care for tragedies. As soon as he finished speaking, he leisurely lifted his teacup. Just hearing this was enough to melt Aiki's heart. Who exactly are you? Meanwhile, he continued to receive reports. PH. I have replicated the cabinet all over the market. Just as discussed. Prioritize the children and help them escape first. Irina hurriedly pushed to the next step. Pass this word to the princess of the Cloud Kingdom as well. From now on, the combat plan is in motion. A few days later, upon receiving her message, she immediately stood up. It seemed the magic on the cabinet was complete. Aiki was extremely surprised at this light-speed progress. How is it so fast? Frey stepped out and looked around. Fortune is smiling on us, isn't it? This area seems to have few guards. Frey didn't hesitate to urge Aiki, use this chance to get your family out of here immediately. Hearing this, she remembered how limited her time was and clenched her fists. Right, this isn't the time to stand here talking. I understand. Aiki pulled up her hood and expressed her gratitude for his help. For now, I accept your kindness. Please send a letter to the Cloud Kingdom later. She was a person who lived with integrity, so she wouldn't forget this day. I will definitely repay this debt of gratitude. Even so, she couldn't help but be curious about his identity. What a strange person. Even until the very end, he refused to reveal his identity. The archetype of a hero in Aiki's mind suddenly appeared. If only there were someone like this in the world. Is this what a hero is supposed to look like? Just then, Demikin Kania called. Reporting to you, my lord, she said, recounting the situation she had gathered. What is it? Per your orders, we've turned the spirit being on the eastern continent into a demonic beast. It's just, aside from that one, we didn't manage to secure anything else. Frey didn't press further. I see. You've worked hard. He immediately wanted to speed things up. Then, from now on, start gathering the child slaves to complete the sacrificial magic circle. He replied instantly, while thinking the exact opposite, relying on you is useless, even if you put in the effort. Because Frey knew better than anyone that he wouldn't find anything. There were no child slaves left in this marketplace. Irina Filius must have already helped them all escape. Right after that, he contacted her. Irina, how's the situation? Irina Filius didn't let him down. She had already finished handling it. All the children had been rescued. Just 10 more minutes. And I think we can get all the adults out too. Once things were stable, he began preparing himself. I see. Well done. The Demon King's subordinates must be furious right now. Kania, when the timing is right, I'll give the order to retreat. Finally, it's my turn. He knew his part was the toughest. To complete this mission, he had to successfully take down the nine-tailed fox, the mid-level demonic beast of the eastern continent. Because Frey's opponent was an incredibly formidable entity, this beast only appeared for one day during the market festival, because it was a creature of pure magical power, stemming from a spirit, making it extremely sensitive to negative emotions, and easily corrupted into a demonic beast. It possessed terrifying and dangerous inner power, but once corrupted, it would rampage until it drained all life force around it. In his past life, it caused a massive catastrophe at the market. Frey was determined not to let that happen ever again. This time, he had already evacuated the slaves, so that tragedy surely wouldn't repeat. But while Lana, Kania, and Irina Filius were still inside. He had to stop it from exploding at all costs. Suddenly, Kania appeared by his side. "My lord, I will go with you." "Kania, I told you to stay back." Even though she wasn't supposed to participate, she was determined to help him. "No, a hero's power is created by burning life force, which clashes with those who absorb it. Therefore, I will fight alongside you." Facing Kania's persistence, Frey had no choice but to give in. "You really worry too much." Just then, he remembered something and brought it up. The item that can control demonic beasts. "You remember the domination stone, right? If we use that, we can definitely win without any problems." Kania didn't quite understand and asked back, "But didn't that stone break during the incident at the dormitory?" Frey confirmed it but added, "True, but the remaining fragment can still be used." Before stepping inside, he warned, "Because it's not whole, it only works on targets that have already lost consciousness." Just as he was instructing her, he was struck by an attack. "Don't worry too much," he said. But then Frey was suddenly ambushed and spat up blood. "Damn it. Was I ambushed?" The stone in Frey's pocket suddenly fell out. Seeing it fall into the hands of the nine-tailed fox, he was extremely panicked. The domination stone. Kania suddenly reached for her throat, her face contorting in pain. "My lord." She realized that she and Frey were linked by the same connection. It felt like her throat was being constricted. Am I sharing his pain? The system window appeared. Curse of the one heart, one body. From now on, the target will share all of your negative emotions, such as pain, sorrow, and everything else. Kania was extremely worried seeing him controlled. Is this the penalty effect of the one heart, one body curse from the demon god? Like this, I'll only become a burden. My lord. Meanwhile, Frey tried to reassure Kania and slowly drew his sword. I'm fine. The opponent is just too weak. He didn't let it take the upper hand and immediately struck back with a massive surge of magic. Too weak to even be worth me finishing off. Finally, Frey temporarily escaped the nine-tailed fox's clutches. It was suddenly surrounded by a flow of dark, ominous energy. The nine-tailed fox was instantly pinned down, unable to attack. Kania, determined not to let it touch a hair on Frey's head, joined the fight. You're just a beast, and yet you dare. Kania immediately created a trapping magic circle full of lethality. Don't you dare touch him. Frey realized their cooperation could defeat the nine-tailed fox, so he suggested, Kania, it's okay, just keep its movements locked down. Do you have a plan, my lord? Frey drew his sword, his eyes determined. I want to take it down while causing as little injury as possible, because fundamentally, it's not a demonic beast, but a beastkin. He slowly approached it and spoke in a calm voice. Good. Calm down. Don't be afraid. It's okay. Facing the nine-tailed fox's roaring, he felt a sense of pity. As expected, that excessive vigilance is truly pitiful. Even so, he still had to swing his sword to finish it. But to complete the mission, there was no other way. Frey had no choice but to send it off, whispering, Forgive me. In return, I promise you, when everything is over, I will bring you back to your homeland. A blinding blue light erupted in the air. The nine-tailed fox was now completely consumed and obliterated. Finally, it collapsed amidst the lethal chains. Meanwhile, Demican Kania was throwing open every door to search. Jumuno also helped him, but found nothing. This side is empty too. She suddenly noticed a loophole and asked, It's impossible to gather what we planned. Lord Demican, don't you think something is strange? Demican heard her and didn't quite understand, asking, What do you mean? Jumuno then said, It's about Lord Frey. She immediately pieced everything together and deduced something unusual. He keeps losing contact, and he's pushing all these chores onto combat officers like us. Demican didn't think much of it, and dismissed her concern. Jumuno, are you suspecting the number 2 of the Demon King's army? Don't go spouting such thoughts. Jumuno remained insistent, but he's the descendant of the hero. It's better to be careful. Just as she finished her sentence, they were struck by a slash. Jumuno immediately retreated, while Demican crossed his arms, confused. Huh? He calmly adjusted his glasses with a serious expression. What? Before them now stood a soldier with a glowing blue aura, truly an unexpected harvest. Demican finally realized the plot behind this and immediately changed plans. Let's go. Jumuno, let's take the hero's head right here. A cunning smile appeared on his face. Offer it to our master and bring glory to Lord Frey. However, the soldier in front of Demican was much more agile than he had expected. This left Demican stunned. He couldn't even track his movements. Is that really human speed? Meanwhile, Jumuno was above, providing backup. What are you doing, Jumuno? Before she could even strike, the soldier sent her flying with a single hit. Jumuno slammed hard into the wall behind him. Demikan finally realized he was up against a formidable foe. One strike was all it took to take down Jumuno. It seemed, but this only made him more excited. This guy won't be easy, he thought. Demikan immediately unleashed a dangerous killing intent toward the soldier. The soldier didn't back down, firmly gripping his sword. He swung, unleashing a brilliant slash. A massive, deafening collision erupted. Everyone was shaken by the impact. An earthquake? Panic ensued. Everyone, get out of here, now. Just then, Lana appeared to calm them down. Everyone, please, stay calm. Princess, why are you here? Not wanting them to interfere with the plan, she told them the Demon King's army was waiting just outside the market. For your safety, please stay right where you are. So, it was true? Right then, Irina Filius came running over from a distance, waving. Lana immediately reported back and asked, I've finished the mission. But who is that guy? Why is he wearing the hero's armor? Irina Filius looked toward the battle between Demikan and the soldier, puzzled. Lana thought it over and guessed, it must be a fake. Maybe it's the same person who appeared at the palace earlier. Uncertain how to react, she decided to report to Frey first. Meanwhile, everyone else was glued to the fight. Look, it's the hero. The hero is fighting the demons. Everyone was ecstatic and cheered at the mysterious soldier's appearance. Is that the same hero from the palace? If you defeat the demons, we'll give you a medal. You're our savior. Go, hero, go. As they cheered for the soldier, Ruby sneered in contempt. Stupid humans, thinking they can just shrug off all their responsibilities. Forgive me, Demikan and Jumuno. For my sake, you'll have to die here. Even though you've been such loyal and reliable subordinates, once the seal on my true self is broken, you're nothing but trash. Ruby wasn't naive. He had calculated everything before entering this place. The moment I drew the Demon King's forces in, I knew it would end like this. Sacrificing your own teammates, he had planned all along to claim that fake glory for himself. I will become famous throughout the land as a hero. The soldier jumped high, ready to deliver the finishing blow. But suddenly, something interrupted him. The soldier jolted, frozen in midair. While the soldier dealt with the internal shock, Demikan looked on, confused. The next second, the soldier received a call from Frey. Domi Duan, do you hear me, Frey? Frey gave him a firm, decisive order. Leave him to me. You guys pull back for now and regroup. With Frey's order, they didn't hesitate and vanished instantly. Understood. Ruby, meanwhile, panicked as everything went off script. Who broke the protective magic on this helmet? A loud noise suddenly thundered behind him. Miho had arrived. Ruby turned slowly, looking up at that massive figure. My calculations were completely wrong. Do you really think monsters can stand up to a demon king like me? Miho didn't hold back, landing a direct blow that shattered Ruby's armor into pieces. Spitting blood, Ruby couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. How could a monster like that attack me? His eyes darted around until he spotted Frey. So, it was you. Frey, you're behind this, aren't you? Ruby immediately recognized the terrifying power of the object Frey held, using that stone to control the monster. Ruby's helmet clattered onto the cold ground. He was disillusioned, standing there, trembling with bitter rage. Damn it, how dare you wound me? Meanwhile, the crowd still thought Ruby was the hero. I can't believe it. The hero is a woman. Sensing the situation was turning sour, Ruby decided to bolt. I'll retreat for today. The crowd continued to call out, Hero, the monster is still there. Please, wait. Hero. Frey stood there, watching Ruby's back as he retreated. Glad someone bought me some time. Kania asked, Master, who was that? That was a demon king. But one thing left, both Frey and Kania puzzled. Why would he pretend to be a hero? It was an unexpected turn of events. First, let's deal with what's right in front of us. Frey couldn't waste any more time, and immediately contacted them. Irina Filius. Lana P. Do you see the monster out there? Irina Filius looked down and described the situation. I see it. I'm controlling it with the suppression stone. Frey immediately gave the order. I want you two to take it down in front of everyone, to make sure there's no suspicion on my end. She asked back, just pretend to defeat it, right? He added. Later, Kania will dispel the transformation, so don't worry. I want both of you to take the credit. She smirked and echoed his earlier words. Didn't I say I'd make everyone into heroes? Preparing to start the act, she asked, in other words, stage it? This is a piece of cake. Frey felt relieved seeing things settle down. Finally, I can rest easy. Master, you've worked hard. Just as he thought he could breathe, a loud crash echoed. It seemed like more trouble for Frey to handle. What was that explosion? It sounds like the building's floor collapsed. He ran through all the possibilities and suddenly panicked, remembering her. He couldn't imagine what happened. Could it be Phocus? I can't let her run wild. He left immediately. Kania, I leave the rest to you. She asked, Master, where exactly are you going? But he didn't answer and just ran off as fast as he could. Master. Indeed, Phocus was the one who caused this grand collapse. How exhausting. She looked at the rubble she had created, lost in thought. So tired. Which time is this now? Phocus walked slowly through the ruins, wondering, I wonder how Frey is doing. I just hope this time succeeds. A ripple of emotion stirred in her heart. I'm tired of repeating this. At least up to this point, things are going smoothly. At least I've become his companion. Phocus had a few ideas once everything was finished. When this mission ends, I'll return his true memories to him. Then, a sudden sharp headache struck, causing her to collapse. Mustn't think about it too openly. Calm down, or the demon god will find out. Phocus kept reminding herself to stay sharp. Frey had already turned back time more times than she could count. If she had to keep trying, she'd lose her mind. Don't forget she was the one stuck in the loop. Suddenly, a voice called out, making her eyes glaze over. Phocus stepped through the tiny door, radiating a brilliant light. Why are you all the way down here in the basement? Phocus's face flushed red. So, it worked, didn't it? Frey didn't understand what she was babbling about and just urged her on. What are you even saying? Stop rambling and let's get out of here. He turned his head and grumbled at her. It'll be a real pain if we accidentally touch a corpse. What truly shocked him, though, were the tears streaming down Phocus's face. Are you crying? Even she was completely helpless against her own reaction. What's happening to me? Don't ask me. I don't even know what's wrong with myself. A dark, heavy sadness suddenly took hold. She felt like a void of darkness, making him feel uneasy. Thinking she might never escape this, Phocus couldn't hold back her emotions and buried her head, sobbing. I was so scared. Frey reached out to comfort Phocus, but then pulled his hand back. I have to keep my distance from her. But his compassionate heart finally won out, and he gently patted her head. I guess it's fine for now. Phocus, touched by his kindness, continued to sob, and that's where things settled for the moment. Just like that, the third main mission officially came to an end. Frey and Kania were finally able to escape. Reflecting on the moments that had passed, he felt a sense of relief. Although this mission had hit all sorts of unexpected snags, it was completed successfully in the end. Frey then looked at the notification board. More importantly, he'd gained a windfall beyond his expectations. New information appeared on the board. Main mission: liberate the slaves. Success. Reward. Awakening level of hero equipment increased. Total mana of the system user increased. Frey stood there, deep in thought. I see. My mana pool has increased by half. At this rate, I could probably wipe out most enemies in a single blow. But Frey was a bit wary. After having his lifespan eroded 4 times, he couldn't help but feel anxious, wondering how much longer he could keep using the hero's power. Kania suddenly spoke up, pulling him back to reality. Master, I have something I'd like to discuss regarding our next plan. Frey turned back, smiling. He apologized. Sorry. I was just lost in thought for a second. She put her hand to her forehead and sighed. Actually, even though we've freed the slaves, the real problem is what comes after. One thing after another keeps happening. It's a total headache. Frey immediately moved to reassure Kania. If that's what you're worried about, don't be. He propped one leg up, crossed his arms, and grinned triumphantly. I've already got a plan. No sooner had Frey finished speaking than a loud noise erupted from outside. When he saw Phocus suddenly appear, he asked, Phocus, why are you here? She was panting as she replied, Do you even have to ask? She rushed over and pressed her hands against his cheeks. I came to keep an eye on you. Frey turned to Kania. Right. You were looking for Kania, weren't you? Looks like something urgent came up. She asked back, surprised. Sen? Wait, it's not that. Only then did Frey realize he'd made a mistake. He had completely forgotten about her. I was planning to wait until nightfall to regroup, but everything ended sooner than expected. Kania didn't linger and stood up. I understand. I'm heading out. At the same time, Frey said, Wait, I'm coming too. But Phocus grabbed his hand tightly. You think I'll just let you run off? She immediately hugged him, leaving him confused. What are you doing? Let me go. Phocus refused to back down. She wanted the truth, so she asked him point blank. What are you going to find that red-eyed woman for, huh? People are already whispering about it. Frey couldn't make heads or tails of what she was saying. I have no clue what you're talking about. You've clearly misunderstood something. That hurts. Let me go. Phocus's eyes showed a hint of sadness. The truth was, she was the one who knew better than anyone. It would be extremely dangerous if he didn't find her as soon as possible. Frey still felt like something was off. Someone broke the Demon King's defensive magic, which is how I realized his true identity. It doesn't seem like it was Irina. If so, then who on earth was it? And wait, how would she even know about that? She was clearly supposed to be somewhere else at the time. Meanwhile, Kania had appeared, but looking around, she couldn't see anyone. That's strange. Where did he go? Elsewhere, Frey was walking slowly over the grass. He held a map in his hand, lost in thought. Before that, Kania had given Frey this map and revealed, all the liberated slaves are currently at a secret base in the Cloud Kingdom. When the sun rises, follow the route drawn on this map. Afterward, he stopped in front of a small wooden house. Is this the place? It's even humbler than I expected. Frey immediately pulled his hood up and gave a faint smile. All right, let's go recruit some people. Contrary to the rustic exterior, the inside was incredibly grand and dazzling. For high-level space-bending magic like this, they must have spent quite a bit of time preparing. Suddenly, he was blocked by 2 guards. Who goes there? Frey didn't bother with a long introduction. Call the princess out here. Just then, Aya stepped out and saw her benefactor standing right in front of her. It's you. She immediately ran over, asking urgently, did you really succeed? How on earth did you do it? Frey only gave a brief summary. Let's just say I know a very powerful mage. As soon as he finished, he smirked and started walking again. Now, if you'll excuse me, Aya suddenly made an offer. Frey, this kingdom needs people like you. She made a heartfelt plea. Please, don't go. But Frey couldn't stay any longer. It's a real shame, but I still have things to do. He gave her a warm promise. If we're meant to cross paths again, we will. Frey offered a warm smile. Until then, I hope you stay healthy. Oh, and by the way, are you interested in mining? Aya asked, surprised. Huh? Frey was now standing in front of the slaves. He looked up and began his pitch. The decision is in your hands. You can choose to leave this place or become people who work under my command. The people looked confused and asked, what do you mean? What do you mean by the decision is in our hands? Frey reached out, revealing his intentions without holding back. I'm here to offer you all jobs. Naturally, I will provide both housing and food. As I've already mentioned, those who aren't interested are free to leave. Hearing this, the crowd started whispering to each other. One of them saw it as a great opportunity and asked, is that true? We'll really have a place to stay and food to eat? Not stopping there, Frey continued to offer incentives. Yes, I will also provide full compensation. If you try it and feel it's not for you, you can quit at any time. Facing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, they felt their lives were turning a new page. Everyone signed up at once. I want to do it. Me too. Please, take me as well. He wasn't surprised by this scene. The reaction was exactly as he had predicted. He would have them work at the welfare foundation he had established himself. While working and learning about the foundation, they would gradually understand its true meaning and, at the same time, enjoy the happiness that every living being deserves. Just then, a hand pointed at his back, and he turned around, spotting a familiar face. Serena's attendant? She handed him a letter directly. This is the letter Miss Serena asked me to deliver to you. He reached out to take it. Oh, thanks. The moment he opened and read the letter, Frey froze in place. He didn't hesitate for a single second and bolted straight outside. In his mind now, there was only one name, Serena. Meanwhile, Serena was holding a fan, wearing a smug smile. Standing before her was none other than Ruby. Are you all right? Is that so? Everything was slowly being revealed. If she wasn't feeling well, no wonder her name wasn't on the list of participants for the slave market. Serena whispered with a bewitching tone. Let me give you a hand, shall I?